that is a capsule, the madness, the cartoonishness, the light, in which very sophisticated messaging is being transmitted to us, to Ukrainians, and to people in Muscovy. And it has exactly the same quality of the messaging which I witnessed, and I have a huge data set of this, between 2015 and 2018 in occupied Luhansk. So the same production values, the same, and across all different formats, repeated ad nauseum. And it all has one purpose, which is to prepare the ground for genocide against us. So when we hear Boris Johnson says today that President Putin said to him, my missiles can arrive in London in 3 minutes, when Johnson rang him just before the full-scale invasion. And so you can understand that statement in a number of different ways. But I, as an international lawyer, given my experience of trying to understand Russia's disinfo in occupied Ukraine between 2015 and 2018, and then from Dnipro for the later time, I look at this also as an international lawyer. This is genocidal hate speech. This is preparing the ground to destroy Europeans, the West, Americans, gays, women, whatever. It's very, and so if people, having listened to me now, take away anything from this, is that I just like us to look at this stuff more as really carefully worded messaging that uses a number of different disguises. You know, that guy Soloyev, he's a disguise for this world, that manages to smuggle these words, this genocidal hate speech, into our minds and into our civilization to affect the way our politicians react to tanks being delivered and what have you. So that's one thing. And then the other thing I just want to say, which is about Wagner Group. So Wagner is not like XE Services or Prince's, the American equivalents, that it was a copy. Wagner, from the very beginning, took this very deep Germanic mythology from Wagner, the composer, from The Ring and all of that, but also from the Landesknecht, which were the German, the Nazi battalions, who weren't just, they were fighting a holy war. So they were filled with this, what we now know is bogus view of the history of the Germanic people and Germanic tribes and language and mythology, Odin, Ymir. For an average Wagner operative executing genocide in Ukraine today, Odin is a real existent character. To most of us, if we know anything about Odin or Germanic mythology, you know, it's something that you learn when you're a child. But these people are fighting because they believe they've been brought into this whole system of thought and thinking. They've watched The Ring. They've been taught about Odin and Ymir and about the beginnings of the Saxons and all of this kind of malarkey that most of us don't have any awareness of. And so the second thing I just wanted to leave with people, because I'll speak again on this, because I think it's crucial to understand Russianism and to understand its deep roots, because if we don't understand its deep roots, we won't be able to combat it. And if there's one thing that Muscovy is brilliant at, it's continually renewing the same bullshit inside ever more complicated capsules that find ways of getting into our decision makers' minds and impacting on how we think and operate. And unless we understand the deep roots that this comes from, for instance, with Wagner, the clue is in the name. You know, it's not a coincidence. The clue is in The Ring, in Wagner's operas, and the kind of, we now know, as I say, because a lot of work has been done over the past 100 years that Wagner didn't have access to, on the meaning of these in Germanic mythology and stuff like that. But if we don't look at these things, well, I'll put it this way: we can add a lot of value to our understanding of Russism, why these people are fighting, and what is motivating them, if we look much more deeply at it than we are accustomed to in the mainstream. Because what I'm teaching to you now, I learned at the coalface from interacting with Wagner's first people while it was being formed, and wondering, what the hell are they talking about? I don't know what they're talking about. And that, for me, prompted many years of research to try and work out what is going on here. And of course, most people weren't interested in this before February 24th. But now it has real world effects on all of our lives, from the price of petrol and our emotional lives, everyone in MriyaReport. So I just wanted to put that in there. I'll speak again on this. It's a unique perspective. I make it available to MriyaReport because, you know, people are here are all interested in it. And what I've said today is merely the tip of the iceberg.
Thank you so much, Decoding. I really enjoy it when you come in and give us these insights, because I know for a fact that you're able to tell us this because you've spent years knowing the truth, getting the truth, and decoding the truth. And it is something that a lot of Western-born people, more Western-born people, just don't get, because we don't get the education, or we don't have the curiosity to learn where it all comes from. And I know, certainly being British, my historical education from anything other than the British Isles was passable. I knew where the countries were. I knew sort of like, you know, where their borders were and things like that, but passable education with regards to European history. I can't say I even learned much about America, because we're a nice little insular island, and, you know, until you get to a certain age, I don't think they tell you about the rest of the world. So, yeah, I feel as though my understanding and a lot of understanding of the whole, how can they think that way? You know, and why do they have such a different way of thinking? And how it's been sort of continued to be spread in society. And it's only by conquering that they continue to, you know, fulfill that dream, that mindset. But go ahead, go on, you've got an answer for me.
No, you just sparked this memory. Anne Applebaum, who's great. I got a great insight from her the other day on a podcast, where she pointed out that the discipline of history was started in the universities in Germany in the 19th century, and because of that, it basically took as its main subjects the states, the forming states which existed at that moment. So as France, Germany, and Italy were unifying towards the end of the 19th century, they created, you know, tons of this kind of, you know, stuff about how they've existed forever. Every country does it, and that was a really good insight. And that Ukraine kind of lost out on that because it didn't get embedded in our university. But Timothy Snow, I mean, it's extraordinary that his course is the only course in North America. There's another one done by Sergei Plokhy at Harvard, but it's not really on Ukraine. It's a bit on Ukraine. And both Sergei Plokhy, who I've met, and a whole group of Ukrainian historians were trained in Dnipro University. And they were trained by this great teacher from Lviv University, who basically got around Soviet censorship in two ways. One, the university in Dnipro was directly under the Academy of Sciences in Moscow, unlike most other Ukrainian universities. And this meant they didn't really understand in Moscow what they were up to here. So while the de-Ukrainization plans were all being controlled from Kyiv, from the Communist Party committee there, Dnipro University was able to get away with continuing to teach deep Ukrainian history very carefully, in very careful disguise. And the disguise they used, this is the second thing, which is this guy in Lviv University got around Soviet censorship by saying, okay, I can't. What I can teach you is about sources. And this is why Sergei Plokhy, who wrote the book that Chernobyl, the HBO series, is based on, and it is, like Timothy Snyder, just an amazing historian. They were taught how to use sources, and so they pretended they didn't care about the content. It was just about, here's a document. This is how you put a weight on this document and what it's about. And along the way, while they were teaching sources, they actually did very good history, about Cossack stuff and stuff, which doesn't really interest me that much because it's a bit late for me. But equally, an Applebaum thing and that's why Ukraine, and that's why it annoys me so much when you hear, especially in Germany and other countries where they're like, oh, it's not a real country, and they're repeating Russian propaganda, but Russian propaganda has very deep roots, which is that in the university setup, Ukraine doesn't exist, and thankfully, hopefully, I mean, Anne Applebaum, she's quite, and I agree with her. She's optimistic that now we will see this flowering of Ukraine studies. I'm engaged in, I'm trying to convince the head of my law faculty at Cambridge University to recognize Ukraine because a Ukrainian international lawyer who was trained at Lviv University, he convinced the world, Sir Hersh Lauterpacht QC, he convinced the world to accept the universality of human rights as a legal concept, so that it's legally. He published a book in 1945 called The Rights of Man. It should be The Rights of Human, and then that was taken as the basis for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. He's Ukrainian. He was born in a Ukrainian town near Lviv. However, because at the time that was occupied by Austria, and it was called by the Austrian name Galicia, not Halichna, and I learned this from Timothy Snyder. Halichna is the proper word for this particular part of Ukraine. He is still seen as an Austro-Hungarian lawyer, and I think this is great pity, because, as we know, Austria had 1 million soldiers who killed millions of Ukrainians between 1941 and 1945. And I'm pushing back very hard. I'm trying to convince them, no, you're annihilating Ukraine and Hersh Lauterpacht's Ukraineness. And it's highly ironic, because this is the guy whose experience of multicultural Ukraine gave him the insight that all humans have the same set of rights, and that these rights should have a legal effect. And the Russians have never agreed to this, even though they did. They've signed up to various international instruments. As we see in Ukraine, they don't believe it. And many people in our countries don't believe in it either. So this battle, we can all fight this battle in our own world, and we all are, I suppose, with MriyaReport. But it'll go on forever. But I am with Anne Applebaum. I'm quite optimistic. Ukraine is finally, it's just arrived, and it's here. Out.
I think what War Doggo said, that this is the first time in history that people are starting to understand Ukraine. And I think that's absolutely right. Lexicon, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I'm really interested in what Jeepers, is it Decoding that was who was just speaking? I had his name and lost it. I've also been looking at some very old prehistory, and also trying to find a way that I can get hold of English volumes. I think I have to go to Toronto, but the Hrushevsky's, whatever it is, 20-volume history of Ukraine, which is coming out in English volume by volume. And I understand there's some critique by modern day historians in Ukraine of Hrushevsky, but I haven't found what quite it is. But yeah, I've been looking at the long before the Scythians and Sarmatians and stuff, going back to what was it that the domestication of the horse and the invention construction of the usable wagon, wheel and wagon or chariot, originated in these areas of the Western Steppe, the Pontic Steppe, which goes from West Ukraine and Moldova over to the um, Caucasus, so the Ukrainian part of the steppe. What was wonderful about Hrushevsky is that he taught historians to use the folk evidences of a people, their language, their culture, their songs and dances, their art, their traditions. And Timothy Snyder, of course, I believe his first lecture begins in the founding myth of Athens, the story they tell. And he shows how this is linked to their ongoing trade with grain in the area of Ukraine. So that means, I mean, we're talking about the Bronze Age, the Greek Bronze Age from 3,300 or something BC up to the middle of the second millennium BC. So the Greeks lasted for a very long time, and their founding myth is talking about an earlier time and a trade at an earlier time that evolved in grain from the modern Ukrainian area and oil and stuff from Greece. I just discovered recently, though, just a last point I wanted to add, in looking at the Chernozem soils, I discovered hints in some researchers for FAO and other groups that there's some notion that the high fertility of the particular Chernozem soils, the black soils of Ukraine, may have had some anthropogenic element in it, in the sense that in the upper layers, the Chernozem is so rich because of the grasslands which emerged there, dry but fertile, covered in grasses, constant year by year renewal of the layer of mixing of vegetation with the subsoil little animals, the earthworms and the moles and voles and stuff. But that notion that annual burning may have added to the whatever mineral content of the soils. So then you're talking to the end of the ice age and the end of the mini ice age. So we're talking about a very long time when a certain kind of geographic coming together of factors, peoples arose. And as the Scythians and Sarmatians and others and Mongols and Huns roared over across these steppes, the people didn't exactly all move out. And so you're looking at a people and a language and a folk tradition and knowledge that goes back a very long time, to long before to the emergence of Ukrainian people more recently. But I wanted to ask if you knew anything about that critique that there may be around now from some of the modern historians, critique of Hrushevsky. I'm not sure if you know what I'm referring. Well, I don't know what it is. Is it decoding? We were just who was speaking?
Decoding. If you've got an answer for that.
Great. Yeah. I mean, this is the amazing thing in Dnipro Museum, in the city of Dnipro. They have one of the 3 oldest wooden carts in Europe, and loads were found in Ukraine. So in a space where people are interested in Ukraine, and where we're wondering, why is Ukraine absent from history? The irony. This is why I say, on the one hand, no, every state is artificial. Every modern state is artificial, but the irony of it is that all Indo-European languages were born in Eastern Ukraine. So in the very area where we hear about, between Nikopol and Enerodar, the Soviets flooded there, and they flooded an island where this culture called the Sredny Stog culture, which united with this other culture, Yamnaya, and out of them came every Indo-European language, as well as the domestication of the horse, the use in an industrial way of the wheeled cart, and an ideology unfortunately, I was very sad to hear this, because I wished it was going to be the opposite. It's the idea of kingship, which spread from India to Ireland, where societies were ruled by men, by a king. And we know this because in these burial mounds, there's a switch from when whole communities would be buried together with no grave goods and no differentiation. If there were idols, they were female, mostly female idols. 97% of them were female idols. And then there's a switch at a time when they started chopping down the trees in the river valleys, the Dnieper River Valley, the Donets River Valley, and the Don, and the Don Ister and the Danube. All of these river valleys, they chopped down all the wood, and we know this from historical reasons, at this certain time where they started growing the crops, and the product of this is we're all speaking a language which was born in Eastern Ukraine. And so while this is quite esoteric for a lot of people, it was a big surprise to me, a huge surprise to me, that I spent years studying it. And I think it's endlessly fascinating. But what's particularly interesting in the context of Maria Space report is whenever you think of Enerodar and Nikopol, there is a submerged island there. There's these two sites. One is in a place called Derivka, which is north of Dnipro, and I've visited there. And one is on this Sredny Stog site, where archaeologists dug up all of this stuff, which shows people buried with ochre, which is a practice still used in India. Just all these various archaeological factors, which prove now, together with DNA archaeology, which has been done in the last 10 years, that our entire civilization, including all the Greek language, Italic languages, Indian, Iranian, Persian, Irish, Celtic, all those languages were born in this very area that we're talking about each day, and which today is again an intersection between cultures. So it's really fascinating to me that the bridge I worked on in Eastern Ukraine on the Donets River, and this area, I did a lot of work in Enerodar and the nuclear power station there as well, as environmental security person, that these areas have been like the dividing lines of civilizations for millennia. And we can go back. So prehistory now is probably, I think it's about 7,000 BCE. That's beyond that. It's difficult to know that much, but we know so much now because of DNA evidence, because of work done on mythology and linguistics in the past 100 years. And all roads lead to the very area where we're talking about all the time in Eastern Ukraine. On Hrushevsky, yeah, I think I'm Timothy Snyder, as you name check. He rates him. He's there would be critiques of normal historians, and I've given one today, which is an historian takes text as their unit of analysis, and they don't look at other sources so much. So for them, prehistory in the Irish context is the first text with the 6th century. In British history, it's with the Romans, so it's not even, So whereas nowadays we should be bringing together lots of different things like archaeology, and Hrushevsky did he did a lot of work on the Cossacks and stuff like that, and he did the work that in all our countries has been done in establishing the nation as a unit of analysis. So I would take many of the critiques of him with a pinch of salt. Maybe after one has read all of his work and been able, then one might be able to have like a highfalutin talk. Oh, hermeneutics or some stuff. But I wouldn't. I would. I would submerge myself in Reshevsky without worrying too much of it. I've shared a few things from Science and Nature on the latest DNA analyses, which show that how the Indo-European languages spread out from this area. And it's the exact area we're talking about each day. And so this is where you had the cultures meeting. You had the Yamnaya encountering what they call now the Sredny Stog culture. And out of that encounter came the syntax, the vocabulary, the roots of verbs that we use today in India and in Ireland and in America and all over South America. And it all came from Ukraine. And I just think this is amazing. And many Ukrainians don't even know it because in some ways it's cutting edge. It was a theory until 10 years ago. But now we have the DNA evidence that they can trace across from Ireland to India, showing these migrations, along with the wheel and the horse and these amazing technological innovations. So lexicon, fantastic. And you see, I think there is a mark, at some point on MriyaReport, if we're trying to, find interesting things to know about Ukraine, there's definitely a market for this kind of stuff because it's really interesting, I find. And I'm sure a lot of us do find it because none of us know it. Yes, so it's fine to talk about tanks and planes and all of that kind of malarkey, but there's some deep. Next time you hear Enerodar talked about, remember what I've told you here: submerged island, where the best attested site of the Sredny Stog culture, where they found everything: the altars, the burials, the dogs buried, the same rites that they then found in Iran, and the wheels. And these carts and bones and sacrifices and all of this stuff, which we know began there, right where they're fighting, where the missiles are going each night out.
Thank you very much. And wow, I've I learn something new every day, but that's incredible. Thank you very much. I'm going to go through some hands. So Cynthia, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Yes. So I just wanted to follow up with some thoughts based on War Dog and decoding. It's so interesting. So, for me, it is somewhat personal, as in I've had a friend and coworker for the last 20 years. She and her husband came over from Russia as visiting scientists. We're molecular biologists. She's chemist. Her husband is biochemist. And we've worked together on and off for many years and still close friends. Unfortunately, her husband is no longer with us. But up to February 24th, me and my other American colleagues always referred to them as, oh, they're the Russians, they're our Russian colleagues. And that's how they referred to themselves. And yet she was born in Poltava. Her sister and brother-in-law and nieces and nephews are still there. And she goes home and has visited prior to February 24th. And so as February 24th happened, she was even envisioning she was going to go there for her sister's birthday 2 weeks before the war started on the 24th. But we all knew and were keeping close eye on it that was going to be very dangerous. And obviously she didn't go. But after February 24th, it was very awkward because then I kept asking her, like, do you refer to yourself as Russian? What's happening here? And I found that, based on what we're talking about here, there is a lot where she doesn't even know. She was born in the 50s, so she considers herself to be Soviet, even though she was born in Ukraine, educated in Moscow, and has been in the US and is now a US citizen since the early 2000s. And but of course, as it didn't take very long we're quickly, and we're like, yeah, you're not Russian, you're Ukrainian, and that's how we identify, her. And so I just find it interesting because in many ways, I fall into that. How could I have not known this, or how could we have not known this as Americans? But I can even see in her, there's a lot of still mystery as to what's happened. And so I just wanted to mention that the one thing that I've been doing to help cope with some of the emotional side of all of this, and I have been listening to MriyaReport since probably around March. I think Colonel Spencer and Mark Hurtling were the ones who kind of helped me get transitioned from watching mainstream TV, and then quickly started listening to MriyaReport with Yehuda and Craig and finance and language learner, and it's been fascinating. But whenever I've seen someone, a Ukrainian soldier or medic that's passed away, I also follow on Facebook a Ukrainian art site, and I try to post, as part of my tribute to that person, some sort of Ukrainian art, whether it's an artist who's been from long ago or contemporary, and I name who that artist is. So I'm trying to link and be as presenting the culture and trying to keep it alive. And I would love at some point to be able to, in the small little town where I live outside of DC, to be able to get an art group to have a slideshow or a presentation, and just try to keep it alive that way. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. Prince, you have a little
Mockers?
something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you and Decoding Trolls and War Doggo and everybody else for making my first experience as co-host very easy. Gave me a good chance to get used to buttons and things that we need to do. And so I appreciate all of you, and thank you all so much. I've got to go do some stuff for my day, and I will be dropping down, and I will see you all later. Thank you.
Yeah, to get out, you just use the 3 dots at the top and stop co-hosting, and it'll swap you to listener. Do it that way instead of leaving, and then you don't leave a ghost behind usually. Lovely. Right, where was I? Martin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mockers. Slava Ukraini. I'll just say, fascinating discussion, and thank you for decoding, for your tremendous knowledge and insight. I would like to suggest, and maybe I've suggested it in the past, but that we get Professor Timothy Snyder as a guest on MriyaReport, and hear from the man himself. I think that would be an absolutely riveting conversation, discussion, question period. I had the good fortune to hear Professor Snyder speak here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, at the University of Manitoba after his book Bloodlands came out, and the Faculty of History and Slavic Studies brought him to the university, and it was a big crowd. And I still remember, because it was quite a few years ago, of course, how absolutely compelling his talk was, and the discussion that followed it. So I would like to make that recommendation. And there are a number of other historians, both here in Canada, where of course we have such a huge Ukrainian diaspora, and the departments at various universities besides the University of Manitoba, University of Alberta and Edmonton, with large Ukrainian studies departments, that perhaps we get one of the scholars from there on as a guest on MriyaReport. And finally, there's, speaking of academics, there's a professor at the university, I think it's University of Pittsburgh, Professor Alexander Motyl, Motyl, who's been writing some wonderful articles since the war began that have been tweeted, and I've tweeted and retweeted them in various publications, that would make, in fact, I was in touch with him at one point last year to see if he would be interested in being a guest on MriyaReport, and he said yes. but it wasn't followed through. So I'm just making those recommendations and saying absolutely necessary and compelling discussion that we're having. And I'll step down to listener and thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, I'm Slava Martin, and I've written down those details, so I will be following them up. Thank you very much. We'll go back to lexicon, please.
Thanks. Yeah, well, that would be fabulous. He is so busy, and he's lecturing all over the place, and of course raising funds for the 24 whatever it is. He's raising $1 million and some and a quarter for I've forgotten now the goal. Anyway, he's past his first $1 million. I also wanted to say we're seeing in the available materials now on that ancient prehistory and those times that a lot of the computerized techniques have become so valuable, and they're influencing language research, linguistics, and of course the new techniques in DNA. And so you can find some accessible articles on what they talk about in DNA is the haplotypes, haplogroups, sort of groupings of DNA signatures. Of course, one must be warned against using DNA to assign nationality to anybody, but at any and you have to understand what you're doing when you're talking about DNA. But I was just looking at something yesterday, a film yesterday that talked about fairly recent studies among using a group of, I think, 90 Ukrainians living in Ukraine. And because these samples have been relatively fewer in the groupings. And what you get, having run the DNA, the haplogroups, is that you find that Ukrainians represent a distinct grouping, and that there is, we know all of us have got, everybody out of Africa, a little tiny bit, like 2% to 4% of Neanderthals. Well, if you compare, say, Russians with Ukrainians, you find that there's a 64% overlap, meaning that there's a great big 30% and more, 30 to 40% distinctiveness between Ukrainians and Russians. So what it's showing you is that there is a very long-standing, distinct evolution of the peoples of this part of the earth. So I thought that was quite fascinating, and that similarly with computerized research of linguistics, we find that, for example, Russian is more separate linguistically from Belarusian and Ukrainian, that Belarusian and Ukrainian languages are closer together when we look at their changes over time than either of them are to the Russians. So
That
I
is
think I'm
something I
more...
wanted to mention,
Sorry?
actually. That is something that I would come in on, actually. That
Yeah.
Ukrainian people can understand Russian a lot easier than Russian people can understand Ukrainian, and possibly that is quite telling as to how the language is made up.
Yeah, well, I think that demonstrates a cultural, that represents a fairly recent history, but the cultural reality that while the oppressed can understand the oppressor because of need to and so on, pressures, it doesn't work the other way around. And so I think we're talking about things that have happened historically in the last few hundred years. At any rate, yeah, that's very interesting.
Decoding, you were waving your hand at one point. Were you just agreeing, or did you want to come in and say something?
I was just agreeing. Yeah, it's just Cecilia's mention of her colleague resonated with me, because I think it was just too complicated for people from Eastern Europe generally to just get to always explain where they're from, because no one had heard of the place. So it's great that now people of Ukrainian, and then I also take Cecilia's point about how many Ukrainians had difficulty understanding were they Ukrainian, because when they left Ukraine it was part of the Soviet Union and all of that. But now at least, and I remember when Crimea was invaded, a Polish friend, I remember her saying to me, she said, "God, Westerners are so stupid. They don't even, the New York Times had to put a map showing where Crimea was." And I kind of laughed along with her, but I think I did admit to her, yeah, I wasn't 100% sure where it was either. But now Ukraine has arrived, and even the people, the people who on the far left and the far right who want Russia to win, they know where Ukraine is, and they recognize its centrality to our entire civilization by going on about how Ukraine doesn't matter the whole time. They blame President Trump. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, that's all I was resonating with that. But I hope her colleague now feels able to say Ukraine and maybe understands a bit more about it and the history of it. Be interesting to hear from Cecilia what her colleague does actually think. Is she still confused, or does she hate Russists now, or yeah, I'd be interested to hear it.
All right, thank you. It was Cynthia, I think, not Cecilia, but I'll let you off. Or Doggo, please go ahead.
Yeah, just even from the personal example, for instance, if you're a native Ukrainian speaker, obviously through as rightly Decoding mentioned, through the Soviet time, you know Russian, because at the time when I was in the preschool, Ukrainian language was already the first language, but Russian was always kind of the second language, and before it was even worse. Russian language was like dominating language, and it was always like preferable language that was never like officially. You could even run your PhD in Ukrainian, but you will never finish it because it's in Ukrainian. So, but it's in Russian, is okay. That's exactly what Timothy Snyder been explaining in his classes, and he explained that kind of lobbying or like regulation in the right manner, and this is perfectly fitting the colonial slavery imperial stuff of Russia. But like from my personal example, if you speak Ukrainian, if you know the language of your neighbors, for instance, Polish language, like 80% you understand when Croatians are speaking, obviously when Serbians are speaking, and Czech, Slovak, you also understand pretty well. And if you like mix the words, or you start speaking Polish with those three Slavic representative groups, like you find common word, and you always can express yourself, even not switching to English. Speaking about Belarusian, if you speak Ukrainian, you like perfectly read, and you perfectly understand the Belarusian talking to you. If you are just only Russian and you are really not understanding, like just probably some similarity of the words coming from Ukrainian, but like 80% you simply don't understand some words that are even you can confuse because it sounds similar but the meaning is opposite, and you totally don't understand the Slavic group. And this comes from the history, because like when the old church Slavonic language being it has started. So when the first literacy being starting with the Cyrillic, so those as in the lectures of Mr. Snyder been explained, those two priests from Byzantia, Cyrillus and Methodius, that were traveling, spreading the Christianity, and the first where they arrived was Moravia, which is the area of Czech and Slovak. And practically at those time in lands that are called today Ukraine, the language which was used in the churches, in the church literacy, was Greek language. But at certain moment, like when you start doing the when you start when you want to attract more local people into the religious topics, at least you need to speak the like same language, and Greek was not the native language in those lands at those times. So practically, this is something Russia got Cyrillic from the old church Slavonic, and this is like as many countries who were originating from the old church Slavonic, but those that are more on the west, they are more similar than the Russia who had different influence on their language, and the language changed that way that it practically barely simulates with Ukrainian. But if you speak Ukrainian, Russian will not understand. But if Ukrainians speak to Croatian, Serbian, to Czech, Slovak, Polish, Belarusian, those are like 80% that you like verbally you can understand each other. Thanks.
Yes, so I've seen that Ukrainian is more related to Polish than to Russian. I really looked at some diagrams and charts about the evolution of the languages. But I wanted to add something else. It is important that Decoding brought this subject into the space, and I just want to thank him for the very passionate speech. It is very important to learn about it, because in Western universities, when Slavic studies are taught, it's basically Russian studies. Maybe 3/4 of them it's about Russia, and the other nations, the other Slavic nations, are just a footnote somewhere, or are dealt with for like one chapter or something like this. And this is a pity, because there is so much diversity and so much so many interesting things about each of these Slavic people. And Russians did that. They occupied, they colonized, they brought their shadow over these countries and these spaces, and they imposed their language and their habits and their way of living in a way as far as they could. And they tried to erase these cultures. Now we are talking in the West about cancel culture, but this is what Russia is doing since, well, hundreds of years ago. And it is very important to talk about it in this moment, because I'm really, really frightened by what changes they are doing in the education in Russia. Basically, they are changing history. They are banning all Ukrainian writers and books about the history of Ukraine. They are introducing patriotic studies and military studies and preparation for the army and emergency, I don't know what. It is very good to teach the students to defend themselves or to react in a case of danger. But when you are just brainwashing them with meaningless patriotic blah blah, because that's what they are doing, it's not so okay. And all of this to the detriment of other very important studies. For example, they want to stop teaching foreign languages in gymnasiums in Russia. And imagine that people that is already under the influence of the propaganda not having any chance to look at Western writings, Western television channels or whatever, YouTube or whatever, and just being fed with Russian propaganda. So it is a very important topic, and thank you, Decoding, and all the others that contributed to the conversation. And then I will step down because Alan is here and he will take over the co-hosting. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insight, Ivana. Go ahead, decoding.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. I can speak, but I didn't have anything particular to say. So don't let me interrupt.
You're rustling. I thought you wanted to say something. Don't worry, hot mic situation. Prince Heather, if you are wanting to come up, it will not let me accept your request. I did send you a DM. Try using that with add as speaker. Hopefully that'll work. Ioana, if you're happy to hang around for a little bit, I'm going to swap with Alan, just because I've been here since 6 a.m. and I could do the stretch. So, good evening, Alan. Good to see you.
Good evening, mockers. An unusual time for me to be here, speaking or hosting, but always happy to be here. I'm just catching up on the last bit of the conversation, and it sounded very insightful. But I am just catching up. Mockers, get some rest, move on with your day, and throw me in here.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me ramble on for a while. Ioana, when you need to go, I will sort something for you, my darling. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you, mockers. Get some rest. I can stay around for a little. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And I'll talk to you in a bit.
Joanna, as I say, I'm just catching up, also catching up on the news of the day. Are there news items that you're following in particular, or have you already reviewed the news from Ukraine?
We talked about many subjects, but we didn't get into the news lately, so maybe we could review some things that happened. There was a lot of talk about F-16s, if they are going to Ukraine, if the decision has been made, but apparently it's not really done yet. So we are just waiting for the Ramstein probably. There were some other news, some military news, and very interesting. Do you know where Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, is? Well, he's in Zimbabwe, and he's enjoying Zimbabwe dancing and flower things, and yeah. Apparently, he did a flash visit to Zimbabwe. Do you want to talk about a specific subject, Alan?
Well, I do think it's not too early to begin thinking about Ramstein and the ninth conference that's coming up on February 14. One thing I did see was I believe in his address last night to the Ukrainian people, President Zelensky talked about time and the urgency that he feels for Western nations to deliver the weapons that have been promised, and to look at the new requests that Ukraine is making. As Zelensky said, we need to make time our weapon, and there's only one way to do that, and that is to give Ukraine the weapons it needs to speed up the conclusion of the war. So, in addition to weapons being on the agenda at Ramstein, I think urgency will also be an item under discussion.
Yes, of course. And usually when I read in the morning the Institute for the Study of War report, I'm usually very relieved because all we have seen during the day before and the night, the Russian propaganda that they made advances and so on, is explained, and usually the things are much better than it seems. But this day I was kind of saddened by this assessment of the Institute of for the Study of War, because it begins by this delays in the provision to Ukraine of Western long-range fire system, advanced air defense systems, and tanks have limited Ukraine's ability to take advantage of opportunities for larger counter-offensive operations presented by flaws and failures in Russian military operations. So basically, there was a window of opportunity this winter because the Russian army reached the point where it was impossible for them to advance, and they had so many losses and so many problems with the soldiers replacing and so on. And there was an opportunity. Of course, the weather was not helping because it was much warmer than expected. So, there is this problem with the Ukrainian mud that apparently stays in the way of heavy military equipment. But apparently this opportunity, or this window of opportunity, is closing fast. So that's why the West should think and send those weapons much more quickly, because yes, we are very happy about the tanks, but I guess the first tanks will arrive in Ukraine when? In 2 months from now, probably end of March. And all this waiting is very heavy losses for Ukraine. So yeah, I would like to have your perspective on this, Alan. Thank you.
I also read the Institute for the Study of War's daily report. I saw exactly the same thing that you were just discussing, Joanna, that there had been opportunities for Ukraine to launch some offensive operations, and perhaps to launch combined arms operations. Well, those opportunities were lost to Ukraine. And so we have seen this 1,500-kilometer long line of engagement. Very, very little changed since Ukraine's success in Kharkiv, and after that in Kherson. But what it does mean is that the Russians remain in a position to use their superiority of artillery. And so they continue to shell Kharkiv, they shell Kherson, they shell Mykolaiv. In fact, I believe President Zelensky and the Prime Minister of Denmark were in Mykolaiv today, looking at the damage the Russians have inflicted there. It's a dangerous place to be because Russians can still shell Mykolaiv. So, yes, I respond with in the same way that you do, Joanna, saddened because we reflect on all the Ukrainian civilian lives that have been lost as a result of this slow rolling of weapons to Ukraine. Prince Heather's hand is up. Please go ahead.
I had to switch apps there for a second. And yes, I did see that coverage about the president of Denmark being in Mykolaiv today, and I think, excuse me, I think visits like that are important to highlight, and especially where that one was. And it's sort of going back to the previous subject a little bit. There is something that I came upon today that I thought might have applied to more of what was being talked about with decoding and such, but it's actually Russian propaganda. That was just weird, and a woman found a manual given to the Russian soldiers that said not long ago 96.7 Ukrainians were Russians, but for 30 years of independence they were deprived of normal education, culture, and native language, and turned into feral Russophobes. It does go on from there and says more negative things, but it's very interesting, I think, to me, how that sort of plays into the topic that was happening before with decoding, giving us some history that was about Ukraine and things like that. And now decoding dropped, which is fine. It was something that I wanted to highlight. It's the propaganda and the lies that are being told to try to inspire Russians to the plain old lies to try to get these guys to do what doesn't make any sense at all. Um, here, let's tell you all these lies so that maybe you'll be inspired to go and fight better, but you're not really fighting better anyway, so I'm not sure that it matters. Um, it was just something that I had bookmarked that I didn't have time to mention before that I thought was a rather odd um, yet interesting thing to point out. So thanks for that.
And thank you, Prince. I just want to remind people, if you want to come up and speak, tap on the mic icon, the little purple icon at the bottom of your phone screen, and we'll see that request and try to bring you up. Once you are here, as Michael has just done, tap the little heart plus icon so you can raise your hand, and we will call on you in order. Michael, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Alan. First off, I totally agree that decoding's tour de force of the history and the linguistic history it's such an important thing to dig into, and I really hope we can do that sometime in the future. As your one of your resident Danes, I would just add to the visit to Mykolaiv today. Not only did the Danish Prime Minister visit, the Danish Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Danish Minister of Defense were also with her, meaning the top three basically ministers, as each of these represent the heads of their parties in the relatively sort of recent government coalition in Denmark. It's quite interesting that they were to visit Mykolaiv today, as we've discussed this already today on the space, but we do have a lot of F-16s in Denmark, or a sizable amount, 40 plus F-16s, that are going to be sort of rolled out. We are getting 35s very soon. So it'll be interesting what comes up on Ramstein on February 14th. I think, knowing how those three politicians work, I think something's in the works, basically. So I expect to hear something about Denmark and probably Netherlands doing something on the F-16 front sooner rather than later.
Well, jets will definitely be on the agenda in Ramstein, and it's a good thing that they will be on the agenda. I also think longer range missiles will be on the agenda. So the Ramstein conference now involves almost 50 nations, all of the NATO nations, and a group of other nations from around the world who have joined in a coalition of the willing to supply Ukraine with weapons, to support Ukraine in its fight for freedom. With almost 50 nations, and it's just one nation shy of 50, I think, at the moment. But this is an addition of 27 nations over and above the NATO alliance nations. And we are looking at countries like Japan and South Korea, Morocco, Jordan, Australia, of course, is at the table as well. This has become probably the most significant meeting of defense ministers and military minds and generals, war planners, the most important collection of military minds occurring anywhere on the globe. And now, just about once a month, this coalition of the willing is meeting with greater and greater urgency. And I think more focus and more attention to what Ukraine is requesting. Echoing Winston Churchill, President Zelensky and General Zaluzhny have said, give us the tools and we will finish the job. Mikhailo, you did come up to speak, but I haven't seen you raise your hand. Are you with us?
Oh, perfect. Yes, thanks. Thanks for bringing me up. Yeah, I just wanted to comment earlier about what Decoding was talking about. I recently finished a book about the Trypillian culture. I read it in Ukrainian. I've been trying to read a little bit more, and I just wanted to encourage other people to check out YouTube videos about, it's called Trypillia Cucuteni in English, because this ancient civilization was found in the town of Trypillia in Ukraine, and I think simultaneously in Romania, in the town of Cucuteni. So yeah, I was just going to chime in on that conversation, and sorry to interrupt you, Alan, but yes, thanks for calling on me.
Not an interruption at all. And Mikhailo, I appreciate your coming up. I don't recognize everybody who requests at this time of day because I'm rarely here at this time of day. But I did catch the very tail end of the discussion with Decoding about history and about culture and about Russian propaganda that is welded to that history and bends it out of shape. Mikhailo, are you in Ukraine at the moment?
Yeah, I'm a Ukrainian American, and I live in Ukraine. I've been here for about 12 years, and yeah. So you know, we've been here through it all. That is, my wife and I. We were here during Yanukovych times, and we participated in the Euromaidan revolution, and yeah, and still here.
And it sounds as if you have no plans of leaving. Can you share, if you're willing, just a little bit of your experience through almost now a year of large-scale war in Ukraine since Russia invaded last February?
Yeah. So I live in the West, and so during the first few days, we actually, just in our immediate area, we didn't hear any explosions. None of the cruise missile attacks were around here, and so it was pretty quiet. But there was a flood of people fleeing, I suppose, central Ukraine around Kyiv and the east and south. What has stood out the most is the stories that my grandparents used to tell about World War II. They're happening again to people today, and it's just unbelievable how history repeats itself almost. You know, it's almost identical to what we're seeing now, and yeah. So for example, my grandfather and great grandfather, I guess you could call them like partisans. The NKVD, when they came into their town, their village, they started torturing people in the old Polish Pan's house, like this old mansion, during Polish times, just like immediately before the Nazi and Soviet invasion. There were these like Polish aristocrats called pans, and they would have an estate and a mansion. So anyway, there was a local Polish pans mansion house, and they would torture people there. And my grandfather and great grandfather tried to burn it down, and for that, my great grandfather was shot in his house by the NKVD, kind of like knocked on the door and shot him immediately, and that kind of caused my grandfather to resist against this. So when I hear about the partisans in Melitopol, it's I mean, yeah, I could just imagine my grandfather doing the same thing. And there's several other stories, but yeah, that's just what stands out the most is that it's also cyclical, and it just feels like history is repeating itself.
Thanks for sharing that experience, Mikhailo, and sharing some of your own family's history in Ukraine. And as you point out, we are seeing history repeat itself, whether it's an NKVD officer from the 30s or 40s executing Ukrainians who were then resisting and fighting for freedom, or whether it is an FSB officer today or a Wagner mercenary recruit or a regular Russian soldier committing exactly the same kinds of war crimes that that Russia and Nazi Germany committed almost 70 years ago. It is disheartening to see this, but what is inspiring is to see partisans in Ukraine fighting just as hard as Mikhailo's great grandfather and grandfather fought more than 70 years ago. Joanna, uh, have there been any updates of the events in Iran overnight? I am so late today. I haven't actually opened the newspaper to scan it.
Well, I didn't hear about them on the space. I know that there were some explosions this night too. So basically, there were explosions the night 28 to 29, and then this night too. Apparently, a convoy of 25 trucks transporting military stuff was targeted. We don't know if there were planes or drones or something like this. As for the Iranians, they say that they were transporting fruits and vegetables. So this is what they say. Also, there were some other explosions on the ground, and apparently there is also some. I don't know if I should call it partisan activity. People in Iran are trying to, to do something to get rid of the Ayatollah regime, I think. So there were no talks for as far as I've listened here. If you have some updates, it would be nice. If not, I can search a little bit for this.
I will take a look and see if I can come up with some updates. Mikhailo, your hand is back up. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm not sure if it was covered earlier today. Maybe Ioana knows. I know Jens Stoltenberg was in South Korea today, and we kind of had a power outage. I wasn't able to catch the whole story, but it seems like he was there trying to convince the South Koreans to change their laws or their procedure to providing weapons to countries at war. Is that true? And do we think anything might come out of it?
Well, I think ammunition is the issue here. Maybe some other equipment, but ammunition is very important. So indeed, Jens Stoltenberg was on South Korea. He was there in trying to provide some direct military support to Ukraine. I'm reading from Associated Press News. So he pleaded for this support because Kyiv is in urgent need of weapons in order to fight in this war. South Korea provided until now humanitarian aid and some other support, but they are considering, as far as I've seen, to provide the munitions. So in November, an American official said that United States will buy 100,000 artillery rounds from South Korea in order to offer them to Ukraine, and I think they want to extend this deal. I think Doman spoke a little bit about this in the morning, and he said it very, very well. South Korea is a country that is producing a lot of weapons and a lot of munitions because of its geographical proximity to one of the, you know, not playing by the rules country in the world, North Korea. So they have facilities, they have factories, they have quite a significant production of weapons and ammunition, and for them is quite easy to increase production compared to other countries that are not used to produce so much. So I really hope that there will be a deal, and that or they will be willing to offer ammunition for Ukraine, because the 155 ammunition, I think, is really, really needed. So I can search for some more info. This article is kind of general, but I can really search for some more if you want some details. Alan, do you know something about it?
Yeah, Joanna, what I know about contributions from South Korea, it are largely about humanitarian deliveries. I believe South Korea sent hundreds, if not more than 1,000, generators to Ukraine, and this. We do often, of course, talk about weapons here, but the delivery of generators and the delivery of electrical grid repair supplies, it has been really significant for Ukraine. I mean, some of the private industry in Ukraine, or the state industry, like the Ukrainian railroad, are as important for the survival of Ukraine as its military is. And so South Korea, by sending generators, and lots of other generators have been sent as well. Actually, I believe Turkey is sending 2 ships that are designed as floating generators, and I think these are being sent to Mykolaiv. But it's generators that keep the power going, that allow hospitals to continue to operate when they are not being shelled by the Russians. It allows Ukraine to set up what are called points of invincibility. These are more than just warming centers. These are places where people can go recharge their phones and computers so they can stay in touch, get a warm meal, or a warm bowl of soup, warm cup of coffee. And what's just as important as this is to remain together as a community, so that you are seeing your neighbors still, and talking about current events, what's happening, about the future, about news from the front, finding out about loved ones and friends, and whether or not they are safe. Mikhailo, I wonder if I could just turn back to you for a moment. You have been in Ukraine, as you say, for 12 years, and you were there during the Euromaidan revolution, the revolution of dignity. How did you participate in that, and what were your impressions of the Euromaidan revolution? Is it now a kind of point of pride throughout Ukraine? Is there still any suspicion that Russia has succeeded in sowing in Ukraine, that that this was actually orchestrated by the West, or by the CIA or something like that?
Yeah, that last part is it's hilarious, because yeah, I mean, I really participated a lot in 2013. So there was, back in November of 2013, there was a summit in Vilnius, and a lot of Ukrainians really wanted President Yanukovych to sign an economic association agreement with the EU. People had hopes that it would help bring Ukraine closer to the EU, and it was like a first step of sorts, maybe towards EU membership. So people were very interested in it, and even through that summer of 2013, it's hard to describe, but it felt quiet. It almost felt too quiet, like things were going to, something was going to happen. But yeah. Anyway, during the day of the summit in Vilnius, there was we did something. There was an action called the Euro Chain, and people literally tried to hold hands and make a chain from Kyiv all the way to the border with Poland. And this was supposed to be an echo of a chain of unity that the political party Ruch organized in 1990, where people held hands across the country from the city of Lviv to the capital Kyiv. And so these original protests in November, December 2013, they were organized by college students, but it was pretty clear that like the tents and all the downtowns were university students. And every city, even every town, had these Euromaidans. People didn't have to travel all the way to the Maidan in Kyiv to participate. And yeah, the night rather, when the protesters were beaten on the Maidan in Kyiv, it was like 4 a.m. There was just a few people there, and the police tried to disperse the protesters. I was actually just heading back to my home from the city of Lviv to my home in the countryside, and when we got home, we learned the news that the protesters were beaten, and yeah, I don't know. For me personally, that was it. I felt this sense of rage, like, come up in me, just come up, and yeah, I figured, well, they can't beat us all if we all turn out. If there's too many of us, what are they going to do? And so that day, I took the bus back to Lviv, went downtown, and it turns out that everyone else had the same idea, because it was just swamped with people. The central square, and there were people from all walks of life there. There were like older adults. There were like younger teenage boys or university age boys. I don't know. I call them punk rock boys. They kind of the self-organization was amazing. Someone would light off like a firework or a firecracker to get people's attention, and a lot of people would ran over to see what was going on. And these punk rock boys, as I call them, whatever, they were like, okay, we need to organize. If the police try to take the main square from this section, we need to form like a wall. And like pretty much right away, people started organizing each other. And yeah, the next day, this might have been December 1st, and this a lot of people portray the protests as if they were fueled by right-wing parties, and certainly there were right-wing participants in these protests. But from what I saw, this politician from one of the right-wing parties, he came on stage that day on December 1st and tried to get people agitated about what was going on in Kyiv. he sort of like usurped the stage from one of the MCs who was a university student, and there was a little scuffle, and they kind of shouted down this this right-wing politician. So from what I could see, it was like ordinary people. It definitely wasn't like only a right-wing thing. It was very much, especially in the early days, fueled by university students. And but later in 2013 and the beginning of 2014, all focus went to Kyiv. It was clear that the little Euromaidans in small cities wouldn't do it, and from there, well, what you've seen on the news is what happened. The protests became more intense, and we can go through the dates, but I just want to talk about like what I personally saw with my own eyes here. If you have any other questions, it might help like organize my thoughts. But yeah, so just let me know.
Thank you so much, Mikhailo. And it is personal experience in Ukraine from residents like Mikhailo that we hear here on MriyaReport. And these are the voices of Ukraine we try to bring to everyone listening here. So please retweet MriyaReport. Bring your friends and family, your work associates here to learn what is happening now in Ukraine, to learn about history and culture, and to listen to Ukrainian voices themselves. It's very, very important. If those voices inspire you, go to MriyaAid.org. That's MriyaAid.org. Because at MriyaAid, you can make a contribution and send humanitarian supplies to Ukrainians as they survive in cities under attack by Russia. Mockers, welcome back. Please go ahead.
Yeah, you were just asking about, well, talking about the supply of ammunition and how, important it is to continue to supply ammunition because, let's face it, they're using it. And I've seen an update quite recently. France and Australia have agreed to jointly supply Ukraine with 155mm shells needed for artillery. And it's for the Western artillery pieces. Defence Minister Sebastian Lecornu and Richard Marles announced that on Monday, today. Yeah. So they have announced that they will jointly supply those. They didn't mention submarines once.
Submarines are not on the agenda. It's good to know no one's put them on the agenda. But what might be on the agenda is giving Ukraine the ability to hunt for Russian submarines in the Black Sea, because they are making their way to firing locations with predetermined coordinates, and then they launch missiles against Ukrainian targets, civilian targets. If you wonder why Russia is losing militarily, it's because they have chosen to fire almost 95% of their cruise missiles and drones and what have you at civilian targets, at power infrastructure, at hospitals, at schools, at residential areas, as we saw in Dnipro, now just barely a couple of weeks old. The very sad picture of a high rise in Dnipro being destroyed, and again yesterday the city of Kharkiv being shelled. Those shells aimed by Russians at residential areas. Prince Heather, you're back. Please go ahead.
Actually, I wanted to ask Mocker something since she came back up, and it was a tweet from her that I retweeted and saved. And I know she was sort of tickled one day last week regarding something regarding George Galloway, and I'm wondering if she wanted to share some new news about George Galloway.
Oh well, it is he's a bit of a clown, isn't he? And all I can say is it does appear that he was. Now, this isn't a venue for his no to NATO thing. It's just a venue for him going out and speaking some delightful hate speech, and his personal show has now also been cancelled. Ticketmaster have confirmed that they are no longer selling tickets, and that's awfully upsetting for him, I'm sure. That's about as gentle as I can be about that.
It was rather entertaining when I saw that tweet, because the first thing I thought of was how tickled you were to bring us some news about him last week. Um, and yes, it's not the event that we would like to see canceled, but it is something that is canceled, and that is a good thing also. And just while I have the mic for a second, I appreciate is it Mikhailo, who has shared with us his experience around the Euromaidan, which is absolutely wonderful. And I'm one of those people who, into my 50s here, I did not know much about Ukraine until 11 months ago, and I have learned a great deal. And one of the things that got me so interested in what was happening was a friend on Facebook posted um, that about the documentary Winter on Fire, and she said, if you haven't seen this, you need to go watch it now. And I watched it, and I watched it again, because it was so impactful for me to watch that and to see the grit and the determination of the Ukrainian people to rid their country of somebody who was not speaking for them and somebody who was being controlled by Russia, and the willingness to lay down their lives for that in a, I want to say, unorganized way, even though I know it was organized. It was more spontaneous than an organized military. And I when I first watched it, the first thing I said is the first time I finished watching it was, well, Putin's a fool. He didn't watch this, because if Putin had watched this, he would know that he's messing with the wrong people, because these people will fight with everything they have to keep their country and to win their freedom, and they will not give up. They will fight till the last person, if necessary. And I know that won't be necessary, because Ukraine is doing wonderfully. But it just, Winter on Fire. I mean, if at this point you haven't watched it, you need to go watch it. It is on YouTube. I preferred to watch it on Netflix because it had audio descriptions, which saved me having to read subtitles. But it is very, very impactful, and it shows you the true heart and the determination that we have seen from the Ukrainians for years. And we've seen, so much in the last 11 months. But it helps to remind you that they have had this heart and determination, and wish for freedom and wish to be part of the European um, environment for many, many years, and they will not give up no matter what. And it's just a very, very good and impactful. So, Michaela, I want to thank you for sharing your personal experience with that. And I see you put your hand up, so I'm going to turn it back to Alan and Iona, and just yeah, if you haven't seen it, find it and take a little bit of time out and watch it.
Thanks, Prince. And I'm going to turn it right back to Michaela. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think if one thing that Maidan really proved to the world is self-organization. The organization is really what why Maidan was successful in the end. People organized. so as I mentioned, like in the early days, it became clear that people had to hold on to the main squares. It was like, that's like the main square, the Maidan in every city is like ours, and we need to show the people in power that this is ours, and you're not going to push us out of here. And so it became it just became this amazing exercise in self-organization. You had to feed people. You had to people had to sleep there. People had to stay warm that winter. They organized self-defense. And I mean, yeah, if you take anything from, and the reason I tried to describe just through my own eyes, the just watching that self-organization, at least in our city, Lviv, pretty soon all of the main action went to the capital. And the same stuff happened there, by the way. But yeah, it was just amazing. And the thing is, those people didn't go anywhere. Those people are still here. And so I don't know what the Russians were thinking, but also I don't know what Western countries were thinking. They thought that maybe Ukrainians wouldn't resist. I mean, these are the same people. They didn't go anywhere. And so for me, I'm not a military analyst, but I knew Ukraine wasn't going down without a fight, and a fierce one at that. And well, that's what we've seen.
Yeah, and I think that's an excellent point, Mikhailo. The Ukrainians who came together in the Euromaidan Revolution of Dignity, it was a great first learning opportunity, as you point out, how to take collective action, how to organize in the most basic ways, how to organize to feed people, keep people safe, keep people warm, because this action was occurring in the winter. And no, those people have not gone anywhere. They are still in Ukraine. Any of them who were refugees at the very beginning of the war, many of those people have already returned to Ukraine out of their love of country, as many people are living in Kyiv today as lived in Kyiv before the Russians invaded. Prince Heather, go ahead.
It's just brought up to me the memory of the early days of the invasion, and a lot of video and footage that I saw that showed women, babushas, and all kinds of people gathering bottles and gathering what they needed to make Molotov cocktails. And it's that kind of determination. It's like they may come at me with a tank, but I'm going to have my Molotov cocktails and I'm going to do whatever I can to stop these people. It may not be the best weaponry, it may not be something that will really take out a tank, but it's something that I can do and that I will do to fight for my country, no matter how much it may seem small. It's what I'm going to do, and it's the determination and that kind of thing of people coming together and making Molotov cocktails to defend themselves, because they knew that even if they didn't have any weapons, they were going to find something to fight the Russians. And it's that same kind of determination that you saw on the Maidan of, we're going to do this and we're going to figure out how to do it no matter what it takes. And it just the what you guys have just been talking about just brought that back to mind, is those early days and some videos of people putting together those Molotov cocktails, because they were not going down with a fight no matter what the fight might be. They were going to have something to try to throw at the Russians because they don't want them around.
And of course, it was not only did we see, when we look back to the Maidan Revolution, we not only saw Ukrainians taking their first step towards a kind of unity now that is inspiring all of us, But we also saw the very first response that the Russians had, which was a response through propaganda, choosing to sow disunity, choosing to sow suspicion, and trying to divide the Ukrainian people with outrageous propaganda topics. And we laughed at them along with Mikhailo when he was remembering back that Russia was suggesting this revolution of dignity in Ukraine was actually sponsored and masterminded uh, by Western spy agencies. Nothing could be more laughable than that. As we do scan the news for items to report, just the other day, actually yesterday, in the course of conversation, Kazakhstan came up. Kazakhstan, of course, a former Soviet republic, and somewhat closely aligned with Russia. Of course, it shares a border with Russia, but Kazakhstan has taken some significant steps to help Ukraine. In addition to sending humanitarian supplies, just today, the Kazakh government has announced that they will take further steps to close their borders to Russian trucks. What's happening? Well, Russian trucks are driving through Kazakhstan, through and into Russia, and down into Belarus, or to front lines in the Belgorod Oblast. How do they do it? To avoid sanctions that Kazakhstan has joined in, these Russian trucks get re-registered as non-Russian trucks. Kazakhstan is stopping that procedure. So any of these Russian registered trucks that arrive in Kazakhstan will now be stuck in Kazakhstan. It might seem like a small thing, but it's a big thing simply because of the position that Kazakhstan finds itself in. Another former Soviet republic with a long border and a long history with Russia. And I'm going to continue to scan the news here. Iran has also been in the news, of course, and I am looking for updates to the military action that took place in Iran over the last couple of days. But we know that Iran is supplying Russia with Shahed drones and with cruise missiles and with ammunition. And it appears that, again, to circumvent sanctions, Iran and Russia have now joined their bank systems with interbank communication and transfer systems between Iran and Russia, simply to make it easier for financial transactions to be carried out. Again, might seem like a small thing, but it is indicative of the close alliance that Russia and Iran are forging and continue to forge. Please retweet this space, folks. If you want to come up and speak here in the middle of the day in Eastern Time in the United States, tap on your mic icon, request to speak. We'll try to bring you up. Once you're up, simply tap on the heart plus icon, raise your hand, and we will come to you in the order of the queue. That's how we try to do things here at MriyaReport. Keep the discussion as orderly and civil as we possibly can. Mockers.
Yes, my lovely.
I was just running out of breath there. I need some water to keep fresh and to keep going. let's see what else I've spotted today. Nothing is jumping up at the moment, and so I just, if I could go back to Michaela for one quick question, and it's a new kind of question, but I'm wondering, Michaela, how you found MriyaReport, and what difference MriyaReport makes to you, if any difference at all.
Yeah, so really, just from following OSINT accounts, I just learned about OSINT at the beginning of 2022, and yeah, I think just from following other OSINT accounts, the spaces would pop up at the top of the feed, and especially in February, in March, when like real time information was needed, I would always just follow the spaces, and it's really helped keep me sane at times. I love how this space is 24/7. There's always someone here, and I'm usually a listener, and so I appreciate all of you who are constantly up here, and it's much appreciated. On February 25th, I was listening to either this space or another one, talking about these, like, I don't know who they were, on February 25th, the second day of the full-scale invasion. Were these assassination squads or whatever? But that was the day, like, it just hit me, the reality of things hit me. And yeah, I had just like a anxiety attack, and yeah, it was rough, but always having people here, hearing people from all over the world interested in this, and witnessing what's happening, and not standing for Russian aggression has just been amazing. It's really like the best gift, and I appreciate all of you for constantly being here, and I'm sure lots of other people feel the same way.
Thanks, Michaela, and thank you for coming up to speak, and you're welcome anytime here. And we appreciate having you listening or speaking, whatever you're able to do. Mockers?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I've got something else, but I am exactly the same. I'm not there, but I find it very difficult to switch off from what's going on there. And if it wasn't for this space, I think I would have gone slightly mad at some point. It has helped to keep me sane as well. So yeah, no matter where in the world you are, if you care about Ukraine and you want to talk to people about it, you can always come and talk to us. We never mind talking about Ukraine. And on that subject, the British Defence Secretary Ben Wallace, excuse me, has stated that the UK may deliver the Challenger 2 tanks sooner than expected. He did say something about May. However, he also then said everything is going well, and those who are looking for signs of concern should not worry, as the tanks will arrive at the front unexpectedly. Now, that's just, yeah, unexpectedly. I like that. And also, another bit of good news from Ukraine. Ukraine has seized 32 million Ukrainian hryvnia belonging to Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska. In accordance with sanctions, the funds are from the Mykolaiv aluminium plant, and that's Ukraine's largest producer of metallurgical aluminium and aluminium hydroxide. The investigation revealed that the plant was privatized in 2000 by Deripaska's Russell Holdings, one of the largest aluminium producers. So, as well as cleaning house, they're picking up these people as well, the people that have been abusing the industry and taking money out of the country in ways that were obviously set up to sort of bring down and reduce the prosperity of Ukraine. And you can see how that's been a consistent approach to infiltrate and then sort of insert corruption to a point where then it's going to then start to have an effect on everything else. It's almost like dropping something in the pool, and it contaminates it for everybody else. And so these things are excellent. Whenever I see them picking up, monies that have been stolen, and getting rid of people who are obviously corrupt, it gives me a boost, because I know that these are things that Ukraine needs to do in order to move forward, in order to be a more prosperous and just a more progressive country moving forward, without being held back by the shackles of Russian aggression and Russian corruption. Ivana, go ahead.
Thank you, Marcus. So you were talking about the challenges, and we were talking with Alan before about the F-16s. I just found the tweet and then verified to be sure that the numbers are correct about the United States land lease to the Soviet Union during the war between 41 and 45. And I will read just a few numbers, and I have 2 points to that. One, to put things into perspective when we are speaking about weaponry and tanks and military help given to Ukraine. This is one. And second, Russia always says that basically Soviet Union won the World War II, and it's because of Russia and the Soviet Union that Nazis were defeated and so on. So what did Russia receive during the 4 years when it was on the Ally side in the World War II? Because the first 2 years it was on the side with Germany. Let's not forget that. So let me begin. 14,000 airplanes, 14,000, 13,000 tanks, 400,000 jeeps and trucks, and 2.7 million tons of petrol products and so on. So just to put it into a little bit of perspective, of course it was a world war, of course it was on 4 years, but the numbers are in tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. So when Russia brags about winning alone World War II, or when there is a problem with, I don't know, 200 tanks being delivered to Ukraine, let's remember these numbers. Thank you.
Yes, Russia does have a selective historical memory, and if you look at the history of World War II and why the United States was the factory of democracy, delivering armaments first to England or the United Kingdom, and then to Russia when it joined the Allies to defeat Nazi Germany. Russians tend to forget that. And so, as you want to just of weapons, tanks, and planes, and guns and ammunition of all kind, Russia could not have done what it did to defeat Nazi Germany without this help from the United States. They choose to forget that, but I'm sure that after Ukraine defeats Russia, no Ukrainian will ever forget what Western nations did to help, and not just the United States, not just European nations, but nations from all around the world. This may have been mentioned already today, but Poland has announced, I believe earlier today, that it could send F-16 jets to Ukraine. And by making such a suggestion, Poland is now pressuring other European countries and the United States with F-16 jets to join in. Mockers?
Yeah. Right. Dolman went over this a couple of times today, and I'm going to go to my notes. Yeah, here we go. So, Poland is unlikely to send F-16s themselves, even if they were sort of, happy to assist Ukraine. They have their own home concerns they need to worry about, and they are currently fielding most of their F-16s themselves. However, that said, there are other possible countries who could provide F-16s, one of them being Denmark. And you will notice that those representatives were with Zelensky today. So you never know. But yeah, Poland, what the Polish minister actually said was, we will work with NATO and our partners to discuss sending aircraft to Ukraine. So he never actually said that Poland was prepared to send their F-16s. It was a bad translation from Polish into English, and people got very excited, very excited. But yeah, when it comes down to it, the Polish F-16s are probably not likely. However, Denmark and one other country, which I've completely forgotten because my brain's a mush, are in the process of upgrading and may be able to dispatch some F-16s from their stocks. So we don't know numbers, we don't know times or anything yet, but it's certainly something that's being discussed, but probably not Poland's. There is, however, MiG-29s. There's apparently oodles of MiG-29s that may or may not be useful for Ukraine. It's just a case of whether or not the people that have them need them. The MiG-29s that belong to Poland, we don't know. It weren't very quiet on them, and we don't know if some of them were actually transported to Ukraine in parts, because there was tweets sent out saying, thank you, Poland, these parts fly really well. So perhaps some of them at least made it towards Ukrainian parts, but we can't say for sure. I'm sure it'll all come out after the war. So yeah, unfortunately, Alan, Polish F-16s not really on the table, but two other countries, one of them being Denmark, may be able to provide F-16s.
Thank you so much, Mockers, for correcting me and bringing me up to date. And here's an example of teamwork at MriyaReport. We're all scanning the news for items of interest, and we all try to verify what we can as soon as we can. And yes, just like Mockers and others, when I see something in a headline and then in more detail in the story, under the headline, I can get very excited. In this case, I became too excited about the prospect of F-16s possibly being conveyed from Poland to Ukraine. But the important thing, so we don't get to see those F-16s. It's not an active negotiation, in other words. But the important thing is that jet fighters are being discussed now, 2 weeks before Ramstein 9. So if they are at the top of at the tops of minds of European leaders, you can be sure that they will be a topic for discussion on February 14 at the next Ramstein conference. Let's see, there was just one other brief item I thought I saw, and now what was I thinking that I saw? I'll have to. What
While you're
window?
looking, Alan,
What window was I looking through, Mockers? I have too
the
many
round
windows.
window, the round window.
The round
Um,
window.
Yeah, while you're looking, obviously there's the UK MOD report today was very heavy on the possibility of continued mobilization in Russia, and the fact that people who were from other areas with the double passports or whatever they have, if they held a Russian passport, they weren't allowed to leave and go back to their home places, just in case, because they may be on the mobilised lists. In other words, expect yourself to get picked up off the street the next time you go out and get some coffee. So, yeah, that's still going on, and it's a situation. But a group of mobilised men who are poorly trained, poorly outfitted, thrown into a trench in the middle of God knows where. I can't say that they're going to be the most effective fighting force. In fact, there was a tale of one chap, or actually no, a group of chaps who had been sent out to the front. Their commanders had left them there, saying, here you go, protect this area. And they were shelled. And so the remainder made it all the way back to where they found their commander, who was very much behind the lines, who berated them for leaving their positions, even though their positions no longer existed, and then put them with another group. And they basically led them out to the forest and said, stay here for a bit, forgot about them. By the time somebody came back, they'd built themselves shelters out of branches, and they'd been foraging for food. They'd found a spring. They were sort of looking after themselves, and then they were taken from that position to another trench, which was basically just a long hole in the ground, nice straight trench line, which is neither use nor ornament. And in the bottom of it was about 2 inches of ice. And those guys were put in that trench and told, stay here. And I do believe a number of them may have snuck back to their nice, cozy places in the forest. So yeah, it's a situation that I feel as though they're not really given a chance to even do anything, and that's not a terrible thing in the circumstances. But yeah, it's a sorry situation. They're not behaving like a military. They're not treating anybody like they're in the military. Apparently, most of the time they were just subjected to threats and having guns fired at their feet to make them move. So yeah, What's morale doing?
I did see along this line, Mockers, a remark, and I think President Zelensky picked up on it as well, but this remark came from around Kremlin that the Russians are just throwing hundreds and hundreds of troops. Not, they're not talking about artillery shelling and that kind of thing. President Zelensky put it this way: that in the east, Russia is literally inundating the line of engagement with infantry, with soldiers, and these are those poorly trained mobics, and so it's Russia using people as a resource, not as a precious life. Uh, they disregard the heart and breath of every one of their soldiers, and will throw them forward, and not always with the best weapons, not always with weapons that even work, but simply pushing them forward in waves of human assault. It's absolutely horrifying to think that that this style of battle continues today. So I was so happy to come up in the middle of the day. It's a very rare thing for me to do, but now I have to get a few things done before coming back. And so I'll bid you all farewell. I haven't added much to the conversation. This is usually the time of day when I start to pull together topics for the evening back here in the evening in the Eastern time zone of the United States. But thank you for having me for a few minutes.
You'll have your lovely Daryl back tonight as well, I believe.
Yes, I hope Daryl is no longer traveling, that he has reached some destination or some place where he can connect and come back. He had a busy day yesterday too. I do know that. So, and on Saturday, he's part of tank ruts. He knows tanks and mechanized vehicles like no one else because he fixed them. If Daryl wasn't there to fix your tank wasn't going anywhere.
Well, thanks very much for coming and hanging out with me for a bit, Alan, and see you later.
Very good. Thank you, Mockers. Bye-bye, everyone.
The country that I could not remember was Holland. My apologies to the Dutch. So when we were talking F-16s earlier and I said Denmark and somewhere else, it was Denmark and Holland. And yeah, they are a possibility, shall we say. And welcome back, Prince.
Thank you. There we go. Now I have a request.
Excellent.
There we go.
That worked well. I didn't even have to ask for that one.
Yeah, there we go. Yes, I am back. I'll be back for a little while. Thanks for having me. And let's see what we got going on here.
Well, there was some news that came through yesterday that Italy had signed a gas production deal with Libya. This was brought to us by Reuters. And obviously that is an amazing thing because it's going to reduce their reliance on Russian gas. In fact, earlier on today, I may have retweeted. I hate it when I have to find something that I've retweeted. There we go. A nice little graph, and basically by deciding to have a special operation in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin destroyed in 50 weeks the trans-European gas sector that he had taken 50 years to build. So economic genius, Mr. Putin there. So yeah, economically, things are not great for Russia. We're hearing, however, today that they've done something to connect their banking system to Iran. Well, I'm no banking expert, but I have no idea if those two countries are going to be able to prop each other up. Maybe. But I think they were attempting to join their banking system with the Chinese, and that didn't quite work out. Chinese decided they weren't really interested in doing that, and for good reason, because Russia is not a good place to put your money right now, shockingly enough. So, folks, if you want to come up and talk to me, by all means you can. I don't like talking about any subject as long as it's not rude. And obviously, related to Ukraine would be nice. That's always a plus point. So,
Marcus,
yes, my lovely.
I have had this one thing stuck in my brain all morning. Something that I picked up on and saw recently. There's a documentary that we have not been able to watch yet, but I am very much looking forward to being able to watch. And it's called 20 Days in Mariupol. It premiered at the Sundance Film Festival here recently, and it eventually will be released by PBS for general viewership. But it has won an award. It won the award for World Cinema Documentary at the Sundance Film Festival. So I know that it's going to be a tragic and a heartbreaking documentary to watch, but I'm glad to see that it's getting attention and bringing the information to people who may not know and might not track exactly what's been going on in Ukraine, to let them be educated on exactly what happened in Mariupol. And like I said, I know it's going to be a very heartbreaking documentary to watch, but I think it's a wonderful thing that it's getting the attention at the Sundance Film Festival, where it made its world premiere, and eventually will be released for the general public to be able to watch. And I hope that by that release, it gets more attention and helps to educate people about the tragedies that have happened and the genocide that is happening in Ukraine right now. So I wanted to mention that. You know me, I come up with the more human interest kind of things a lot of times, as far as what is happening in Ukraine or related to Ukraine. And I think this is a really important one. I think this will be a documentary that makes some history and is very important.
I absolutely agree with you. I want to see it as well. Obviously, I'm not sure when I'm going to do that at the moment. Maybe I'll just have it fed directly into my brain. Michaela, go ahead, please.
That documentary sounds really interesting. Can you tell us who made it? What language is it in? Do you have that information yet? Was this made by journalists or filmmakers? And like, what style is it done? Is this like firsthand account of what happened in Mariupol, or is it more of like a talking head documentary?
I believe it's a first-hand account. They didn't go in meaning to make a documentary. They went in, I believe, as journalists, and it just ended up happening because they felt like people needed to see this. It is. I apologize. I cannot pronounce this guy's first name, but his last name looks like it's Chernihiv. But it's depicting the early weeks of the full-scale invasion. And yeah, I can look up some more stuff, but it is I haven't seen which language it is in, but it wouldn't surprise me if there's a mix of English because it's going to be PBS related, which is the public broadcasting system in the United States. That it will have a mix, sort of like the documentary in which we met the firefighter, which documentary I cannot remember the name of at this exact moment, but I have a feeling that there will be some English and there will be some Ukrainian in there that will have some subtitles or something along those lines. So I have not seen which language it's in. It actually does not even have its own Wikipedia page yet at this point. So I'm just trying to find some information out about it myself. But I saw that it won that award, and Sundance Awards are pretty prestigious and good to have when you're putting something like this out.
Absolutely. And yeah, I did see it won an award, and I did want to put that in my to watch list. Although I'm not sure quite when I'm going to do it. I'm sure I'll get there at some point. Now, no, it's not that.
So
Yeah,
Mockers,
please,
just real
if
quickly,
you see it, will you pop it in the nest? Will you pop that in the
what's
nest?
that?
That documentary.
Yeah, I will. What I'll do is I'll pop probably the tweet that I saw where it was being awarded. It's not available for public view yet, and yes, they're Ukrainian journalists who are trapped in the besieged city of Mariupol. Um, yeah, and struggle to continue their work. They end up documenting things, which ends up becoming a documentary. And that's on IMDb. I haven't been able to see what language it is in yet. There's, some articles about it here and there, but nobody goes into those kinds of details that I've been able to find yet.
Go ahead, Mikaleo.
So, question from the news today. I'm not sure if this was just a Twitter rumor or where I even saw it. And supposedly the original source is Russian. That in Vuhledar, an entire unit of like Russian naval infantry was wiped out. Did any of you come across that today? And how true do you think it is? And maybe more generally speaking, what are the most recent updates from Vuhledar, if you know?
Okay, so yeah, Vuhledar. The Russians really tried to take it. They really did try and take it. And they got themselves in a bit of a mess. If you notice over the last few days, the figures for liquidated personnel has been huge, along with a large amount of trucks and tanks and other vehicles. And this is because they made a big push into Vuhledar and got themselves absolutely spanked. The situation is still in flux. There are different sources saying different things. So it's not possible to say exactly what's what. The Russians may still be in control of part of Vuhledar. However, it would appear that they were, as they attacked, they were counterattacked, and they didn't come off the best. And yes, there is a suggestion from Russian sources that the 155th Marine Brigade of the Pacific Fleet is effectively no longer in existence. I believe that was the correct group, although there's so many of them. May have got it wrong, but them. Anyway, yeah, apparently they pretty much disappeared off the face of the earth. And if you looked at the numbers of people and the numbers of vehicles, for nearly 3 days, they lost almost a brigade a day, which to me, but to military people, apparently that's huge. And if you lose a brigade in a day, then you need sacking as a military man, apparently.
Amazing. It's amazing the punishment they'll take, and how many people they're willing to just waste away.
Yeah,
Marcus,
yeah. Go on.
I popped a tweet from Frontline, who will be releasing that in collaboration with PBS up into the nest there, about the winning of the award. There's not really even a good web page for the single documentary, so it's just a nice little article about it. And it tells a little bit about how the journalists were stuck there in Mariupol and managed to document the horrors, and saying, that it is difficult to watch, but it is important to watch. So if people want to look a little bit more about that, that is up there in the nest.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, brilliant. So all those people who have DM'd me saying, what's this, and what's it about, and where can I see it, please go up to the nest and have a little look there, and you'll be able to see. Crikey. Right, sorry. I just had an awful lot of messages then, all of a sudden. I was just like, oh my God, what am I missing? But no, it's just different stuff. So, what I can tell you is that MriyaReport, Tim Sennett, you might see him early of a morning or late of an evening if you are in the US. And he is currently in Ukraine. He has met some exceedingly interesting characters, such as the CEO of Ukrzhelezniczia, I think so, who popped in and said hello to us the other day, and I begged him to come to the UK and sort out our train system, but apparently he's a bit busy at the moment. Can't imagine why. And he's been following him around, but he's also been going to a number of different places in Ukraine and meeting other people. And today he was with Chef Zhenya, who is obviously a favourite of the space. We do love Chef Zhenya, and I am quite sure Tim had a fabulous day, because he'll have been with a chef all day, and somebody who is probably like, just here, try this, taste this. Do you want some food? He'll have just had a fabulous day. I bet you he's sleeping it off already. I'm quite jealous that he's got to meet Chef Zhenya in the real time, in the flesh.
But you bring up the rail system, which I think is so important, and it's something that I like to talk about, and the connection that, well, the work that they have been doing to keep the railway working, and to keep the railway working on time, has just been absolutely remarkable. And the projects that they've been doing, like reconnecting to Romania during this time, where they got it done in an amazing amount of time, and then they had to wait for Romania to finish their period, their part of it. And all being said, that the things that they have to endure to be able to get this stuff done. And I'm looking right now for the bookmark that I have, because I know I didn't delete it. I had it on here recently, where even and I've said this more than once, is even as they're keeping the railways working, we don't think about the people in different services who are becoming victims, casualties in this war, where it's been that in the 11 months of the war, 307 railway workers have been killed and 665 injured, because those are the kinds of things that we don't always think about. We see the coverage of the civilian damages, like with the apartment complex in the Dnipro. We don't really hear about firefighters who have lost their lives, but that they have to be there. And who would have thought about the railway workers losing their lives as a result of keeping these trains running? But they're doing that, and they're doing it with great effectiveness, and they're making progress in expanding their ability to provide service through Romania, all while this is going on, and all while keeping their rails running just amazingly in a time of war. And it's just, I admire what he has done with this so much, and I'm so looking forward to what we get out of Tim's visits with him, because I believe there's going to be a little bit video made regarding that. So I thought I'd point that out too, because Tim spending time with him like he has the last several days, and going on and spending all that time with him and doing videos with him and interviewing him is just a very important good thing, and I'm just really looking forward to that. And I appreciate Tim spending so much time over there, and getting us some good information that we'll be able to spread and share with people about the things you don't necessarily always think about.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to some of the videos he's doing, just about how life goes on, basically. Now, I have just seen and retweet something from Jessica Berlin, which I found hilarious, because Jessica Berlin bumped into Sarah Ashton Cirillo yesterday when she was visiting Ukraine. And so she gives her a little interview there, just about her life as a C-list Nevada celebrity prior to going to Ukraine and joining up the ZSU. So I just think it's amazing that we talk to these people, we see them online, we hear their views, and then we see them in newspapers and on the telly as well. And I feel a bit like my life's taken a surreal turn. I'm like, oh, I know people that other people actually listen to. That's quite good. Yeah. My life has become very strange since the invasion of Ukraine, but certainly not as strange as the life of Ukrainians. I can well believe that.
Well, and the other thing maybe to highlight about Sarah lately is her account is temporarily unavailable. Did you know that?
Oh yeah, she's not fussed about that. I think she actually may have taken down her account for the time being, because she's not going to be in a place where she's going to be able to look at it anyway. So yeah, I believe that was a conscious choice to take it off.
I actually thought it had to do with the video that she had posted with
it was a header picture, and it was a Ukrainian flag, and it had some blood on it, and somebody took umbrage to it apparently. Yeah, but even though the ban is up, we have so many days to reactivate the account, and she said, well, until I get back from where I'm going, I'm not going to, so you'll have to live without me for a little bit, which is fair enough, isn't it? I mean, the Bird app is it's here for us to find out what's going on, and try and keep up to date. But I think when you're on the ground and you've got other things to do, it's probably not your biggest priority. Just a thought for me.
Yeah, no, completely. I mean, she's got more important things to do, but it's also very interesting just to see how some people who are there supporting Ukraine are being treated on Twitter, that sometimes is a little different than you would expect.
Yeah, and I don't know if many people have been watching our Israeli friend Nuclei. He is been able to show some really interesting videos, and I'm just looking at some art design for something that was, here we go, our battalion shot down a Russian Su-24 with this. So they've decided that they're going to put a design on it. Yeah, I just think, as a memento, I believe they're going to probably auction it off once they've designed it. But there's a lottery thing going on there, and so you can put in your design for the Stinger missile outer cover, which they use to shoot down a Su-25, and I think that's a perfectly good thing to be doing.
It is a good thing to do. It is a good thing to be doing, and it's, you're giving me the opportunity to talk about Etsy, which people have started to tease me about, but the great great recycling that Ukraine is doing with these destroyed Russian equipment, and how they're turning it into items that you can buy on Etsy. You can buy a piece of a tank. You can buy a piece of a jet that's been shot down. You can buy a piece of an artillery shell that's been shot down, or that's been used. And you can buy, they're doing a wonderful job recycling by taking these items and putting them into bits and pieces and selling them as tokens and things that you can um, from Ukraine, where they have destroyed a piece of Russian equipment. And so it's all good for the environment, recycling all these items, and good for supporting Ukraine, because the money then goes to Ukrainians who are making these products, and some of them are also being donated to charities for humanitarian aid and such.
Yeah, I've just been sent a a news report from Michael McFall, where he's written quite an in-depth analysis, and is basically, when I get to the bottom of it, is stop giving things in bits and pieces and open the floodgates. And I can get behind that. I can get behind that. I also have, here we go, in Zaporizhia Oblast, Russian sources did not report any ground attacks for the third consecutive day. Ukrainian forces, however, conducted a HIMARS strike against a bridge in, oh, here we go, Svitlodarnysk. Yeah, that's the best you get, which is 20 kilometers north of Melitopol. If anybody wants to come up and tell me how. Dryfly?
Hi. I was just going to send you, you were talking about things that could be done that would help local economies in Ukraine. I'm going to send one of you all, I can either send you or Heather, pictures of 275 millimeter shells, artillery shells, that my grandfather brought back from World War I. He was a lieutenant in World War I. And when he was there, after the war was over, he was returning through some of the villages in France where people were absolutely devastated, just totally devastated. Okay. And there were locals taking just stuff and making memorabilia and artifacts. This is all before the internet, before Etsy, before anything. And they were hammering on the name places onto these shells decoratively, very decoratively, and then selling them to the soldiers who were on their way home. My grandfather picked up 2 of them. I inherited them, and I've carried them. My family's kept them all their lives. The point is that they were not cheap. I mean, they weren't expensive relative to what people needed to live, but considering they just took 2 wasted shells that they found laying on the ground and then hammered them to make them decorative, and then sold them to the GIs or the doughboys, whatever you wanted to call them in those days, was a big plus. And I guess there's quite a few of these across the country from soldiers at that time, but it was money that was extremely valuable to the local communities. And there's a lot of pieces of harmless yet interesting war paraphernalia floating around Ukraine. And if you all know anyone through the groups like Ryan and others who are craftsmen who can manufacture from this waste, very much like the pieces of blown up IFTs and tanks that are being sold on Etsy, I would strongly encourage them to do it. I think it's not a solution in the long run, but it sure may put money in people's pockets and help spread the word. I will take pictures of both of these 2 and send it. Do you want me to send it to through DM to Heather or to you, or what would you want me to do?
Yeah, yeah.
I would.
Because I'd
Yeah,
love to see that.
yeah. One of them's got Argonne 1918 on it, and the other one is Verdun 1918. And
Those
he actually fought in at least one of those. I think he fought in the Battle of Argonne, but then I think he passed through Verdun, and he knew the significance of it. So he had an artisan make one of those too.
Those are amazing. That sounds amazing. I would love to see pictures of those.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that I bought as a gift, because it was not a very expensive one, was a piece of a shell that was made into a keychain, and it had the Russian warship "Go F Yourself" image imprinted on it. So they're doing things like that, taking pieces and putting the images and things like that. They're putting, yeah, there's specifically ones that are imprinted with where and when, like, a plane was shot down.
Yeah, well, that
And
would be what I would do. And the other thing they may do, and you may bounce this off Constantine when you guys talk to him next, is some of the units could scratch their names on it, and artisans hammer it out and then sell it, and the money goes to support the units. I think that would be right up there with your fellas as an opportunity, because I mean, it costs some money to ship a 150 millimeter or a 120 millimeter shell back, but people will pay real money and they will sit by fireplaces forever, because that's what we did with ours. Mine sat by my fireplace as a child. My grandfather had already died by that time, but my mother, who was closest to him, kept it forever. And amongst my kids, they fight over those shells more than the other stuff I have. I mean, I have a pistol that he carried in World War I, and then my father carried it in World War II, the same pistol. He had it in the trenches in World War I, and then my dad carried it as a sidearm in World War II. I have his helmet. I have a lot of stuff, but the thing that everyone wants in the family are the shells with the places on them and the story about how it went. And I could easily see people, a generation or 2 from now, after this is all over, saying, this is how we supported Ukraine. We bought a couple of these, and oh yeah, they sit by the wood stove or the fireplace or the mantle or whatever. And but I'll send you a picture of it. I've been meaning to do that for some time. I just haven't done it. But I think it would be useful to artisans in country to think like this, because I do believe people around the world will pay money to support that. I know I would. So anyway, Heather, I'll try to Prince, I'll try to send it to you. Is that okay, or Mockers, or both, or what?
both of us.
Yeah, please.
I will do it. It'll be a little bit, but it'll probably be about half an hour or so, but I'll make sure it gets out today.
Yeah, no worries, man. Thanks.
Yeah, you bet. Bye-bye.
great. What was fun, I think, too, about what I said to my friend with the piece of the shell is it did specify which unit the shell came from. It came from the Kraken unit. So I was able to find a video, of course, on Twitter of the Kraken unit firing artillery shells and a building exploding as a result. And once the gift was opened, I sent that video along, and it just made the gift ever more special for my friend. She thought it was absolutely one of the most amazing things ever. So it's good to be able to put stories behind these little tokens to just emphasize exactly what they mean.
Well, I would love probably a souvenir memento, something like that, that I knew I had paid money for to support somebody. I mean, people are buying T-shirts and they're having things written on shelves and things like that. And yeah, I understand that people want a piece of history, and well, something like that would indeed be a piece of history. Um, what's going on at the moment will be the subject of many a history book. I'm absolutely certain when I am long gone, people will still be talking about Ukraine and their incredible battle for freedom. Cat's trying to steal my crisps.
You go fight with your cat for a second. I'm sure they will, but the little small things are little small things, and they are cool. But I think this idea that Dryfly has had about sending like an intact piece of the shell once it's been fired is absolutely fascinating and absolutely amazing. And we've heard people talk about little items that they have received from people in Ukraine and patches and things such as that. But I also believe I heard somebody say they received like a canteen with a bullet hole from a Ukrainian person who had taken it off of a Russian soldier. So things like that, some of those kinds of things are being picked up and being sent to people for collections. But I think this idea, Dryfly, I think that it's just an amazing thing to have there on your fireplace, to be able to, tell the history of your family and the history that people sometimes forget and don't always listen to and don't always remember. Because for me, I don't have a history of relatives fighting in these wars, but you do, and being able to have that big shell sitting there at the fireplace is just amazing. And like you said, I'm sure it would cost a bit to ship, but it very well maybe it would be very well worth it to be able to do that, to be able to put the money back into the economy of the Ukrainians, and to help with the fight and to help support a Ukrainian person. That's just one of the things I said also, is that, even if you're buying a gift on Etsy for somebody, even if they're not necessarily donating some of the proceeds, which of course donating some of the proceeds is a good thing, but even if they don't, you are supporting a human in Ukraine to be able to live. And the most recent thing I bought was a set of nesting dolls, and the person was very clear with me that it would be delayed because she was busy doing humanitarian work. So the way I see it is, even if she doesn't donate to part of the proceeds to a charity specifically, she is donating her time, and my purchase was able to put money in her pocket to be able to donate her time to do humanitarian work in Ukraine there, to help her countrymen, and women, in this fight, to make sure that people are being taken care of.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's many people in Ukraine, or who have been forced to move out of Ukraine, who are trying their best to continue their businesses. And So any support that they can receive, and I know for a fact that a lot of those people who are outside of Ukraine are any money that they make that they can send back, they are doing. They're helping friends and family members, and they're also making a point of, you know, purchasing things from Ukraine themselves to just try and assist the economy. I don't know if we all saw a picture of some Wagners who have recently been rounded up in Bakhmut and how old they were. I'm not sure when these guys were originally sent to war, but they weren't young men. And there's a picture here of these 5 individuals lined up with blindfolds on, and well, I can safely say I've never seen a more motley crew of dudes off the street. Not a single one of them is dressed the same. They are all wearing shoes, at least proper shoes, although they don't look fabulous compared to the Ukrainian boots. And yeah, not a single one of them looks as though they're a soldier, even, because they're all just wearing different stuff. They're just a motley group of guys, and it astounds me that they don't shoot each other more, because they don't look like a team. You know what I mean? You've got. Can you imagine if you had a football team where nobody wore colours, you didn't know who was on what team, you were just all running around in the same coloured top? Well, it'd get confusing, wouldn't it? And that's why they have away colours, folks. That's why they have away colours. And these guys, yeah, they're all just sort of, you know, dressed in clothes, slightly grey colour. I can't imagine that you would be able to recognise them as one of your own from a distance. It seems just like they've been hauled off the streets in the clothes they were stood up in and given a jacket, pretty much. And yeah, it's a sorry situation. When you see the professionalism on the Ukrainian side, and when you see the training and the discipline that they have, I think, you know, the difference is night and day. Now, there is one of my sources here who I tend to look at regularly, and just a couple of points that he's brought up. Oh yeah, he's made it clear as well that the Polish Prime Minister actually said nothing has changed. If NATO acts in this matter, we will be happy to help. That's what they've said. So quiet in Ukraine today, apparently, but not really. There's been damage in Kherson to one of the most historical buildings in the city. In the Dnipropetrovsk region, there has been an explosion, and also an explosion possibly on the outskirts of Dnipro city, but that could have been air defense. These appear to be explosions relating to Russians going boom, and not the other way around. However, later on, Kherson region, they've started using that incendiary type munition. It's likely thermite. It's not the banned incendiary munitions. Thermite, we've seen, it lights up the sky, but it also sets everything on fire. So it can be used for lighting up a battlefield at night, but it appears to just be being used just to set things on fire, which, you know, is a war crime. Amber, please cheer me up.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, my lovely.
Well, I came for two reasons. First being Prince here. I want to welcome her up and to say I'm really, really glad she joined the ranks. I know it's not her first time up, but it's the first time I see her here, and I have the opportunity to come up and speak. And I wanted to formally welcome her and to say I'm glad I see her here.
One of us.
Thank you, Anda. You are so sweet. And it is actually only my second time up as co-host. The first time was for an hour or so, a little bit earlier today. So it is still the first day, and I'm still trying to get used to juggling 10 things at once and making sense of it all. So I'll get there, but I appreciate it, Anda, and I appreciate you. And is it time to go to bed? Because we always tell Anda to go to bed. I was just trying to figure out what time it is in Romania there.
9:20, 9 p.m. So I'm getting there. I have 2 emails to send and some more chat, and then I'm going to bed. But I wanted to not lose my respect here as bringing news, and I wanted to ask if you discussed about the fact that there is an American, not only, but an American remote maintenance team in Poland, and not only. Do you know anything about her? Or shall I tell? I'm really excited to tell. So.
Oh, yeah, you're obviously excited. I'll let you go.
So, the thing is, I heard something about it some time back, but I didn't know if it was implemented, and now I saw an article on it, and I'm really, really happy. The base idea is the U.S. military, so the troops per se, and other NATO troops cannot go on the so members of the NATO countries, soldiers from the members of the NATO countries in their quality as soldiers of NATO countries. So not as individual soldiers or individuals per se, like I'm going to Ukraine. So they technically are not allowed to go into Ukraine and provide practical assistance to the Ukrainian soldiers. So they thought about how to help the Ukrainians, and they put up a hotline, basically. There is a hotline for soldiers, but what they get there is how to fix their artillery systems. So initially there were like 50 people, something like that, and they estimate that in the coming weeks the number of the of this tech support hotline will be one. It's late. 150 people. So there are some chat lines which are opened. It's an online helpline, right? So it sounds really funny, but actually it helps Ukraine. So they get calls from right from the.
Fix my arty.
Sorry.
0800 fix my arty.
They get calls from the front lines sometimes, and Ukrainian soldiers are trying to explain what's wrong with the equipment, because they some of them were trained outside the country, but some of them were trained on the job, right? And they don't know. There were some cases in which the instructions they got, they were in English, and the soldiers were actually not English speaking. They could not read or speak fluently English, so it was a pain to figure out what to do and how to do it, right? So they struggled with it. And when the equipment has problems, they need someone to fix it. And sometimes you have an experienced person with you, and most of the times they don't. So they figure out that they can call or enter these chat rooms and actually ask for help. What do I do? It's jammed here. It's I don't know. How do I exchange this? I have this noise. I have this problem. It's this and that. So it's challenging, but it is a way of actually helping the Ukrainian soldiers practically. There were times someone told about this, and they said something like, there were times when they will get a picture with a broken howitzer, and the message from the Ukrainian soldier was, this 777 just blew up. What do I do now? So they need, for example, there is a thing which is called titanium welding, and some of them learned how to do that through this chat line, and some equipments which were broken could be fixed in 2 days, with help, with a lot of sweat and I'm sure a lot of swears, but it happened, right? And I was thinking that it's a really interesting and innovative way of helping people remotely, and I'm really happy that there are guys who actually are doing this, because it makes a difference for the Ukrainian artillery men who actually figure out how to have the equipment running again, and basically they can go back into battle, right? They are fighting for their country, so they don't have time to wait on the sidelines for 2 or 3 weeks or something like that. So yeah, it's something between do it yourself and helpline. So we can call it an artillery hotline. Yes. So I thought it's half funny, half really, really, really sweet. Let me tell you, I think this is really sweet, and I'm really happy. So I'm looking forward to send this link to CJ, to be completely honest, and to ask him if he ever gave instructions on a M777 on the phone. So that would be something. All right, this is what I wanted to bring up today, and I really hope you will have a lovely evening or afternoon.
Well,
It's night time here.
yeah, it's not even noon yet here. But it makes me think of some things that I saw yesterday about shops in Poland that are repairing broken Ukrainian equipment, which we've pretty much thought was happening along the way. But it was nice to see the confirmation of these repair shops for Ukrainian equipment that are set up and working very well in Ukraine, and that just goes right along with it. And I do like the 1-800 Fix My Arty idea. I think that's a fabulous thing and great progress there in a way to help the Ukrainians.
I remember us having a guest on the space a while back, and he spoke about, I think he was something to do with procurement or contracts, and he spoke about looking for these people, for people who were military experts who could literally sit in an office and advise if Ukrainian forces phoned them and asked them for information or assistance with something. So I would think that that is part of that network, that sort of setup of assistance by phone for any of the equipment. It makes sense because these people can't go there and fix it themselves. They can't be active participants, but they can advise by telephone, and it's genius if you ask me.
Indeed it is, and it actually it gives me a feel good, I don't know, a feel good feeling, like it can be done. If you want to help, you just have to look for ways to help, right? If you want to do something, it can be done. You just want to you just need to search hard enough. So I will go to sleep, but I will go to sleep with a very positive mood today. So thank you for having me, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroem Slava, my dear. And yeah, you're right. If you really want to do it, if you really want to achieve it, it can be done. Free the leopards, for example. And let's get on to feed the leopards. I think that's our next one. Karen, go ahead. You've been waiting patiently.
Hi, girls, and hi, guys. Marcus, remember earlier you talked about the Danish government visiting Mykolaiv today?
Yes, I did.
I just saw the news, so I wanted to bring you some good news as well. Because there was an interview, and our defense minister said that until now, the Ukrainian army had when they had a wish list from Denmark, they've pretty much got what they wanted from that wish list, and that they would go on with that because Ukraine just had to win that war. They just had to. So, and they actually talked about Leos in that setup. So it's like they're talking about the Leopard tanks Denmark has. So that's a bit of good news.
Yeah, that's excellent news. I believe Ukraine have taken a wish list to an awful lot of people and asked very nicely. And the fact that Denmark can confirm that they've pretty much got everything they wanted from their wish list, I mean, that sounds like excellent news.
Yeah, that's what we need. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. So I'll say very good evening to everyone and drop down again. So
Thank
yeah,
you very much. Thanks a lot, Karen. And yeah, more of that, please. If we can have some more countries just saying yes, by all means, give us a list and we'll just give you what's on it. That sounds like a good plan to me. Sorry, guys, I've got a cough.
No worries. Maybe.
Oh, hello.
Hi there.
Hello, you.
What a day. Well, the good thing is that Switzerland seemingly is making very fast decisions as to how to make available part of their 96 old tanks. And seems that somewhere in the region of anywhere between 50 and 55 may well be made available to a friendly nation, which could then be responsible for taking it over and handing it to Ukraine.
That is a bit surprising, but very, very good to hear. Always like to hear Switzerland jumping up there and doing what they should be doing.
Are you telling me that Switzerland is no longer Switzerland?
It is. It is. It is just very neutral, and therefore they have. See, when other people mothball tanks, some of them, how should I put this? Some of them don't mothball them well. Others do the Swiss thing, meaning they mothball them, and every year they then unpack them, which means you have to really clean everything. You have to strip them off. You have to test them. You have to say take certain components off. You have to lubricate and make them shiny, and then you have to drive them. And every year they did a test drive. So Swiss preservation maintenance, proper. That's how good they are. And these are 2A4s, so they fit within the same brigade setup, which is envisaged for one sort of the old Leopards, which is quite neat. So there you go.
Even better news. We like that. Come on, Swiss. The thing is that the Swiss have a very. I've been to Switzerland a couple of times, just to explain. They have a very strong idea of self-defense. Everybody is trained in some way to assist if they were ever attacked. And every household has access to arms and munition, just in case they need to. And you know what? I've never seen any issues with massive gun crime there or anything like that. My friend who lived there, he had a special lockbox which he had to keep his gun in, and every year he went back and had special training to make sure that he was still capable of handling his gun properly and cleaning it properly, and moving with a team. So, you know, it is something that obviously the Swiss do believe that the military is important, and it's nice to know they look after their stuff. So, with regards to the tank shell dry fly, thank you very much for sending me that. Beautiful. And yeah, bigger than I expected as well. So yeah, I was thinking something about the size of my hand, and it's not. It's like a big, tall shell. It's one of them. But yes, I didn't expect them to be so decorative. And Something like that. It's a brilliant idea. Although these days, you know how Ukraine is very, very technologically capable and progressive these days. What's the betting they do laser etching? Go ahead, Dryfly.
Yeah, well, that's just one idea, but I just thought of it listening to you all about the need for local craftsmen. Yeah, my grandpa, he was still alive when I was very young, but I didn't get to talk to him. I think he passed away when I was like 4 or 5. But I remember my stories from my mother saying how they would walk through these villages and they would just be completely bombed out. I mean, it was Northeast France. You know, he was in the trenches. And these old men, because they're not young men were all at the front. It was old men and their wives out there hammering away on the shells and then selling them to GIs for basically the money they would need then to buy food to live. Okay, it was pretty stark, but they were beautiful. I mean, they're absolutely crafts work. You know, worked crude. I mean, it's simple. If you look at them, you can see that they just used a punch and a hammer and probably a mandrel, but they'd sketch out the design, and the designs are classic early 1900s Art Nouveau, and the GIs would give them some money and take them and send them home, or carry them home. But it was a win-win for everybody. I mean, it came in our family forever to remember the sacrifices my grandpa made fighting in the trenches, the sacrifices they made fighting in those villages, provided food on the table and memories for the family. I think there's opportunity in Ukraine for that as well. Regrettably, there'll be a lot of shells left over. There'll be a lot of stuff, and they do make great vases. What my mother used to do is go out seasonally and pick, like, weeds and dried flowers and stuff like that, and put them in there, and she set it, either on a table or on the by the fireplace, the mantle, for in memory of her father. So I mean, it was, people kind of look at it and say, gee, that's kind of a grim thing, but what it was sort of the sacrifices they made and the losses that occurred. I mean, there were a lot of men he lost because he was actually on the front. They were in trench warfare. Not many Americans saw that, but he did. And it was memories for the people that they knew. And generations later, there isn't a day goes by that I don't see those, because they sit next to my wood stove. So anyway, it's just a thought. When you're passing around talking to other people, you can share that picture with them. Not saying they should copy, but that idea I think would be good. And I think people would buy some of those shells, especially, in the original Ukrainian, of the date, time, and place, and the story behind it. I mean, it's heartbreaking we have to go through this, but there's a lot of people who are living it, at least emotionally, with the people suffering at the time. And I will listen. Thank you.
I would bet that Axel would love to have a couple of those there on his estate, possibly near the wood burning fire to enjoy looking at while he is relaxing and sipping a nice glass of whiskey.
You got me right.
Axel would very much enjoy those. They are extremely beautiful, and no, not exactly what I was expecting to see either, but they are absolutely stunning. And Axel, was it you who told us that somebody sent you some little things from Ukraine as mementos, war mementos?
Yes, our friends, when they came back from Ukraine for the second round of their training here at the Baltic Defense College in Estonia, they brought us a few things. And same went for Tim when Tim returned from one trip he made to bring trucks to Sergei Haidar, the obviously the governor of the Luhansk Oblast, whose oblast is unfortunately to a large extent occupied. He came back with a canteen. Unfortunately, that canteen has a few holes because it was shot at. So yes, we do have these kind of mementos.
So my memory did not betray me. I was able to recall that because we were talking. Did you see these shells that Dryfly has shared with us? I should send you the picture.
No, I don't have them. But what is this? Leopard A7 shells, or?
These are shells from World War One, dry fly.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We may have lost dry fly. Let me.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I just don't know. You guys were talking to me. Yeah, actually, those are shells my grandpa brought back from the front in World War One. And what they were was he was walking back from the front, and they were marching back. I think the war had already was over then, and they were starting to work their way back. There were people on the side of the road who were hammering out these old 75s shells and putting names and places on them and the dates. And the two that my grandpa has is from Verdun, 1918, and Argonne, 1918. And I believe he fought in Argonne, but he just passed through Verdun. If the story is correct, it may be that they had some conflicts in Verdun too, but obviously that would have been well after the 1916 massacre, the 1916 bloodbath. But yeah, he did fight in the front, and he brought him back. And so at the time, it was just souvenirs for him. But what none of us realized, and my sister learned later when she went to France, was how vitally important it was for the local villagers at that time. Those are the only jobs they had, was selling mementos like that to the passing U.S. GIs primarily. Some English GIs too, or soldiers too. But the Americans especially had money. They were going home. They were taking stuff with them, and they parted with the money fairly freely. It helped the local economy quite a lot, and they put enormous amounts of effort into the design. Those have sat on the mantle places of our family for, well, since 1918, since he returned. And my mother always used to put flowers in it, or cut grass, that kind of dried grass, that kind of a thing, in memory of her father. And I'm just thinking that there's so much of that stuff over there right now, and there's a lot of craftsmen and artisans and stuff. It may be something that somebody wants to do. I mean, yeah, they're big. I mean, 152 or 155s are a whole lot bigger than 70 French 75. But still, it's the kind of thing that someone may want to spread the word, find someone who could do something with it. But with all the name places now that are etched in our brain,
I think we'll leave this to the Ukrainians. They'll find out what works. I mean, certain elements, obviously, certain elements from patches to small little things like uniform components, which are donations. They are not war trophies, but say there's a different element to this on the legal side. Certain components are war trophies, and they should be handed back to the CSU or not ever been exported. But that's a different thing. But I do understand and respect what you said about what people found, for example, in Flanders and all across the Netherlands and the front lines of the First World War. Most of these things, obviously, when they have a personal relevance, depending on who brought them where, that's a different form of memento. But if, for example, these come from soldiers' graves and the likes, that's a completely different ballgame and should not be touched.
Oh yeah, well these weren't from the graves. These are just laying on the ground. Yeah, they're just shells, and the locals hammered them out. And the thing that made it significant was actually the artwork, but it's also the significance of the sort of the conversion of swords to plowshares, kind of a thing, and the fact that the villagers at that time had little or no other income. I mean, there was virtually no income in Northeast France at that time, other than war. So anyway, I just thought I would send it because I don't know what they can do. I mean, I don't know if sending pieces of tanks are better. People are doing that, or AFVs and debris that they're finding, but I do think that there is an opportunity if it could legally. And the other problem is the logistics. Of course, these are not small; these are enormous. The modern weaponry. So, and they're not dangerous. They're not going to blow up. But I hear what you're saying.
Oh, good. Thank you very much, Marcus. I can see David there.
Yes, David is coming up to have a little swap out with me because I need to have a nap. I haven't had a nap all day. That's why I'm like out of sorts. I usually have an afternoon nap, would you believe? Yeah, I am a little old woman. I apologise. So I shall say good evening for now, and I'm sure I'll speak to you all again very soon.
See you on the flip side. David, good evening. David? Does David have an audio issue, or do I have one?
You do not have an audio issue. I do not hear David speaking at all. And David has now disappeared.
Well, then we'll get him back. It's probably an audio issue which we can fix quite easily.
Yeah, he'll come back. So the one thing that I've sort of kept here in the background that I noticed today, if I can get back to this other screen, was Poland talking about defense funding and Poland increasing their defense funding. Poland has a military budget right now of just less than 2.5% of its GDP, but the prime minister has been saying that he wants to increase that figure to 5%. That is a significant number, and that I believe would be one of the highest numbers in NATO as far as GDP percentage for defense funding. Is that correct, Axel?
That is correct.
Well, aren't you just a wealth of information and added commentary about something like that? I appreciate it so much, Axel.
I'm sorry, I was just actually wolfing down the food which was put in front of me. I apologize.
Okay, well then just go check your Twitter DMs. I sent you the picture that Dryfly sent me. Go ahead, John. What do you need? What do you got going on there?
Yeah, hi everyone. I just wanted to add to what Dryfly had mentioned. If anyone's in the United Kingdom, you can search for the war records of your forebears through various, mostly commercial sites. I think the government sold the data off to various commercial providers, but they're quite easy to find if you Google them. And you can normally get like a free 2-week membership while you do all your searching. And then you can download, if the records survive the Second World War, you can download them, which I've done with a few relatives and relatives of friends as well. It doesn't take long, especially if someone's got an unusual name. And then you can go onto the National Archive and you can search for their unit records, the war diaries that were kept in pencil by their battalion commanders and filled out rigorously line by line. And you can download those normally for a couple of quid. So this can be quite a cheap thing to do. And I got my great granddad's, Henry Gillett, who grew up in a village in South Yorkshire and volunteered for ahead of the formation of the Sheffield Battalion, the Pals Battalion, which was lucky because the Pals Battalion was massacred on the first day of the Somme. So that's the reason why he lived to tell the tale, because he volunteered ahead of the formation of that battalion in August. And I've traced his First World War journey all the way through. He told our family that he spent the whole of the First World War in Egypt, which wasn't true. I found that he served in Turkey on the Dardanelles campaign, where he was shot and wounded, and I've got the records. And then when he got better, he was sent to the Somme, and he served in the Somme, where he was shot and wounded again, and then recovered, and then served in Ypres in Passchendaele, but away from the front lines. So he didn't tell anybody this, but he was in all 3 major battles that British troops fought in from 14 to 18. And no one would have known if I hadn't have, I've happened to find his number, his military number, and search for it that way. Although he did have quite an unusual name as well. Gillett's not a massively popular name. And anybody can do this if you're from Britain, or you have relatives from the United Kingdom. I don't know what the situation is in Australia and Canada and the USA. Germany, I think most of their records were destroyed almost completely in the Second World War. So I think it's very hard to do in Germany. That doesn't really exist. And about a third of the British records were destroyed as well, actually. So there's no guarantee you'll find somebody. But if you know your great-grandparents' name, their date of birth, and if particularly the unit they served in, it's quite easy to find. And I actually downloaded the maps of the area. In the Somme, he was shot on September the 28th, trying to take a day one target. And day one of the Somme, as most people know, was the 1st of July. And that target was 300 yards from the front line on the 1st of July. And a few days later, they took that target. It's just behind the big memorial, the big brick memorial now at Thiepval. And yeah, it was a massive, really interesting piece of family history that nobody knew about because he never spoke about it ever to anyone. And, you know, I guess hopefully when this conflict is done and dusted, you know, I'm sure the same tales will be told in Ukraine in generations to come of heroes from this generation. But if you're in the United Kingdom, it's not a difficult thing to do. A couple of hours at a computer, you can find out what your great-grandparents got up to in 1418. The records haven't been released in the Second World War, but 1418 are pretty easy available from ancestry.co.uk is one, where you can get the individual records. There are others, and National Archives, where you can get the battalion records, which are amazing. They're filled out by pencil, in hand by pencil by whoever their battalion commander was, which would be 600 to 800 troops. And yeah, I've actually been to the field where he was shot and picked out shell fragments and all kinds of stuff. So it's something for my niece and nephew when they get older as well.
That is absolutely fascinating. Sorry, David. And very interesting. And it's got to be interesting to go and find those kinds of records in history. And it makes me think of a couple of years ago when I went and looked back at the immigration to Canada and the United States of my grandparents when they came from Europe. And you know, it's that kind of information that is always so interesting and connects you with your family. David, welcome up to co-hosting. I am just on my second stint of the day, and my first time ever co-hosting today. And Axel, if you're okay with it, I would like to bow out for a bit.
Hasta luego.
Thank you so much, Axel. I appreciate it. And thank you all for making my first experience co-hosting a very, very pleasant one, an enjoyable one. And I will be listening in the background like I do almost all the time. So thank you so very much. And David, it's good to see you, and I will be listening. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Princessa. David, did you hear about the leopards? What is it with David in his audio? Seems we have a little trouble with David and his audio at the moment, so I will deal with this in the meantime and see how we can continue from here on after. John, when you spoke about these archives, it's actually very good that you highlighted the fact that, for example, we do have very little information left from most of the archives in continental Europe because they've been destroyed in part, both in France as well as in Germany for that matter. They were unfortunately to a large extent impaired during the Second World War, which is a pity because we could have learned a lot more. But there are a couple of things which have come up and which have been available throughout time, which fortunately through university storage and Allied forces also making sure that documents which were existing in copy had been transferred to the West. So some of the things which remain, for example, include old film material which has been salvaged, both on the German as well as on the American side of the Meuse Argonne. And yeah, so I'd say there is a lot of good repository. And if people go onto YouTube, you can actually find this. I think I can post a link if you give me a minute. I can see that the raccoon has come up. And David, I hope you have your audio back. No audio for David yet.
I could, yeah, it's just while David's waiting to come up, the, it's, you know, many of us will have families who have sort of elderly members that whose parents were around at that time, and you know, when they're gone, they're gone, and it's always an interesting thing to talk to them about. And you may find out who knows what in your family history that's it's always interesting to look at. And with Google Maps, of course, as people found at the start of the conflict in Ukraine, Google Maps is an extremely powerful research tool. So you can map out where people were, and it's not difficult to go and find the exact spot where people were, and travel to it. And Dryflow also mentioned Verdun, which is if anybody's not been, if you're in the United Kingdom or Canada, and you got over there, or any of the sort of the British side of that conflict, as opposed to the French side, most people don't know that much about Verdun, but it's an incredible place in Europe. It's unlike the Somme, they just left it. The farmers wanted the land back in the Somme, so they kind of plowed through the munitions, and a big chunk of that's out now, although there's still millions of tons of shells left in the soil. But in Verdun, they just abandoned it. It's illegal to dig for the sort of stuff Dryfly was talking about there in Verdun, I believe, because it's essentially a national graveyard, and it's an astonishing place to visit. There's nowhere else like it I can think of in the world. It was the site of a huge First World War conflict, of which the Somme, which is Britain's worst day in a military field, 120,000 soldiers went over the top, 60,000 were casualties, and 20,000 died, pretty much between 7 a.m. and lunchtime on the 1st of July, and over a 20-mile front. And that was just a distraction. That was the secondary action. The main event was Verdun. So if you're in the United Kingdom and you're interested in this stuff and you've never been there, it's an incredible place. It's a really important French national monument, and there's so much to see there, and the atmosphere, whatever time of year you go, is spectacular. It's not like a spiritual place. It's like somewhere there's nowhere else you can compare it to. It's like walking through New York. There's no other city that you think, oh, I might be in a different city here. It's a place that has an atmosphere of its own, and the material that's out there is just jaw-dropping, and it's been very well looked after, obviously. So I thoroughly recommend it if anybody wants to explore that side of things too. It's a word most of us know, but not many people in the United Kingdom, where I'm at right now, know that much about Verdun. Yeah, it's really worth a visit, and pretty countryside too, despite the history of it. So more Americans probably know about Verdun because it's adjacent to where American soldiers fought towards the end of the war.
Absolutely, and they were brought into the breach because Pétain had no troops which could actually be, say, mustered for that any further. And that's why Pershing pushed to actually, and pushed through this. It was also a sector where German troop contingents had been largely attrited due to years of, say, combined arms combat. Let's go to the raccoon whilst we're cycling David up.
I was just going to jump in and mention, as we're talking about heraldry and your the family's past. I was recently able to reconnect with a family member that was an ex-forces member, and it's funny how John mentions that the older folk, they don't talk about their time in unless you serve, and then good luck shutting them up. And it was nice in the months that I had with this family member. They passed recently, but that we're able to connect, and we're able to connect on a level that I as a child I would never have understood. That being said, if you have family members that served during World War I, World War II, one thing Dominion units were exceptional at, and same with German units, whatnot, is they would have unit historians, and their duty was to write down what the unit did day to day, and they kept the unit diary, day to day, going every day for the entire time they're in conflict. And if you happen to know what unit your family member has served with, you can, and they still exist today. You can go to that unit and search their unit archives. And I know, like, some of the units I served with in the past, a lot of the units here in Canada, the reserve units at the time of World War II were stood up as Reg Force units. Then after World War II, they were stood back down as supplementary or primary reserve units. So they still have the battle honors, and which they earned, and the records that they carried over from World War II or World War One. One of the stories I told early on when Major Giroux was on here is Zippy Day. And that is, I had the honor of serving a brief time with the Lake Superior Scottish Regiment, which has the notorious distinction of being the only land unit to engage the Navy and win. So there was a German destroyer in the harbor of Zippy, and they engaged it with mortars and sent one down the spout. And the LSSR had gone onto the bridge and wrote in the ship's log, "Gesunken LSSR," in the date.
All right. Let's do a quick sound check for David. David.
Sound check.
Sounds about right.
Oh, wonderful.
Finally. Excellent. Did you hear the raccoon talking about heraldry?
I did, and I wanted to do my little thing about brass in World War One as well, if I may.
Shoot.
Yeah. So when I was a kid, when I was sort of 14, 15 or whatever the house we were living in. So we used to have two very big shells or parts of shells, I think from 16-inch guns that were for the umbrella stands. They were massive. That was my point. But it always stuck out in my mind. And interestingly enough, they were by the fire as well, right? So it seems to be that brass goes by the fire.
Well, probably a good point for everybody out there. If you're cruising through Europe and you see something that looks like a shell, if you didn't put it there, don't touch it. Because a lot over time, a lot of this stuff percolates to the surface. Every once in a while, some German finds a grand slam bomb underneath a demolished apartment complex, and these things are still dangerous. So don't touch it unless you know for sure it's inert.
Yeah, don't play with things like that. and I guess to follow on, Axel, we were talking about the unit history and the rest of it. So my units that I was in, all of them had very, very long histories, and every week the squadron history would be updated, and you could go to the squadron history, the books, and go back to the 19th century, and look at what the unit had been doing. Pictures of people and tents and everyone making nice rows out in Ethiopia and all sorts of places, right? And they're a huge wealth of information of what people would do. Of course, I wasn't in it very often, normally because Brookfield caught on the border being drunk and disorderly, or even just being disorderly without being drunk, weren't things that they were going to put in, because it would have filled the book quite quickly. Oh dear, I've killed conversation now. Oh, right. Sound check.
Not at all. I think not at all. On the contrary, I think that this was quite fitting. The thing is that we've obviously meandered through different, say, eras of history at this point in time, and I think how shall I put this? What Ukraine is going through is the mixture of scenarios which we find historical parallels or anecdotes which correspond to that, both in the First as well as in the Second World War. We have the genocidal component of the Second World War. We have the massive battle setups and logistical challenges of the Second World War, but we also have the artillery and trench warfare of the First World War. So completely different worlds, all mixed together into one warfare scenario, which makes it significantly more challenging to describe. And maybe we just have to be open enough to say that whilst there may be anecdotal parallels, most of this is all new, because it's a completely different warfare. If you have drone warfare combined with trench warfare, yes, you could say that the early biplanes, which then, by the way, first were for scouting, and then ended up dropping ordnance later directly out of the plane, and then in a more structured way, do correspond to what we see with drones today, but evidently all is difficult to just, shall we say, it's not the same trajectory, let's put it this way.
Yeah, that timeline is certainly really compressed, isn't it, with drones, right? So they've gone from just looking at something and then 2 days later to dropping something out of it, as opposed to from the Army Air Corps, also the Royal Flying Corps, and then moving on to the RAF, and the speed that they changed, that was glacial, I guess, and people dropping a grenade out of their biplane. Yes, the days of Sopwith camels.
Let's go to Norway. Jan.
Evening, everyone. Yeah, I was just inspired by those stories and the brutality of war, which so many in Ukraine are experiencing right now. And I think that's something that was different for some of these people that we've talked about. I have an example. A friend of mine, he had a grandfather. They knew he served in the war, but they had no idea what he did. The only thing they knew, and they didn't even link it to that while he was alive, but he became an alcoholic during Christmas every year, but only in Christmas. The rest of the year he was normal. But after he died, they found his diaries, and it turned out that he served on the Norwegian destroyer that took part in the sinking of the Scharnhorst during Christmas. And they didn't have casualties aboard, but they left a couple of thousand Germans in the sea up there because of a U-boat alarm. And that apparently haunted him for the rest of his life. Because first and foremost, they were all sailors. But it was also difficult to talk about this in Norway after the war, because Norway was occupied throughout the war. So after June 9th in 1940, the war was over in Norway, unless you were in the resistance. So he didn't have many people to share his experiences with. And I think that will be different in Ukraine because the whole society has experienced the war. So hopefully there will be more openness and people can talk about the traumatic things that they've experienced.
Yes, we forget just how differently different things affect people, and some people seem to go through life or through their experiences, and that are able to move on relatively, and other people don't. And all those the bits between on that on the continuum between it been a really unpleasant experience that's damaged someone to some people who appear to have who miss out. Yeah, it's all a tragedy, isn't it?
Let's move to Abdullah. Abdullah, can you hear us?
Axel, can you hear me, Axel?
Loud and clear.
Sorry, Axel. I was upstairs. I don't know if I had a good reception upstairs. Yeah, I just wanted to ask David. David, my father and I were going to the UK in May. So I was just wondering, what's your favorite museum? We're planning to go see the D-Day Museum in Portsmouth. I don't know if have you ever seen it? What's your review of the museum? I've seen very nice pictures and a video of it. Thank you so much. And I'll ask a question to Axel as well.
I think Axel might be a bit busy, and I didn't hear. The sound's a bit bad for me. What was your question?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can now.
Yes. My father and I were we're going to the UK in May, and we're planning to see some military museums. One of the museums on our itinerary is to see the D-Day Museum in Portsmouth.
Okay.
I just wondering your feedback on that, and also any other museums we should see. There are many of them, as you know. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I do. So whilst I did my diving course, or my advanced diving course in Portsmouth, but I don't think I've ever been to any of the museums in Portsmouth, so I can't really comment. I do know that the Imperial War Museum is a great visit, right? It's really worthwhile going along, and there are a myriad of other ones. There's the if you're able to get out towards Duxford, they've got the RAF Museum. It depends if you're in a car, really. So if you're travelling by car, and there's a place that I suggest that everyone should go to, which is the Arboretum. It's where tree huggers want to go, and it's in memory of everyone who's been lost, and it is the Arboretum is a wonderful place to go. But I absolutely 100% say Imperial War Museum is it's just great. It's a great visit. They lay things out. They're slightly different. They make the changes really useful. And obviously, of course, the RAF at Duxford as well.
That's great. Thank you so much, David. Yeah, we're planning to rent a car, and we're heading to Scotland as well. So it's going to be a two-week vacation. Thank you so much.
Oh, of course, there'll be loads.
Yeah, just wanted to ask Axel. I don't know if you heard the Poles are planning to spend 4% of their GDP on defense. Is that something that the Polish economy can handle? I was just wondering. Many NATO nations in Europe are not even meeting the 2% threshold, and they have a bigger economy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's not a matter of the size of the economy. It's a matter of the allocation within the budget. The European governments need to wake up that the entitlements which they process may not be the right thing to do in order to defend democracy and in order to keep sovereign nations together. Key aspect in this regard is, if you think about it this way, on the one hand, politicians currently have to constantly satisfy their electorate by means of providing goodies, entitlements, whatever is conducive to getting elected. All right, I mean, this is a simplistic view, but still it's part of the Niskanen model of politics and electioneering. And if you think that through, at the same time, they can, of course, because this is all based on tax money. So you extract money from the economy by means of taxation, which becomes evidently immediately less value generating per se, because the government is handling it. So there's attrition, there's loss, there is wastage, and an allocation premium, in this case, an allocation discount. You're allocating funds through bureaucracies which distribute funds in different ways according to different policy aims, rules, regulations, and the likes. And they administer, control, and supervise those rules of their execution. As a consequence, typically what organizations such as, for example, in Germany, the Bund Deutscher Steuerzahler, the Association of all the German taxpayers, is highlighted many times over, and it has been actually adjudicated even by the courts, that a very small sum of what is being taxed actually ends up with those programs on a net basis, which should be fulfilled, because obviously that is what government does cost. However, if you think about the fact that if you were to distribute an additional, and this is not about the fact that you shouldn't, but just imagine you have 100 euros or 100x, it doesn't really matter, 100 of units of additional money to be spent on entitlements for groups who otherwise would probably not be able to work or who would need another social entitlement on the one hand. Or you could spend 100 on having the weapon system industry produce more, hire more people in all sorts of jobs, from blue collar to highly valued research and development jobs, doesn't really matter, which allows you to stock up to be able to deter the enemy, or in this case, supply a nation under threat better and more comprehensively. Then you create more jobs in the weapon system industry because of public procurement of weapons. You may actually have you have two benefits out of this. You may have a functioning industry with innovation and capacity to hire people and employ them. People get into general employment, have disposable incomes, and you have the weapons and therefore fulfill these defense of sovereignty aim. Now, this is a very simplistic view, but this is one of the key choices you make when, as politicians, you allocate budgets. The question is, did we do enough in terms of the defense of sovereignty? Evidently not. Do we have currently sufficient usage of the existing technical capacity amongst those who produce the weapons for our own European armies, which are defensive in nature? No, we don't. Could they expand their existing technical capacity to what is their previous capacities? Oh, yes. Could they expand their capacity to suit the needs of an accelerated as well as more intense and in terms of numbers, bigger output? Absolutely. Can they hire more people for it? Yes, they can. Will this capital expenditure and will this investment in human resources lead to better outcomes both for the defense of democracy and hiring people? Absolutely. So is the 100 euro of additional money spent better there than an additional, for example, if you were to if you were to now give people compensation for whatever kind of inflation adjustment, is the money better spent to simply appease a problem, simply address a problem by throwing money at it? Or is it better to generate product output and new jobs? I leave that for you to decide.
Perfect. Danke schön. Danke schön. Thank you so much.
Right. Does anyone have any questions? Go on. Has anyone got something to put their hand up, or we'll start talking about tanks again? Well, Well, Axel said something about tanks and leopards earlier, so I assume that something has happened with about leopards. So can someone let me know what that might be? Is there a suggestion? The suggestion that tanks are coming from Greece now, or more tanks, or anything like that? Oh, and there we are. Right, hang on. Yes, say your piece. Update me if you can, please.
No, I actually got a question along the same alley. I heard somebody talk about leopards in Switzerland in the same sentence. Is there something happening there?
Well, there's the thing. This is the thing I'm desperately struggling to find, right? Because Axel mentioned it, and I'm just, I've been wrapped up with some lawyers all day, so I know nothing really. So I'm desperately trying to find out. So possibly,
what have you done now?
I haven't done anything. That's not true. My neighbour has done something, right?
My client wasn't even in town that day.
Yes, exactly, right. I know nothing. I've seen nothing. I don't know. What are you saying, officer? Yeah, pretty much like that. Yeah, no, I have my own version of a Russian invasion of my boundary. Leopards from Switzerland. So I did see something the other day. That there was a rule change in Switzerland as to their neutrality and whether they could supply equipment. Maybe the suggestion of the leopards is something to do with that, because of course if they can supply munitions, then maybe they might be able to supply some of those leopard 2s they've got as well, which would be a wonderful thing, wouldn't it? I think that's a yes. Right, so I'm desperately trying to find anything about Switzerland and leopard 2s.
Well, it does exist, but it only exists in the German-speaking press. So the Neue Zürcher Zeitung and the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung have been, reporting on this already for quite some time. The NZZ came out a few days ago in this regard when this rumor came out, and one of our regular listeners, Pendolino, and I have been chatting about it. There is, how shall I put this? The change in law is, which has already been, A, it was proposed, B, the lower chamber of the Swiss parliament has agreed to it, and if I'm not quite mistaken, the second chamber will do so as well this week, will allow the Swiss government to assist nations, will allow that assistance by third-party nations to which Switzerland has previously exported, if and when these nations have the same value system, that would be us, for example, all of us in the West, and if the destination country where assistance is being rendered to has been attacked and therefore it's defending itself, and this case has been accepted by the United Nations General Assembly with more than 2/3 of majority, which is the case for Ukraine. But in such instance, munitions, for example, and equipment produced in Switzerland can be re-exported without further ado. So it's a general clause. It's not an individual and specific request. So the Swiss do not constantly have to, therefore, tell the nation, oh yeah, this shipment is okay and that shipment is okay. That means they can both protect their sovereign status as a neutral country, as well as allow the delivery of relevant equipment. Now, as to the leopards, there it is. These have been purchased by Switzerland and have been mothballed, 96 of them. And as I explained a little earlier, these have been mothballed in classic Swiss fashion, meaning perfectly fine and shiny. So they are essentially like US pre-positioned stock, ready to be taken out, and they're being tested every single year. Each and every one of those leopard 2s has been taken out of mothballing, has been, readied up and driven and tested. And then after that test passed, mothballed again. And if anyone or any equipment had failed, it had to be repaired and then mothballed after retested. So this is perfect preparation for potential warfare, which fits with the concept of defense of the Swiss. As a result, these Leopard A4s, which are available there, if they're not needed strategically for Swiss defense, then they could technically be sold to another entity. So, for example, Finland or Greece could take it. and Finland or Greece could either hand it over or replenish their own resources. Meaning, let's put it this way: Greece sends more than the existing panoply of Leopard A1s and A2s, which they've already set their sights on, to Ukraine, and backfills their own stocks with the Swiss tanks. Absolutely fine. No question, and the Swiss rule would allow that.
Well, that's amazing news, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. 96 tanks. Of interest, did they say, so they've said they've got 96, are they prepared to sell all 96? They've been mothballed, of course, which means they're not using them and don't have any real plans for them. So I'm making an assumption that's a yes, but do we know anything more about that?
I didn't catch that. Can you repeat that, please?
Yes. Sorry, I can. I said, so they got 96. We do assume that if they've been mothballed, they don't have any immediate plans for them, right? So do we know if all 96 might be up for offer to be moved on to someone else who might use them, or what else do we know? I mean, I'm just being interested. That's
what I told you is what we know. I have no knowledge as to the intricacies of decision making as of this afternoon in Switzerland. I'm quite sure, because it's Monday, that the Swiss will have sorted out their committees and discussions during the day today. And as a consequence of what was being rumored and seemingly also being discussed outside of formal committees over the weekend, and there's movement, significant movement in Swiss society, which is great.
okay.
We just
very, very. We want news now, don't we? I saw a hand up just now. Do you want to say something? Right, so I'm struggling to bring Rod up at the moment in time. Then let me try and find. So I'll try and find a subject for you. Everyone noticed there was a couple of days ago there was a notice of a new engineering item that was listed on the list to come out. The German government, it's the Wissent 1MC, which is a mine clearing device. So I've had a bit of time to find out a little bit more of information about that, and that's it. I mean, on first looks, I thought, oh gosh, that looks like a really nice little bit of kit, and I thought, oh, if only it would do X. I had a look, and it does a lot more than X. It does pretty much everything. The mine clearing devices, it's a rocket. It has a rocket with explosive rope on it. It has a plow on it. It's got a 50 cal machine gun on it as well, so it can protect itself from any incoming that might be around. It's pretty much got everything. It's based on an Abrams on the Abrams shell, and it looks like a really, really super duper piece of kit. In fact, I'm looking at it and thinking, gosh, if only we'd have had something like that when I was around. It looks very, very useful, and for which we would need if at any point Ukraine decides to go on to the offensive, because at the moment we know they're on the defensive in some areas, but at some stage they're going to have to change the narrative, as it were, and that will mean going through many minefields. The Russians have been laying mines like nobody's business, as we've seen. I mean, they're in no risk of going out of fashion at the moment, and they'll have many thousands of anti-tank mines just plastered everywhere. So devices like these look like they could be very, very useful. In fact, proper real lifesavers, because as we know, normally anyone who's a sapper here or an ex-sapper will know that we are first in, last out, because generally before anyone goes and does something, before your tanks disappear off into the sunset towards the enemy, someone has to clear that path for them, and that's the good old sappers. In the good old bad old days, that might even be by hand, but this vehicle looks like it could do quite a bit of damage if you've got a 300 meter or 500 meter, and some minefields, by the way, will be much more than 500 meters. They may be up to a kilometer in depth, and that's a long way to do it by hand. So a machine that you can use a explosive device and then use a mine plow, which would pick up anything that the explosive device, the rocket, will be a very, very good device, and something that would save many, many lives. Oh, Mockers, you've got your hand up.
As always, yes, I am here. I was just hearing about that mine clearing system. Have you seen a picture of it? Does it look like it's got 4 big spiders' legs coming out the front?
Yeah, no, it does, doesn't it? Right. So they're and they really do. You've described it brilliantly. Yes, it does look like 4 big spider legs. It is. What was the spider in? Is it Shola in Lord of the Rings? The horrible spider.
Oh, I know which one you mean.
I know the giant one.
Yeah,
It is.
It looks like a big mechanical.
It's a metal version of that, isn't it? So they're not spiders' legs. I think what they are to do is to help with the depth of the plough. So they go out ahead, and they'll sort of they ski along the ground on the dirt, and the rest of it is being pushed along. And what it does is it ensures that the depth that the plough goes to is remains constant. So, for instance, let's say that a mine, when you put an anti-tank mine in, it goes, between 50 mil and maybe, you probably wouldn't be so daft as to put it 200 mil, maybe 100 mil. Below the ground. I'm making some guesses here because I'm so old, I actually can't remember what the depth is. It's not a very long way away. And it will ensure that you get that right depth. Sticking a mine down, an anti-tank mine at half a meter down, makes no real sense, really. So you want it towards the surface because it makes it easier for it to detonate, and so many other things. And obviously the effect of it detonating will be much, much greater. So yeah, it's to keep it at the that thing at the right depth. It's a really interesting vehicle, isn't it? It's the sort of crazy thing I would have dreamt up, I'm pretty certain, if I'd have been bright enough to come up with that design.
It amused me that it didn't look like what I expected. When you said it had a plough on the front, I expected, I don't know, like a snow plough or a roller or something. I didn't expect all these sort of big protrusions.
Yeah. Brilliant, isn't it? And maybe they could use them on a piste as well, right? The great thing, anything that's going to keep people alive and do it quickly. I have no idea at the rate it's able to clear out, but you would hope, if you're going to use something like this in an attack, the last thing you want it to do is to go, the rate we're at is about 100 meters every 2 hours, because that attack of yours isn't going to go very, very well if you're waiting 2 hours for every 100 meters, right? So I'm hoping that it's I don't know what 100 meters, maybe 5 minutes, for per 100 meters or less than that. That would be really useful. If it can do that, then they're in a point of being able to get people through into the right area very, very quickly. I have no detail either about how big some of those minefields are. I did see an image in the days of Kherson, and some of those minefields looked pretty deep, although they'd left a huge corridor in the minefield when they did it, which didn't make much. Well, it's not how I would have done it anyway. Mockers, you're back again.
Yes, it was just something that I see. I have a little news bot thing that brings me news.
Do you want to tell me about it sometime?
Oh yeah, okay. Here, the US command shipped the first 60 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles to Ukraine on January the 25th, with the cargo departing from a port in South Carolina. So they're on the way.
Well, they are. They were. You'd think they'd be off the ship by now, 5 days across the Atlantic. So they are.
I think so too.
Yeah. Gosh, that is very, very useful. Right. So all we need to know, I'm assuming they're going to go to Poland first and then have people training on them, and unless they're already training on Bradleys already. I'm not sure if we know. Do you know, Mockers?
We have a fair idea, shall we say, an educated idea that these people have had some training already. Maybe they haven't actually been, sort of hands-on with everything immediately, but they'll have done the book work, I would expect, and anything you can do without sort of, putting your hands on the actual machine itself. And I would imagine that they've been able to have a look at these things already. I mean, it would seem wrong to say, yes, that vehicle's over there, but you can't go and look at it because we're not going to train you on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Although the training I'm really thinking of is driving the thing. I don't think it's going to be difficult. Obviously, the people who are inside will have to get used to the firing systems and the fire control and the rest of it. But I'm really interested in because there's the teaching everyone the tactics of how you use said IFV. So I don't know. Did you ever see? I think would have been in September or October. There was a video that came out for which I was going, gosh. So I can only describe them as some incredibly crazy Ukrainians who were on an APC. And they drove up very quickly to a Russian position, jumped off the top because they were only on the top, and then ran up a ridge and started shooting at the Russians. Did you ever see that? There's a bit where you see the APC. It's driving along the road, and there's troops on it. You're obviously not sure at the time that they're Ukrainians, but then it became clear that there were Russians on a ridge. Do you remember seeing that, Mockers?
You know what? I've seen an awful lot of videos. No, I don't.
No, no. Well, anyway, it didn't stuck in your mind, but it stuck in my mind because I remember going. So because the way they approached this, it was I would describe it as gung ho, right? and the Russians just legged it. Or some of them legged it. Some of them stopped and died, and the rest of it. But the wise ones. But I remember watching. So I would have fully have expected that the driver of the vehicle, I can't remember what it was at the time. It might have been a one that had been donated to have turned left, right? And to have gone 100 meters, 200 meters down this little bit of road and then gone up onto the ridge. So they could have fired down through the ridge, but they didn't, right? Which to me, I mean, it worked out. There were no losses on the Ukrainian side, but it didn't seem to me to be the most sensible approach to attacking a group like that And so it's how you deal with actions when you're in your IFV that matter to me, because it's how you do it and how expertly you do it will mean that people stay alive. So learning the systems, here you are, this button, you do that, and that fires that. This bit, if you click this button, this fires this bit, etc. They're really easy things to learn. But it's the what do you do on contact, which is the difficult thing, because that has to become second nature. Right, what to do on contact. And yesterday we chatted about this. I think it was yesterday. Well, maybe it was the day before. It was when we were talking with Chuck, wasn't it? Right, what to do on contact. Your immediate action on contact. Do you turn left? Do you turn right? Or if the person's on your right hand side, do you turn right and go towards them? Do you retreat? All these other bits and pieces, and the army is full of immediate actions. What's your immediate action if your gun jams? Right, cock, lock, and look. Right, you see what you're doing. Oh, mockers again.
So much for the nap.
Yeah, you know what happens. I just can't stay away. I just received some very nice information from a lovely listener. And thank you very much. And it shows some satellite pictures of from marine traffic, by the looks of things, which show a big area with a lot of vehicles, which appear to be Bradleys. And then a couple of days later, no Bradleys. So it definitely shows that they have moved. And it says here, right. So it looks like there's a possibility that Ukraine is getting the upgraded. Now, don't ask me what this is, but you might know. The upgraded M2A2-ODS SA version of the Bradley, rather than the M2A2-ODS version.
No, I have no idea what the difference is. It'll be far. Who knows? Might be
Shall I
upgraded
tell you?
weapons. Could be anything. Right.
Shall I tell you what SA stands for?
Go on, do it.
Situational. That one.
Situational awareness. Okay.
That one. Blimey. Yeah, it's an upgrade that includes several improvements, including upgraded sights and driver camera.
So I was going to say, but as soon as you said situational awareness, it made sense to me, right? Okay, so everything around you, monitoring systems. Okay, that sounds like. But anything that updated sites and all these bits and pieces are brilliant news, aren't they? Brilliant news. It means they're getting the good kit, right? And we want them to have the good kit because it means they'll finish this much sooner. Yeah, brilliant.
Absolutely. I mean, there's been a number of people saying, don't give them your old stuff. Give them the stuff that works. You can fix the stuff that doesn't work. You've got time. You're not being invaded. Give them exactly what they need, the best of the best, top quality. Let's get it flipping done sooner, faster, straight away, as far as I'm concerned. And yeah, the whole sort of situation with should we send them these, shouldn't we send them these, or are we allowed to send them, something that's updated? Well, heck, as far as I'm concerned, send them your best, your fastest, your most impressive. As long as there's no major secrets attached to it, then get it sent, because it seems to be what it was made for. Surely, I'm not daft, am I? These things were made to fight the war.
You are not daft at all. I would say one thing though. Honestly, I just don't give a flying toss as to whether it's got secrets on it. The issue is the people that we are that Ukraine are fighting are the people that we design these machines to protect ourselves from, right? So just give them the kit, right? Does it matter? Because if Ukraine isn't successful quickly, the cost to us is going to be phenomenal. These people are doing all the fighting for us, and as the amazing President Zelensky said, just give us the kit, we will do the fighting for you, right? I am all for them having. I would give them the tanks with the depleted uranium in them and all the rest of it. I don't care. I just want them to have the kit so they can get the job done. Because guess what, right? The sooner this finishes, the sooner we can go back to having a prosperous and safe Europe. And what pretty much every economist will be saying is that as soon as the big development starts happening in Ukraine, then Europe, by definition, will get better off. All that business, all that rebuilding generates jobs everywhere. It'll even generate some jobs somewhere like Scotland, I am sure. I can't think of one, but maybe they will, right? But just get it done. Send them everything, as we know, right?
Yeah, it looks like we lost Axel. By the way, he appears
He's
to.
gone AWOL, hasn't he? He's gone AWOL.
Don't worry, I've got a little surprise coming for you shortly.
Oh, have you? I can't wait. I can't wait. Go on.
I've invited a friend.
Can you not say any more? Because I'm not very good with surprises. I get very excited, and then, actually, I should probably stop at that point.
He's got an incredible beard, and you enjoy talking to him.
All right, he's got an amazing beard. All right, okay, Father Christmas.
Almost. He's just as cuddly. It's Chuck Farrer. Yeah.
That is amazing. When is Chuck turning up?
Well, he said he's just sorting his microphone out. So
shortly.
As long as that wasn't a euphemism for something else.
Because I'll only be able to listen at 9 o'clock because I've got all these things I have to do for tomorrow, which is very, very irritating because he's listening to Chuck is brilliant. Talking to Chuck is brilliant. It's just such a pleasant experience, isn't it? Right? You can listen to him, and there are times where I just leave it on ease, and I just go to listen. I go to sleep listening to Chuck, which might sound a bit weird, but who cares? but we do have Daryl in the audience as well, don't we, Daryl?
He might be travelling, is Daryl, although he will be up later. Give him couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours, and he will be here to no doubt talk a bit about tanks.
Or a lot.
Or a lot about tanks, yeah. Can you see any requests, by the way, David?
I did. And they all gone, and there's another one turned up. I've been very, very alert with the requests. Give me a second.
You have brought me up, so you have seen me.
Yes, I have, and it's William who is requesting as well.
Oh, I forgot. I'm not a co-host. That's why I can't do what I was trying to do then.
Oh yes, you have. I was going to say you've got my disease, right? But I don't have a disease, by the way, just in case. Right.
Would you please send Chuck a DM?
Yes, no, he's DM'd me. I will bring him up as soon as I can find him. 1 second.
Yeah,
Chuck, if you can hear me, I'm trying to bring you up.
Best thing to do, David, right? Go to the 2 little bods at the bottom.
Yes.
Right, and just under speakers, you'll see a blue button saying invite.
Yes, I can see that. I will. Yes.
So you press on that.
And then type Chuck. I can see him. Oh my word! See your tech support. I've done it. I mean, I've worked on tech support. You only need you to say click that button, and you are there now, Chuck. Well, hopefully you're there.
Well, he'll be with us in a moment. Yeah,
Yes.
he gets a DM with the speaker request. It just that's how I have to invite virtually everybody. Would you believe?
Well,
Because,
that's actually brilliant. You've shown me
I'll have to request.
how quick was that? Very much quicker. He's a good man, Chuck. Oh, shush, don't say anything.
Right.
Guys, I'm still one step away with the microphone. This could take 60 seconds, but I'm working. I'm closing the gap here.
No, I can hear you just fine, Chuck. That's great.
Okay.
Yes, we hear you, but don't say what we were going to. Don't carry on and say what we were going to say about Chuck Mockers. He's here now.
Let's see. Oh, that worked. Okay. Thank you guys for being patient and getting me up. And love listening to you guys. And here we are, David. So good to hear you, my friend.
Oh, it's a pleasure to hear you as well. Very sadly, I have to go, but I will try and see if I can finish my work so I can come up and join you a little bit later. I've got some things I got to prepare for. If I don't, I'll be in a lot of trouble. But I desperately want to join you again.
Absolutely.
Because your dulcet tones are brilliant.
Hey, well, I'm good at putting people to sleep. So if you got some cranky kids, bring them up to the microphone, folks. I'll hypnotize them into sleep. And of course, we'll be back a little later tonight with bullet points as well. Or is that tonight?
That would be
no,
wonderful.
That's not tonight. That's tomorrow. Oh, okay.
Can't you do it twice, Chuck?
I'll do it.
Just come in. Just repeat.
You know what? When I'm on with Mockers, she is on all the time. So you can't say no when people are working this hard. So... So I'm
a little bit of housekeeping first. I am the only co-host at the moment, so I will not drop down. I will just mute myself and get on and do some work, and you chat. I will try and operate in the background. So if anyone needs to come up, I'll bring them up whilst I'm doing the other stuff. But I will keep my microphone muted.
Perfect.
Does that work for you, Mockers?
That'll do. That'll do.
I will, and I'll message Axel and say we only have one co-host.
He's coming back now, so don't worry.
Oh, see, yeah, right.
Just message them and tell them he needs to come back because otherwise you're going to run away and just leave us.
Yeah, I am pretty much. Yeah. If I don't go, it's going to be a very, very late night. Anyway, I'll let you go to it, Chuck. It's a pleasure always.
Thank you, sir. Get that work done. I totally understand that, and I guess I will start with. I always like to hear the bad news first, folks. Unfortunately, I do have some. Well, I wouldn't say bad news, but we have some concerning developments in Bakhmut. Put up a map just a little while ago, 2040 UTC. That was probably about 10 or 15 minutes ago. I went up with a new map of Bakhmut. And again, just describe the developments there. As everyone I'm sure probably remembers, the TO513 highway goes north and south through Bakhmut, and the H32 highway goes essentially east and west. We all remember the sort of protracted Russian attack on Soledar. That, of course, has been consolidated. The Russians are there now. We talked the time that Soledar fell. We talked about the prize was actually not Soledar. The prize was the TO513 highway. And unfortunately, within the last 12 or 18 hours, about 12, I think, the Russians have crossed the TO513 highway at approximately Soledar, north of a place called Dante. They are definitely across the highway by about 1 or 2 kilometers. They've come up against a terrain feature, which is reservoir backfill of a tributary of the Bakhmutka River and a line of hills. They've been stopped there right now. They have been close to cutting the TO513 highway, but they have done it now. South of Blahodante, again, 2 or 3 kilometers down the TO-513 highway. The Russians are also attacking at Krasnohora. There's nothing of any consequence in Krasnohora, but 1.5 kilometers west of that is a very important piece of real estate, and that is the junction of the M03 highway and the TO-513. That is the principal road junction to the north of Bakhmut. One has been taken by Blahodante. Krasnohora is definitely threatened. And south of the urban area of Bakhmut, the Russians are within 1 kilometer of the H-32 highway at a place called Ivanensky. None of these developments are very good. These 3 pieces of work we're talking about, they're not anymore the principal means of resupplying back. But these are important roads. They will affect how Bakhmut applied. It does pressurize that. It also reduces maneuver options for the Ukrainian armed forces. And these are advances that need to be pushed back on. Bakhmut is, of course, not the linchpin of the Eastern Front. Should Bakhmut fall, again, the prizes are not the urban area of Bakhmut. The prizes are advancing up the M03 highway, which goes to the northwest. That will be very difficult for the Russians to move up that highway, whether or not they take Bakhmut. The same with the H-32 highway. It will be difficult for the Russians to move westward down it. But these advances that have occurred here, they don't bode well for the defenders of Bakhmut. And that's the news, although it's not good, laying it out, and that's how it is.
Thank you very much, Chuck. Yeah, I was looking at that road that is now under fire control, and we hear. Have you seen this very sort of stoic man with he's got like a beanie hat on, and he speaks from his car most days and gives an update about Bakhmut?
Yeah, yeah, very, very good guy. I don't have his name right now. He pretty much gives it straight. And I don't want to be the doomsayer. And in fact, I'd point out that maybe the Russians have gotten smarter. And maybe they realize that as hard as it has been for them to get close to the urban area of Bakhmut, and thus far they've only gotten 1 or 2 blocks into the very far eastern industrial suburbs. And the way to take a city is to surround it and compel the enemy to leave it. Wherever possible, you don't want to fight door to door in a city. The Russians didn't learn that lesson in Severodonetsk. They expended thousands of lives fighting in Severodonetsk, and it's pretty easy to make the case that the Ukrainians invited them into this 3-dimensional battle space and then bled them for 4 weeks, which is about the space of the Battle of Severodonetsk. Happened again in Bakhmut? It could, because even with these Russian advances, the TO-513 highway to the north is definitively cut at Blahodante. There isn't a question about that. The roads were previously under fire control, under Russian artillery fire. They are definitively cut now. even with an advance at Krasnohora, and even within 24 hours, if the intersection of the M03 should fall, that is a long way from encircling the city. There is a lot of ground, good defensive ground that the Ukrainians occupy, and there's going to have to be some big city moves put on by the Russians here to compel an evacuation or trigger an urban fight in Bakhmut. But I hate to say that I predicted something or I was right, and I especially hate to say it when it is a bad outcome. But we talked last week and a day or two ago. Putin put in a new ground force commander. He needs to get some results, and I think that this effort around Bakhmut is part of the offensive action that Mr. Putin required. That leads me to believe that that these Russian offensive actions, they're going to continue, and the goal is definitely going to be to encircle Bakhmut, and either compel a Ukrainian withdrawal, or perhaps being the Russians, they might be willing to stick their head into the buzzsaw of a street by street fight in Bakhmut. Either one of those things is not that good, but that's the way it stands.
Dryfly, do you want to go?
Yeah, I want to ask him a question. It's something you and I have been talking about for some time. What do you think the difference is? It's not just their strategy. My question is, do you think that the Ukrainians have in fact already started pulling back in an effort to reallocate those forces? In other words, there's been a lot of talk about all the training that's going on and the preparation for offensives. Well, those people don't just come out of air. You don't just go and pull them off the street. You pull them out of active units, either whole active units, or you start raiding active units. Do you think that some of that's been going on? Also, on the side of the Russians, what kind of force structures are they bringing? Do you have any feel for that? I mean, if they're really bringing the wood, that would in part explain why they're just overrunning some of these locations. And I'll listen. Thank you.
Yeah, those are good questions. There have been some more units that have popped up on the enemy order of battle around Bakhmut. 106 Parachute Regiment, obviously an airborne division. These are Russian forces. Of course, the Wagner units are still there. The Russian 57th Motorized Rifle Brigade is there. 217th Airborne Regiment, another Russian VDV outfit to the north, engaged there around Krasnohora as a 6th separate motor rifle regiment. That's Luhansk outfit. There doesn't seem to be, and folks, I only have access to open source intelligence sources. There is still a greater concentration of Russian forces around Kremenna. I think, and we talked about this a couple days ago, I think what we're going to see, and thus far we're going to see a Russian offensive centered on Kremenna, moving north, moving west. I would expect an intermediate destination to be Zarachene, which is at the bottom of the river there, northeast of Lyman. And also, I think we'll see a pretty determined effort to encircle Bakhmut. There's a couple of things that you want to do in any kind of a fight, whether it's a fist fight or an army battle. A lot of times, you can trade distance for time. And you think about yourself in a boxing match, right? The champ is slugging away at you. You dance backwards. Your you're manipulating the distance between yourself and your opponent. And it seems a little bit perhaps obvious, but it's a little counterintuitive. You by putting distance between you and your enemy, what you're actually buying is time, right? It's not the distance so much. It's going to take your enemy longer to hit you. He's got to approach you. All of those things. So around Kremenna and around Bakhmut, we may, in the hours and days, we may see the Ukrainians trading territory for time. In either of these cases, in the case of Kremenna, you know, we're looking at territory that the Russians have already gone backwards over. It might be possible, and given the amount of force, Russian force concentrated around Kremenna, if I were a general on the Ukrainian side, I would definitely say let's back up and not get mauled by the champ, because there are a lot of capable Russian forces up there. In terms of Bakhmut, what is more important if I were a Ukrainian commander? The city is essentially destroyed. All it's really good for is maybe sucking the Russians into another futile, bloody urban fight. But I would say to my bosses in Kyiv, Bakhmut itself is not as important as me, the Ukrainian general, controlling the M03 highway, motorway, which goes to Sloviansk and Kramatorsk, and the H32. It's much more important for control those roads. And if you're asking me, should I trade the city of Bakhmut for the control of those highways? Absolutely. Bakhmut means nothing. Those highways mean everything. And it isn't good that the Russians are across the TO-513. Not going to tell you that's good. The situation in Krasnohora, that is a little village that may well be surrounded in the next 24 hours. It is not a good idea to leave your defenders in that city and allow them to get encircled. It is always better in war to live to fight another day. So we're looking at a situation that could develop into the fall of Bakhmut. And again, I would trade Bakhmut for those highways any day, and it is much more important. And as we've seen, the Russians have traditionally, so far in this war, when they exert themselves to capture an urban area, thus far, and I'm not saying to count on it in this case, especially with a new commander, with a new mandate, and he knows he's going to fall off a balcony unless he makes something happen. But traditionally, when the Russians have exerted themselves to take a city, they have not been able to follow up and pursue of Ukrainian repositioning. That being said, it's not beyond a wily general to give up a place like Bakhmut, fall back, and be waiting for the Russians. There are only two roads out of Bakhmut: the M05 to the northwest and the H30 to the west. Both of those highways have terrain along them that it would be a general's prayer to have a Russian army come roaring up or down that highway, because they're going to get clocked if that happens.
Thanks, Chuck. Great to see you here a day early. We have a couple more hands to get into the conversation. So I think you're answering Dryfly's question, and Dryfly's hand is back up. Do you have a follow-up, Dryfly?
I'll be real quick. What does it look like from the Ukrainian order of battle that you can share with us? Do they have the people there to be able to stop that? And again, you don't have to get specific about units or how many here or there, but with your gut feel, do you think they got the the people in place to be able to make those blocking moves should they pull back? Listen.
Yeah, I think they absolutely do. And the M03 and the H32. Well, let's talk about the H32. That would be one of the principal roads to supply Bakhmut from the west. That being said, the Russians have been threatening it south of Iviansky for a while. So the supply roads do not necessarily, supplies are not necessarily coming down either the TO513 or the M03 from northwest. And the H32 is not the most covered route of approach. But the Ukrainians have had a very long time to consider what comes next. And I am assured that their forces are waiting and perhaps fondly hoping for the Russians to take the bait of these highways. And again, that Bakhmut is nowhere near encircled. It isn't. And the terrain immediately to the west of the city, there are hills upon which armies could make a stand for months. There are water courses. There are draws. And this is terrain that is presently solidly controlled by the Ukrainian forces. But the advances we've reported, the highways that are cut, the junctions now that are threatened, and the H-32 being threatened at Iviansky, these are important advances that the Russians have made. But again, you can look at a map and you can see what's happening. And it's always a mistake to say, well, why is this happening? The Russians have advanced in these places. They're across the highway at Blaudante, they're threatening Krasnohora, and they're poking up at Iviansky. It's always a mistake to look at a battle map and say, the Russians have made these advances because ... Answer A, their attacks are effective and they're overwhelming the Ukrainian defenses. Okay, that's answer A. How about answer B? The Ukrainians are moving back, extend Russian lines of communication and supply, and to urge them into an advance that can be jumped upon. So you can't assume that necessarily the Russians are succeeding by brute force of arms. There absolutely could be some holiness involved in this in the changes of these positions, because the Russians have occupied their areas of advance. They expend a great deal of blood to push the line of contact even a couple hundred meters forward. Because of the accuracy of the Ukrainian artillery, because of the way the ground is, and because almost every Russian advance is under plain view of the Ukrainian forces and their artillery spotters, the Russians have to expend blood and treasure to make an advance, and then every day they get hammered where they sit. So this has been extremely costly for the Russians. Because they've been under fire for so long, kind of like ants, they've had to been able to fortify and conceal their own lines of communication and supply. Moving forward, and anywhere they break through, they will again be open to artillery attacks. You can urge me forward. You can urge him to make it where you want him to. You can bring him into artillery traps. You can urge him to advance down this narrow valley that's overseen by high ground on both sides. The bad thing about the Russian army is orders from the top, political orders to advance at all costs, to report gains in your offensive operations. There aren't a lot of Russian commanders that are going to resist. For example, there is a valley to the southwest of Blate. I can see the Russians marching right down that valley so they can report a 10-kilometer advance. If they go that way, nobody's coming home. I'll predict this: if they advance towards Orikho Vlasivka, which is maybe 5 kilometers up the M03 highway, if they try to get there, nobody's coming home from it. It is completely overseen by high ground. They may advance at night, they may overwhelm some local pickets, they may push forward, but they won't be there 72 hours later. There won't be anybody left. So what I'm saying is, you look at these situations, it's very hard to tell what is a victory on the part of the Russians and what is a deliberate give on the part of the Ukrainian armed forces.
Thank you, Chuck. We have a lot of hands up. I will do my best to have the order correct, but I believe it is Edvard, Gunther, and then Latin American. Edvard, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, Chuck. Chuck, hey, if we look at the map, we see about 10 miles west of Bakhmut, right? There is this place called Khasiv Yar. And this seems to me a more defendable place, right? And I've heard people spoken about it, that this is probably much more defendable than Bakhmut, right? So that should be a natural place for the Ukrainians to if they have to retreat to that place, right? Or what do you think about that, Chuck?
No, I think you're right on. Absolutely. And there are and while the Russian advances are worrying, you're very right to point that out. Even if you gobble up Bakhmut, like we said in the Russian air quote victory at Soledar, the prize was the roadway, and it's the same thing in Bakhmut, which became a village and became a town and became a city because there is a river going through it. There are two roads that met, one going north south, one east west, and it is a town in a river valley. It would be very easy for the Ukrainians to adjust their lines just exactly as you said, 5 kilometers to the west. Khasiv Yar is a great place to defend. Absolutely, this could happen. I think there will be a real temptation again for the Russians to try to rush into the urban area of Bakhmut, where they're going to stick their head into a saw. And this is something that actually occurred in the Battle of Severodonetsk. The Ukrainians allowed Russian, and I believe it started in the northeast of the city, and I believe it was a high school that fell first, and then the Ukrainians staged a phone withdrawal. The Russians pumped more people into Severodonetsk, and it turned into that epic fight, and it was a bleeding operation against the Russians. That could be happening here as well, but we can't separate what's going on in Bakhmut with the considerable mass forces that are up in Kremenna. And I think we're talking about, 40 kilometers apart. The Russian army is supposed to be an army that's able to move 20 kilometers in a day. They're supposed to be able to do that. And it's something that absolutely we have to watch. There hasn't been yet that huge advance out of Kremenna by the Russians, but it's something that has to be watched. And you might think of the battles in Kremenna and the battles in Bakhmut as kind of a seesaw. And what I mean is not sort of back and forth, east-west, but right now the Russians have most of the pieces in play to try to overwhelm the Ukrainian defenders by striking either heavily at Kremenna or heavily at Bakhmut. And what to be watched for is a situation in which the Russians put the accelerator to the floor in both places. If they come roaring out of Kremenna and they make a major effort to encircle Bakhmut, in that case, it's going to behoove the Ukrainians to move into a position to secure the lines of communication. So the roadways going to and from these two battles, they are much more important, more strategic and tactical value than any of the real estate. So in the case of Kremenna, I would expect the defensive line to occur around Liman. And in a very bad situation evolving in Bakhmut, just as you said, I'd expect to see a defensive line drawn somewhere around Chasiv Yar. So you nailed it right on the head.
Thank you, Chuck. And so now on to Gunther and then to Latin. Gunther, please go ahead.
So you mentioned the H32 highway, but according to Google, is that the same as the 504, TO 504?
I know Chuck has maps out in front of him. You know, what I would suggest to folks, and I'll put these maps up in the nest, is refer to the maps that Chuck uses and that Chuck posts as he does his analysis from the battlefield. Maybe Google has a different road numbering system, or maybe they've misnamed it. But if you look at Chuck's map, and just in one moment it'll be up in the nest, you can see that the H32 goes east and west. You know, going east, it arrives at Popsna first. Going west, it goes through the center of Bakhmut and just touches the suburban area around Chasiv Yar. So I can't help you, Gunther, with what Google calls the road numbers, but I can help you by getting you Chuck's maps.
Sure.
It's also different numbers. So people have to understand that Google is not the where all and with all, and it's generally reflecting both the Ukrainian numbers as well as the international coding, which European countries have agreed to. So that's why there is an overlap on a regular basis, and Google has never figured out how to adapt to the European scenario properly. And there's unfortunately no legend explaining it to people who are not from Europe, or even for those who are in Europe and don't know it.
And I'd hate to be using one of those road maps to try to get around Bakhmut to beat the traffic, because that wouldn't be good.
Another question: how much of the high ground to the west of Aviansky is captured by the Russians?
Well, let's see. We've got. Are we talking about the Bakhmut battle space here?
Yes, just to the west of Aviansky, there's some terrain elevation.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a series of bluffs that come down from the H-32 highway, just barely to the west of Aviansky. And the Russians have it. There are a couple of different ways to sort of determine the line of contact. The one I like the best is report of Russian fire missions, assuming most of the time that the Russians aren't going to shell their own people. That is the best way, sort of tell. There are reports on where the line is south of the H-32 highway, and again, that's the highway that runs east and west through Bakhmut. The line basically goes from Apatane, which is the first little village south of Bakhmut. That line basically goes east and west, paralleling almost perfectly the H-32 highway at about maybe 3 kilometers south of the highway. I've seen other sources with fire mission data. It leads me to believe that the Russians are actually closer to the H-35 than that. I think that slightly to the east of Aviansky, the Russians are probably within 1.5 to 1 kilometer of the roadway. 3,000 feet, that's definitely within heavy machine gun range. That's definitely within mortar range. It's definitely within the range of anti-tank missiles. So the H-32 is definitely okay. Threatening the highway is one thing. In order to encircle Bakhmut and or compel the Ukrainians to make the decision that they're not going to strand their forces in Bakhmut and evacuate them. The Russian salient to the south of the city, they're going to have to advance at least as far as Chasiv Yar, probably as far as Myansky, which is about 5 kilometers northwest of Chasiv Yar. And the terrain between the starting point and Myansky, I don't see the Russians being able to do it. I absolutely don't. I don't see them encircling Bakhmut from the south. If I had to get what gains will come up tomorrow, what Russian successes there might be tomorrow, I expect maybe Krasnohora will be either cut off or the line will advance there, and I expect perhaps that south of Aviansky, but I don't think they're going to cut the highway, at least in the next 24 hours.
Thank you, Chuck. And Gunther will move on to our next hands. Latin first, and then True. You can follow Latin. Latin, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. And thanks, Chuck, for the update. I was looking at the most recent map that you posted, and typically you do include aerial activity, and that's one of the things that I noticed right away. There appeared to be some indication of missile strikes on Russian positions a little further back, but it didn't see much indication of aerial activity on the Ukrainian side. And I'm wondering are you picking up anything on a possible decrease in that activity? Because there's a couple of scenarios that I have in my mind that I'm concerned about.
Yeah, that was a good catch. There were only 4 aviation strike missions in the last 24 hours. I couldn't pin down any in the Bakhmut area. There could have been But the more important things, interestingly, well, I will say this to frame what. So what does that mean that there were only 4 airstrikes put on by the Ukrainians yesterday? The Russians normally fly from 5 to 10 times as many aviation strike missions as the Ukrainians do. You know, and that order of magnitude is about what you'd expect. The Russian Air Force is much larger and more capable than the Ukrainian Air Force. However, the Russians do not have air superiority over the battlefield. If they did, there wouldn't be any Ukrainian aviation strike missions. A good day for Ukrainian aviation is maybe 12 strikes, 15, sometimes as high as 20. One aspect of Ukrainian airstrikes are suppression of enemy air defense missions. Those are typically flown with high-speed anti-radiation missiles. Again, a NATO standard air defense suppression. It seeks radar and blows them up. This was an unusual day in that no Russian air defense systems were reported as struck, but there's been a trend evolving in the last I don't know, let's call it the last 3 weeks. Ukraine is reporting more, not more necessarily every day relative to aviation mission, but a greater number of Russian air defense systems are coming under surface-to-surface missile attack rather than aerial attack. That's good. By firing a short-range ballistic missile at a Russian air defense site, you're not risking an airplane and a pilot, and you're still attriting Russian air defense capability. And again, the Russians have got to do 2 things, right? You want to control the airspace over the forward edge of the battle area, and you want to do that by preventing the enemy, in this case, the Ukrainian defenders. You want to try to prevent them from flying close air support and taking your own troops under fire. You need your own surface-to-air missile capabilities close to the front line. Throughout the war, the Ukrainian armed forces have put man pads so that almost every Ukrainian rifle squad has got, or certainly every rifle platoon has got a surface-to-air missile, man-portable air defense system with them. That has really blunted Russia's ability to put close air support down to support their troops. You know, really blunted, but that still means they're flying 5 to 10 times as close air missions as the Ukraine do. But by chipping away and hitting the Russian surface-to-air missile batteries, and again, these are for the most part mobile systems like the Pantsir, like the Buk, other mobile surface-to-air systems. You also by the Ukrainians suppressing the Russian air defense, it opens up, of course, close air support against the Russian ground forces, but it also opens up. It makes it impossible for the Russians to do, for example, to use helicopters freely to evacuate their wounded battlefield. It prevents those helicopters from also flying to bring air mobile troops to try to staunch Ukrainian. So, although the numbers don't always reflect it, the Ukrainians are doing a really pretty good job, blunting Russia's air power and making the sky unsafe for those those Russian pilots rather, flying close air missions. in the last week, the Ukrainians have shot down 4 or 5 Russian Su-25 strike aircraft, and I think the Russians lost perhaps half a dozen helicopters in the last 10 or 12 days.
Let me butt in here, please. Because, hey guys, I'm from Ukraine.
True, if you can just hold up for a moment and let Chuck finish his thought, and then we'll move to you next, okay? But we don't interrupt here at MriyaReport.
Thanks. And so the situation regarding the airstrikes. One of the things the Russians are going to want to do and need to do, if big offensive operations are going to be happening, the Russians are going to need to bring air power to support their combined arms maneuver elements. As beneficial and necessary as this is going to be for the Russians, the Ukrainians have done quite a lot to prevent those pieces coming together to support these ongoing Russian offensives. And I think the pause that we saw in the in Ukrainian close air support missions today, they have gone through in the past some operational pauses, and the 4 missions today, unfortunately, that sort of pause in air support, unfortunately, it coincided with a day of ground advances for the Russians. So 2 things lined up, weren't so good for us, but it's going to be a long war.
Thanks, Chuck. And True, your hand is up. You can go ahead. I just want to say we enforce civility here at MriyaReport.
Thank you, pardon for the interruption. I just wanted to say, and it was quite in line what Chuck was talking about. I'm from Kiev. I lived in Kiev for 10 or so years, and now I moved to Cherkasy because it's a bit quieter here, you know. And a couple of days ago, all the missiles were what was launched from Black Sea and were targeted to Kiev. Was hit in the Cherkasy region. So our counter-aerial defense systems worked pretty much well. I wanted to and I don't know, to say or talk about tanks because Ukrainian news showed us today that Ukraine will receive about 300 or more tanks during during like 2 months, like in the end of March. We will have trained soldiers who can drive tanks, and the tanks ourselves will arrive into Ukraine. Is this true? How do you think it is?
Well, you know what? I don't know that I have better information than you do regarding the arrival of main battle tanks. They are. I did hear today, just before we came on the show, that there are 60 Bradleys, and they are approaching operational. So they are definitely in Ukraine. Ukraine is a big country, and the Bradley can only move so fast. But when you're talking about 60 of these infantry fighting vehicles, which of course the Bradley is, it's not a tank.
It's something different. It has its own very relevant capabilities. I think one of the things we all have to remember is, it's one thing to get tanks into Ukraine. That's great. That is step one, absolutely necessary. It should have happened last spring. It is happening now, but those tanks are not going to serve you or the cause until they arrive at the battlefield in units, in units that have been worked up, and by that the military talk for, that have been trained, that have been exercised, that have been tested in war games, so that they are interoperable and can cooperate with the units around them. It isn't going to do any good to get a handful of leopards and sprinkle them around into existing units, because what the phase that we're entering now in this war, and frankly, folks, it looks like the Russians maybe have gotten there first. This war is going to end when it enters the maneuver warfare phase, combined arms maneuver. I think here within the next 72 hours, it looks like the Russians are going to go to that stage here, right? They're going to go to their combined arms maneuver warfare, brigade task groups operating together. We talked about the couple of times I've been on here, things that we haven't seen the Russians doing very well or very often lately. For example, they had a great big combined arms maneuver warfare effort. It was aimed at Kyiv. That didn't work. Not only did it not work, it got itself turned around, but and shattered units conduct yard sales all the way back into Belarus as they got their butts kicked. Now, we're going to see an effort out of Kremenna. I'm not, I don't have a crystal ball, but that's what it looks like to me. We can expect to see a major Russian thrust out of Kremenna. I think also we're going to look at a Russian effort within the next 72, 140 hours. I think they're going to surround Bakhmut. Those are big combined arms operations. It remains to be seen. Are Ukrainians going to meet those head on, force on force? And that is something that the Ukrainian armed forces have not done thus far in the war. I'm not saying they haven't fought back. I'm not saying they haven't fought back effectively. And I'm definitely not saying they haven't fought back smart. What they have been doing when the Russians offer one of those big city moves, the Ukrainians go to asymmetrical warfare. They don't try to meet it force. They start attacking Russian command elements, Russian logistical supplies, ammunition supplies, fuel supplies, and that has been sufficient to break up these Russian attacks. It's coming. The day is coming when the Russians are going to try to do these combined arms, and they're going to be met force on force. Their battalions will be met with Ukrainian battalions. A Russian armored division is going to be met with a Ukrainian armored division. And the day is coming where those two forces will not be at parity. There won't be Ukrainian T-72s up against Russian T-72s, and it is going to be Ukrainian Leopards, Ukrainian Abrams M1 tanks up against Russian T-72s and T-90s and whatever it is they have. This is back to those Bradleys that are in country right now. Some of the Bradleys that are coming into Ukraine, as Mockers was just saying, they are an A2 SA situational awareness model. These are Bradleys with updated sensors, thermal cameras, extremely articulate night vision devices. And a lot of Bradleys are not only armed with a 25 millimeter Bushmaster chain gun,
which can pretty much chew up most everything except I don't know what, maybe maybe the Starship Trooper bugs, but this is a pretty good gun. But they're also armed with tow missiles, and these put them in a combat relationship with advanced Russian armor. I don't think I'd want to be shooting at an oncoming Russian tank with a 120 millimeter smoothbore gun. I'd rather have a tow missile to hit it. So we're seeing the combat debut of these Bradleys much sooner than we think. But it's all going to depend on what Ukrainian National Command Authority, what their military commanders decide to do. Do you trade distance for time? Do you fall back from Kremenna? Do you fall back from Bakhmut? That's what we're going to have to see. If it were me, I'd actually fall back. I would trade that distance for time, and I would try to get all my ducks in a row. I'd want to get my new toys in the toy box, and I'd want to get them lined up because we're going to have to defeat the Russians on the battlefield, and that is going to happen. The last act of this movie, folks, Act 3, is going to be big army on big army, and I think the Russians here. I think they're raising the curtain on Act 3 right now, maybe sooner than we wanted, but I think that's what's going on.
True, I will go back to you for a follow-up because I noticed your hand did come up, but and we do have quite a number of hands raised on the panel. But before I do that, True, I just want to ask you, Chuck, we're moving towards the top of the hour here. How much more time do you have?
Alan, my brother, I got an hour at least, and I like your new picture because those sunglasses, they're looking good on you, brother.
Thanks. I'll tell you the story about my new profile picture. But True, you have a follow-up. Go ahead, please.
I want to thank a lot to Chuck, and I was a bit pinched when he said that we will win. Ukrainians will win, and I thank a lot for the support that you all give to us, but every goddamn day Ukrainians die in this war against these goddamn Russians, and maybe let's make a moment of silence to treasure all the people that gave our life to our freedom.
Amen to that, brother.
Thank you, True. I am certain that on February 24, which will be the 1 year day of the Russian invasion, there will be a special observation of that day here at Maria Report. So we do have some more hands up in this order. It is Lexicon, Angry Ants, and then Dry Fly. Lexicon, please go ahead.
Thanks. And thanks so much, Chuck. And thinking about the heartfelt feeling of True, I know for these several weeks, maybe 3-4 weeks, it's been agonizing seeing, although the number of Russians dying, the count has risen a great deal. At the same time, it just makes us more acutely aware of how many Ukrainians are dying or being maimed and so on. I don't know if you had a chance to see, Chuck. It was last night's ISW, Institute for Study of War, released their analysis, and they did a kind of special one. They forewent much reporting on state of the battle to discuss, to analyze how much the slow rolling of Western support, American support in the lead, how much that failure to respond rapidly and adequately has cost how many Ukrainian lives. Um, and they say it repeatedly in various ways. And I mean, it's not something we haven't all been thinking and talking about. All the effort to get the leopards free, of course, and Maria reports really led outstandingly. Um, but you can say, well, no use, what's done is done, no use crying over spilt milk. But they make the very convincing case that we'd all empathize with, that it's not enough to recognize belatedly that something is necessary and then commence to roll it out, and that much of what's been done should have been done months and months before, as you've been saying. I don't know if you've seen the report or other people have, but I just just to ask you to reflect on that if you have seen it, and to just say I resoundingly agree with that analysis they've made.
No, those are perfect points, and I did read that, and well, that's something we've been talking about for months. I think I even just mentioned it in the last monologue here. I think one of the most egregious failures of the West was the trickling out by some nations, and by that I'm pointing the finger at my own country, the United States included, the trickling out of air defense systems. Now, some of them have gotten there. For example, the Iris-T, and Italy, Spain, Germany first deployed the Iris-T, or allowed the Iris-T to Ukraine, where at least the Iris-T missiles that were in Kyiv went 100% on their reception rate. 100 missiles were fired and 100 intercepts. That's great, but we're still looking at overall, during a Russian missile attack, the overall intercept rate is about 75%, and that's great. Look, that's really pretty good. The problem is that the 25% of the missiles that get through, some of them with a 500-pound warhead, 500 pounds, folks, they're getting shot at apartment buildings, right? They're burying kids alive. It's unconscionable that those air defense systems didn't get there quicker. So let's look around for the not guilty. How about Norway? They were the co-developer of the NASAMS missile, National Standard or Norwegian Standard Air Defense System, essentially a Sparrow missile. Fired in an air defense role. Sparrow missile was a missile developed by the Navy as an air-to-air missile, radar-guided, extremely effective airplane killer. Norway gave those systems, as far as I know, before the United States did. There is politics in the United States, and I never talk about politics per se. We're not going into domestic politics. That is of politicians. But by not providing this aid in a more timely fashion to Ukraine, all the people who retarded this aid, slowed it down, slow walked it, all they did was prolong this war. That's what they did. They allowed the Russians to hold on to what they've got and build up their forces to the point where, look, there are going to be at least 2 Russian offensives, and they're going to happen in the next couple of weeks. I guarantee you. I guarantee you they're going to happen. No crystal ball on my part. You got a new commander. He's already been fired once. Putin's on his 4th commander. Putin wants results. He wants results. He wants an offensive. He wants cities captured. He wants movement. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Or face it, folks, people fly off balconies who disappoint this guy. So it's going to happen. Good thing for Ukraine. What is a good thing? If you know the enemy is compelled to make a move, if you know they're coming,
If you know they have to come, then you, as a general officer, as a guy commanding forces, you are obligated to be ready to exploit them. You don't want to be compelled on the battlefield to do anything, right? I'm not saying you sit there and do nothing, but you don't ever want to be in a situation on the battlefield where the enemy knows I've got to do something, right? I don't ever want to be fighting somebody who knows Chuck has to go this way. He has to go north. That's how you get clobbered. The Ukrainians are in a position now to know that the Russians are going to make this offensive. The Ukrainians have penetrated Russian communications almost thoroughly. The Ukrainians have access to overhead imagery that literally can read the license plate numbers on Russian vehicles. The Ukrainians have a really good idea both where the Russians are, what their order of battle is, what units are there, and they have a pretty good idea when the Russians are going to be ordered to do things, that's by traffic analysis. Do the radio calls go up? Where on the map are there more radio calls, etc.? And there are other intelligence avenues that can say not only Russians are going to do something, but we're pretty sure that this is what they're going to do. We find ourselves in a situation right now where if the Ukrainians had those Leopards 3 months ago, would they be in a better position to meet these offensives that we know are going to happen here within the next week, possibly within the next couple hours? Absolutely. Of course they would. There are at least 60 Bradleys in country right now in Ukraine. I don't know exactly where they are, but they can't be close enough to the battlefield, right? They're going to be needed here within hours, days, nights. They're going to be needed. All of that stuff, and I absolutely agree with you. I would love to see ISW say this, Institute for the Study of War. Ukraine needs everything. They need more air defense. They need more main battle tanks. They need more Bradleys. They need more radios. They need more medical supplies. They need more bullets. They need more HIMARS. They need more battlefield surveillance radars. They need more drones. They need more airplanes. They need everything. And as True said, we sit here and say we, and I'm guilty of it. I'm not spilling my blood over there. The Ukrainians, they aren't asking for a NATO backup, right? Just give them the tools. And I agree with you. We need to give them the tools to finish this war that they never asked for, they didn't start, and all they want back is their territory the way it was in 2014. They didn't start this war, but let's help them finish it.
Thanks, Chuck. And we're going to move on to more hands that are coming up all the time because this is an excellent conversation. Chuck is bringing us really superb analysis and insights tonight. So the order is Angry Ants, Dry Fly, and Clyde. Angry, go ahead.
No, thanks. And I was going to, help add some supporting fires to help answer a true question about units. And I also had a question for Chuck. And when I look at all the aid that's being put together and, the information we've got from General Milley as such, and we know that at a minimum, battalion-sized elements are being trained on combined arms on these vehicles. And when you look at all the vehicles that have just been pledged for this and in this time frame and the urgency behind all the countries talking about getting the vehicles in the hand in the next 5 to 8 weeks, I believe that at any moment now we'll be seeing large scale unit size operations of NATO vehicles in Ukraine. I just think they'll happen sooner than later, but it will be happening before the April timeframe. So I truly believe that, which is a good thing because having those Bradleys, having all the all the different vehicles that are going to make up this very interesting combined arm unit. It's going to be awesome, and I'm really looking forward to it. But for Chuck, I think that just yesterday we saw some really good partisan activities, and I was wondering if we're reaching about the territory that's been taken since the invasion, and historically, if insurgencies or partisan activities, it takes a little while for the real kinetic time to happen. What do you have any insight, or have you been gleaning anything on the partisan activity, and not just the targeting, but more kinetic stuff that's happening behind enemy lines? It's going to limit the movement of Russians behind the enemy lines.
Well, it's something that kind of takes place in the shadows, and you always want to take your partisan force and the evolution in this. Alan helped coin this phrase, promoting patriots to partisans, right? And what does that mean? It's a traditional mission for U.S. Army Special Forces and the Naval Special War and Army Special Forces can overlap slightly in this mission, but it is the Green Berets, the Army Special Forces that are absolutely the kings of this, which is getting yourself behind enemy lines, deep behind enemy lines, and finding willing people who you can to become partisans. And you think of this as a developing kind of mission set that is imparted to a patriotic Ukrainian. What's kind of the lowest level? Not lowest level, but let's talk about you can teach someone how to be a courier, right? You can teach somebody how to conceal information on their persons or about them, how to work in service of a communication network, teach them the sort of basics of operating within and creating and expanding a cellular network. And ideally, cells shouldn't be bigger than about 3 people. And that would mean that if you're one person in this partisan organization, ideally you should only really know 2 other people. So the first thing you'd be able to impart to these partisans is you find people who are willing to carry messages, who are willing to service dead drops, leave a message under a rock, be able to clear the dead drop, put a rock in the road. That means I've cleared the dead drop, communicating, passing the message on, trying to honor that 3-person cellular thing. So you pass it on, you leave it at a dead drop, you never see who picks it up. You see how painstaking that is. And I still haven't given anybody a gun. So you test out these partisan networks. You build them slowly. You start them on lower level tasks like that, knowing all the time as in force you're operating against the FSB, right? The FSB's job and the Russian security force, these occupied areas, well, their job is to board somebody who says they're a Ukrainian patriot, and their orders are get involved in the partisan networks. Gather all the information you can. We're going to penetrate it. But what the Ukrainians have done painstakingly over the last year and since 2014 is they've built up the capabilities of the partisans. So these people, they know how to communicate. They have communications plans. You've taught them target identification. So They know how to look at a bunch of convoy vehicles going by, Russian convoy, and they know how many infantry fighting vehicles, how much armor, how many fuel tanks, how many command vehicles, what were the license plate numbers of the civilian cars. Usually white civilian cars the Russians use for route reconnaissance. They use it for security. They use it for scouting, all those things. And how to communicate. Now, once I've got someone who's proved their ability to do those sorts of things, then I'm going to bring them somewhere for a week and teach them the rudiments of demolition, right? Or teach them how to operate as a fire team, 3 or 4 or 5 other guys, how to come together on a target, how to set up an ambush, how to conduct it, how to go in, search the bodies, capture anyone I'm supposed to, pull them out, how to pass those prisoners on down the line, et cetera, et cetera. That's the mission at which U.S. Army Special Forces, they excel at that. SEALs can do it. We call it a mobile training team, but frankly, we're not as good as the Green Beret at doing that. The Ukrainians have done the process I just described everywhere the Russians are. Everywhere they are, especially south of the Dnipro in occupied Kherson Oblast. The area around Melitopol is totally bandit country for the Russians. Those sort of bastions of partisan activity, that they're going to expand. And the question you were asking is, when do the partisans start sort of rising up? And the classic example is the French resistance rising up to support the D-Day landings in Normandy, rising up to paralyze the rail network in France, doing that of almost at once. They seem to be everywhere. What you've got to do in a situation like that is you have to bring the partisan forces up to pretty much the highest level. You want, if you're going to embark on that sort of a mission with your partisan troops, what a mission we call direct action, right? You want partisans to ambush a Russian supply convoy. They've got to be good, right? These guys have got to be good. They've got to have all the skills that I would expect of a special operator. This guy needs land navigation. He needs communication. He needs to know how to tactically handle his unit on the field. I need a guy who's smart enough not to take on too much of a target. I need a guy who's smart enough to keep moving. I need a guy who runs his organization in a cellular manner. I need a guy whose communications his communications platforms are secure. He's hiding as well. All of the little skills that have to come together. Those people have to be good. They have to be in place, and they have to be used at exactly the right time. So you're going to see more partisan activity around Melitopol than you are going to see, for example, around Donetsk, because the organizations are not the partisan organizations and their capabilities. They're not. They are more capable in Melitopol than they are around Donetsk. That's because those partisans operating around Melitopol, they have more access to Ukrainian special operations forces, supplies, to artillery support, etc. That they are closer to of Ukrainian power, a more porous line of contact around Kherson, meaning that the Ukrainian special operations forces can go with more ease than they can do, for example, around Donetsk, which is much more heavily defended, much more Russian for ground, and so it's a question of timing. To commit those Ukrainian forces, partisan forces, they have to have a right way out, right? They have to hit, they have to run, and you don't want to activate them too early. And I think we're probably going to see them turned on when we're looking at big army movements, and that's going to be a couple of months from now.
Thanks, Chuck. I just, Anger, do you have a follow-up? Go ahead. Otherwise, Angry, we'll come back to you. Thanks for muting your
No,
mic.
sorry. I just realized I might have been hot micing. I went to turn my mic on. I did not realize I might have been hot micing. No, I think that was a great and thorough answer. And again, I just really started to think about, again, the strains that a big partisan effort will add to Russia as they attempt to, one, go on the offense, and two, defend themselves from this big maneuver warfare that's going to come pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, and I hope you're more right than I am. I really do. And and the other thing, I'll remind everybody, look, I'm not a big Army guy. I'm a Navy guy. But I hope it's coming on your time schedule instead of mine. Absolutely.
Hey, Chuck, if I could just add one thing, I'll tell you.
Sure.
One thing that I think about the Bradley fighting vehicle, and it regards something that's near and dear to your heart, is I got to spend a lot of time side by side with SEAL teams in Ramadi. We were Army units that were detached and put underneath the Navy's spectrum in 2006 and 2007 during the surge there. And
great.
Yeah, we got to spend a lot of time with a couple of famous SEALs, but more so the ones that were day to day, that we knew were, down the street on an Overwatch position. And one unfortunate night, there was a pretty bad ambush, and a SEAL team got banged up real bad. And it was 3 infantry fighting vehicles from our 2nd platoon. My buddy Bill Baggett led a thunder run through a very intense firefight, and was able to pull out and pull most of them out. And unfortunately, I think one SEAL lost their lives, but they were able to get the rest of them out. But that's the things that these Bradleys are going to be able to do. They were able to go underneath the RPG and heavy machine gun fire and be able to get folks out, bust through a wall to be able to find the soldiers that needed cover. And that's something that you haven't seen on the battlefield yet. And I look forward to seeing that be put in Ukrainians' hands and to do exactly what it's meant to do, and fight for freedom, as we would say.
Thanks, Angry. Chuck, I want to get True back up and then continue on with Dry-Fi, Clyde, and Latin. But True, you've had some pretty interesting points to make tonight. Please continue.
Thank you. I'd like to tell you a story that my dad told me. Once he calls his friend that he goes fishing with, and he is in absolutely ordinary voice tells him that we with the guys packed the bags with sand and make some Molotov cocktails, and now we are wielding those spiky things that you throw under the wheels of the cars, and this is so ordinary, and like he says that like he's collecting tomatoes or oranges, if you know. And the other thing I'd like to ask you, well, the current Rammstein, conference, or how do you call it? Well, Rammstein was dedicated to tanks, and I guess it was great, and we got the tanks. There are rumors that the next Rammstein should be dedicated to the airplanes. What are your thoughts about that?
True. I think you're on it, and I want to commend your dad and his fishing buddy, because that's what it takes. And a lot of times when you're dealing with partisans, they'll come to you, And sometimes as a trainer, you have to actually hold them back a little bit. And but that's a high class when you've got people who are willing and they see it, and you know what, they're suffering because they're occupied. And nobody enters this game, especially as a partisan, because of all the combatants on the battlefield, right? It's the partisan who is the most vulnerable, who has the most to lose, and because he is in the battle space with his family, right? You have to really take care of these guys, and we lean on communications security. But to get to Ramstein, I think you're absolutely right. I think this next Ramstein, it's going to be about aircraft. I think the fighter planes will steal the show, but I think an important thing to get into the hands of the Ukrainians are going to be helicopters. And no one's talking about it that much right now, but why not Apaches? There are other NATO attack helicopters as well that are extremely capable, and they would be a step up from the Mi-24s flying around now. So I think you're right. I think Ramstein 8 is going to be about airplanes.
Thanks, True. And you know, we are going to move through the month of February because there are 3 important dates in February that I can think of. One of them is not Valentine's Day. Rather, I think of that day as Ramstein 9 Day. The other dates are February 7, when President Biden delivers his State of the Union address. And the other is February 24th, which is 1 year to the day when Russia launched this genocidal invasion. And because we are approaching this 1 year mark, we might be seeing that as a reason why Russia is about to launch some kind of major operation in Ukraine. The closer they get to that anniversary date, the more they want to prove that they can get something done that they have not gotten done now in almost 365 days of this invasion. And we will get back to Ramstein. We'll get back to some breaking news today about F-16s and jets. But before we do that, we're going to go to, I forget my own order here, but I believe it is Dry Fly, Clyde, and then Latin. Dry Fly, please go ahead.
Hi, Chuck. Another question on it. So I think we both agree that you're not going to see a major combined arms counteroffensive from Ukraine against this Crimea effort, or against the southern pincer coming up from Bakhmut. They just aren't ready for it, and I'm not sure it's even a smart move to do, given the amount of forces that it looks like the Russians are going to bring to bear. So what do you think they're going to do as far as a fallback? You mentioned that the U.S. And NATO doctrine back in the 1970s and 80s was to let them roll over you and then come and get them from behind, that you anticipated fighting behind the lines. I mean, this is their home country. They're going to know the terrain. Do you anticipate that some of those special forces are actually waiting in that forest for the Russians to roll through and then hit them from behind and then try to really rip them up? What do you think it's going to look like? And I agree with Alan a lot that this is very, very much a propaganda / military combined effort by Putin. He wants to show the world he's not going to give up, that he can win, and that we should all back down. I think it was really important that Ramstein came as hard and heavy with the last time, and I think it's equally important that Ramstein come hard and heavy next time, because I think that's the message to Putin, that we are not going to back down, and we're going to support Ukraine all the way to the finish. But the problem is in the next probably 6 weeks, how do they take that punch? And I will listen.
Yeah, that was the plan back in the Cold War days. Is the Russians were going to roll over special operations forces operating in the rear and also conducting direct action missions, of course, against the Russians. But that isn't always the best plan. That's and whenever you're operating with a small unit, and you're operating in a denied area. By that I mean, in behind the forward edge of the battle area. There's a lot of things that go into what would be an appropriate tasking for that kind of unit. You don't want to go in a one-way operation, right? You only have got certain capabilities as a small unit. Those capabilities expand. So, for example, if your small unit is 10 partisans with bolt-action rifles, they could probably do less than a SEAL platoon could do. An analogous size group, better weapons, better sensors, better training, the ability to address more sorts of targets, carry out more sorts of missions, those kind of things. So if you are in a situation where you get rolled over, you've got a small unit, it's not going to be a suicide operation. You want a round trip operation. You want to pick an extremely lucrative target, right? What is the risk to reward? So what would I put up at the top of that list? Personnel interdiction against high value targets. So it would be worth killing a Russian general. It would be worth neutralizing a brigade or battalion and up level command center. Ammunition depots, great. That is a great and lucrative target. Fuel, oil, perhaps some important communications facility, a key air defense facility. These are the kind of targets that would be given, to a classic direct action special operations unit. But you want to have a point, though, right? Anyone can see you're hitting an enemy command center. That's obviously going to be a great and lucrative target. You're hitting an ammunition storage depot, especially for critical ammunition supplies, surface air missiles, guided artillery shells, those sorts of things. So you want to prioritize the targets, because the other thing that you're doing is you have a special operations force. They're like an asset, right? They're an investment in those guys, and continuing return on investment for that outfit is to have them keep running missions until the war is over. You never want to send your guys on the Guns of Navarone mission, right? So you don't want Gregory Peck and David Niven being the only guys to come back. You want everybody to come back. And we talk about direct action against those targets: command element, ammunition storage area, electronic warfare, etc. In order to bring yourself out of one of those missions, it's probably, although we saw across the Dnipro raid against a classic direct action raid against a Russian command post here in the last couple of days. What would be equally important is to simply find that target, right? The days of pointing a laser at a target and calling in laser guided munitions, they're not over yet. We still do those kinds of missions, but what the Ukrainians have now, they've got HIMARS, they've got all sorts of other guided munitions. The best use of those special operations forces operating in the Russian rear, let's say in Crimea, where they're a major move by the Russians. It would be more important to keep that force in being, having it operate, supported by the local partisans network, and to use that unit to just simply identify the location of these sorts of Russian targets and coordinate the use of long-range precision strike munitions on these targets. So this would allow you to keep that force in being, because, well, look at it this way. If that force carries out 2 missions and gets captured, wrapped up, whatever, or extracted, they're out. Now, imagine that same force in that same area operating now around Kremenna in the rear areas of the Russian force. Now, imagine that they've carried out 10 missions a month. It's this ongoing nightmare for the Russians, and that they are kidnapping Russian soldiers. They are calling in artillery on air defense sites. They are blowing up ammunition. They're just a total pain in the ass for the Russian commander, local Russian commander. That's what you want, because it won't just be a local pain in the ass for that commander. He's going to have to divert forces from the front to secure his rear area. And the longer that force can operate in a situation where you have partisans in the area, they can not only force multiply your own special operations forces, but they can operate. Look, they're your support network. They're going to help coordinate your own resupply. They're going to bring you intelligence data. The more you operate, guys, you get, so you can absolutely trust him. If he says, look, I know these sorts of command vehicles are parked in this area, they got here yesterday, all their antennas are up, you might have to send a patrol to confirm that. So these are the sort of problems that they're going to have in any area they advance over. And we know these problems are going to exist for the Russians, because Ukrainians throughout this war have done so well to prepare every space. They prepare the battle spaces as they did around Kherson. They prepared them so they could advance through them. Also, during the offensive, they prepared them so that there were partisans there to help them. And I think we can expect Ukrainian war. They can look at a map. They can see where it's likely that the Russians are going to advance, and they can activate their own networks right now, partisan networks. And I think you're right. There are Ukrainian special operations forces. They're getting the warning order right now, and they are going to deploy and get advanced over. So seeing this sort of Cold War redo, and that is a meat and potatoes mission for special operations forces.
Thanks, Chuck. Trifly, do you have a follow-up, and then we'll go to Clyde?
Yeah, real quick follow-up. And so when the Russians originally came down from Kiev, there were all these guys that were in the woods with anti-tank guided missiles of various kinds. A lot of them the U.S. Javelins and such. You don't think that they're going to do some of the same and just try to slow them down, or do you think they're going to try to keep the front, progress over them? And I'll listen.
I absolutely think that's going to happen as well. We're not in that. The Russians are leaning forward for these offensive operations, but we're not yet in this perfect time where the ground is really going to be hard. And we've talked about that too. What that means is that the Russian lines of advance are going to be more predictable, because of the situation, because of the condition of the ground, the Russians are going to have to advance on axes. And again, anytime in war that you can predict where your enemy is going to be, or there are circumstances that are going to compel your enemy into a certain kind of behavior, sticking to the road, advancing down some valley, any place on the battlefield where your enemy is going to be forced to do something, you should be ready to take advantage of that situation. And you're right. You know, it's not it's guys with rifles and night vision goggles rolling around in the woods. That's the low bar, right? It's a couple of platoons prowling around in the woods with 10 Javelin missiles. That's something that can have really big effect on a portion of the Russian advance, right? They're going to have to use this road to cross this area. We have the intelligence that you know, we know the order of battle. We know what sort of Russian unit is moving. We know their manning posture, the sort of equipment they have. You know, it's known what the radio frequencies they're communicating on. In a lot of times, the Ukrainians will have penetrated the operational plans. They know what this task is that this Russian unit has been assigned. And look, 6 Javelin missiles, that can do a hurting on. Let's say there's 20 armored tanks and infantry vehicles coming. 6 Javelin missiles. I hit the head of the column. I hit the end of the column, and then I start hitting the middle of the column. You've just knocked off the Russian timetable. Also, as we were talking about the other day, I think it was David and I discussing, Russian morale and Russian training is showing itself to be completely inadequate. If you've got a column coming and somebody hits the head of the column, you'd be expected to know, okay, well, they're going to the column. There's reactions to contact. There's certain standard operating procedures that the Russians are not carrying out. They're not, and the Russians have shown that they're an increasingly brittle force. And remember, the Russians are trying to put together an offensive here, and they've still got a couple of millstones hanging around their neck. One of them is 38% of the vehicles they send forward into combat get abandoned by their crews. So those 6 Javelin missiles against 20 vehicles, well, you can see that Russian misconduct, incompetency, failures of leadership, failures to carry out their own standard operating procedures, that little Ukrainian force is going to have a much bigger effect on the Russians than it would have under, let's say, a better led enemy. So there's going to be some, this is going to be hard for the Russians to pull off these offensive operations. It's going to be hard because they're fighting a very adaptive enemy, an enemy that improvises, and the Ukrainian armed forces, their ethos is completely different from the Russians. So this is not a game that's going to go easily to the Russians, advances or no advances.
Thanks, Chuck. And now on to Clyde. And True, we will circle back to you, but Clyde, go ahead.
Thanks. Listening to Chuck is like, reminds me of, and I stated this earlier on the space, listening to General Jack Keene's interviews last Friday and Saturday about, he was lamenting about the slow trickle of what the Ukrainians need, the tanks and everything else. And he mentioned, F-16s and other aircraft and helicopters and things like that. My question is that stuff will all eventually come, and it'll come, in the Ramstein timeline, we think. But how much difference for this offensive would deep range fires make if they had ATACMS in the quantities that they could use to basically fire at all those rail lines that are feeding this armor for this offensive? How much would that make a difference now? I mean, we can always say woulda, shoulda, coulda if they'd had them 2 months ago, but even now, if they had deep range fires to go after the rail lines, the bridges, all of that kind of a thing, how much would that hopefully disable the Russians?
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you, brother. That's, I think in the big scheme of things, it's going to be those range precision munitions that are going to do the most good for the Ukrainians on a fire mission to fire mission basis. You know, the ATACMS, do they have ATACMS? Battle rages back and forth. I will point out that at one point President Biden said, President Biden described a weapon being provided to the Ukrainians that certainly seemed to be an ATACMS type product. I'll go dig that out of the news pile here later, but it was noticed by me. Of course, the people who said there are no ATACMS, whatever. You can say that the president says silly things. Of course he does, but I think that ATACMS are exactly the sort of munition that has to be provided to the Ukrainians. Look, it's going to be necessary to defeat this Soviet juggernaut. And I'll point out, you know, this is a war that started with Russian columns that were 20 kilometers long. And remember, they were all bumper to bumper backed up in Belarus. When that happened, I sat and thought, you know, the Russians have got to be putting on a show, right? They've got to be deliberately parking all these vehicles on this highway as a visible threat to Ukraine, because you can't win a war in the 20th century and you can't win a war in the 21st century if you're parking vehicles in a 20-mile long column. That's the highway of death, right? In Kuwait, you can't move an armed force that way. I absolutely agree with you that the rail targets have got to be hit. ATACMS are or longer range, HIMARS, etc., longer range munitions, because you want to move a military unit, and absolutely, you know that, you put it on a train, because the whole thing can move together. You think about yourself driving down the highway, right? Then traffic comes and goes, and you're stopping and starting. That doesn't happen on a train. You put it on a train, it goes at 60 miles an hour in one organic mass, and it shows up in the rear areas. You unload the train, and hey diddle diddle, you go into the battle. But that train, as it travels, it's vulnerable in three places, right? It's vulnerable when you are embarking the troops on the train. That happens in Russia, and Ukrainians are almost certainly not going to hit it there. That train is vulnerable when it is traveling over bridges along the way, because those bridges aren't going anywhere, but your fire solution is going to hold good for that bridge. And they are extremely vulnerable when they are closest to the forward edge of the battle area, and they are disembarking their troops. And the Ukrainians have shown and shown recently when they hit a train that they can do that. But they need more of those missiles. They need more precision guided munitions, because right now they've got to dole these things out. They've got to prioritize it, and they've got to say, if I'm gonna launch 6 of these things at this target, is it going to be worth it? So again, you know, this comes back, and I absolutely agree with you. These are the kind of things they absolutely need. They need more of them, and in order to win this fight, they've got to have enough of them to put on the targets and interdict every line coming into the battle space. Make the Russians drive the road. Make the Russians burn the fuel. Put the miles on. You know, make them road their tank like a road barge. You know, make them burn all that stuff. Make them up on roads, and make it that much harder for them to get into the battle space. Because look, the bear is big, and they've got a deep bench. and they don't care about how many troops they kill on the battlefield. So you've got to fight them smart, and that is, fighting them at the edge of your envelope and not inside their weapon envelope.
Thank you, Chuck. So we're going to, Clyde, do you have a follow-up?
Well, just that my understand. The frustrating thing is that whether they have them or not, or have a few of them, they don't have a bunch of them, because that rail line going to Melitopol is wide open, and that's their logistic line for the southern front. I mean, if they had a bunch of ATACMS, that rail line wouldn't be working.
I
And
agree
I mean,
with you.
it just wouldn't be.
And
then this is a missile, that we're decommissioning, is my understanding. We have
Right.
thousands of them that we're decommissioning, and we can't give them
Right.
to Ukraine to stop the logistics line that's going to be used for these offensives that are going to kill Ukrainians, including women and children. It's just maddening to me.
It is.
I mean the incompetence and the anyway.
Well, and I agree with you. And let's say I a couple of ATACMS missiles laying around. They're almost a strategic commodity for Ukraine, and I would be saving those for the ribbon cutting on the Kerch Bridge. That's where I would expend those missiles, as as many important and lucrative and even necessary targets present themselves in the east. To me, you got to save some for the Kerch Bridge. But this also swings back to eventually, and that moment isn't now, but as the partisans' direct action capability, competency raise, they can operate against the railroads. But I've seen a bunch of pictures of some pinprick attacks that are happening against the railroads, certain railroad lines in Russian occupied territory. And I got to tell you, I'm not that impressed with what I see, because the charge placement has been wrong. Sure, they've broken the rail line, but I haven't seen, except for a couple of cases where there was really some exquisite work done. But you need quality of their demo work needs to come up, and it is not nuclear physics, right? It is not rocket surgery. Give me a willing puke and 3 days, and I can make him take a 2-pound sock of plastic explosive and really do something bad to the railroad. But again, you don't want to pull the trigger on those irregular forces too soon. You don't want to expend them. You want to make sure their networks are secure, and you want to make sure that they're interdicting the railroads at exactly the right time, right? You look at how the French resistance did it, supporting Normandy. That is the absolute textbook gold standard of using irregular forces against the transportation network. And arguably, had they not done that, there might not have been an breakout from Normandy. Private Ryan, the Allies did not come bursting out of Normandy and start kicking the Russians' asses. They got boxed in, and until they broke out at St. Lo, it was anybody's game. But getting back to the long-range missiles, I absolutely agree with you. Look, they need more, and they need more right now. So, yeah.
Thanks. We've got about 15 or 20 more minutes with Chuck here tonight. We do have hands up and some new speakers who have come up. If you have a question, please raise your hand by tapping the Heart Plus icon, and we will bring you up to speak with Chuck in order. So we're going to go back to True and then to Phil S., who has raised his hand. True, please go ahead.
Thank you, guys. I just wanted to ask, because I'm a bit pissed off, because when, for example, United States decides to provide Bradleys to Ukraine, and then a lot of uh, procedures come, and only after that they begin to train Ukrainians to use that Bradleys. Why don't different countries provide training before they uh, really provide the weapons? Why don't they start to train our pilots to use F-16s using the simulators or whatever? Um, why don't we speed up the process? Because we wish we could use all the provided tanks by the end of March or beginning of the April, and that's we're counting days, you know.
Well, I think there has been probably more training going on than we really think. You know, bear in mind there were a lot of troops. They've been training in Britain for months now. We know they've been training around the Salisbury Plains, those places where British forces train in exactly large scale arms operation. There are at least 60 Bradleys right now in Ukraine. I can't remember the number that was shipped. I think it's what Alan was at 160, or I can't remember. It was in the hundreds. Look, those are in Ukraine. Somebody's driving them right now, right? And I can promise you, they're not driving those vehicles with the operator's manual in their lap, trying to figure out how they're used. So there has been a lot of training that's gone on under the radar, and that training goes on in advance of the shipment of these weapons. For example, the Norwegians provided the national standard Norwegian standard air defense system. Before those transfers were announced, there were already Ukrainian soldiers training on air defense. Ditto with the Patriot systems, etc.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, but the problem is, look, I think F-16s are coming. I know that Poland was talking about the circumstances in which they will provide F-16s to Ukraine, but remember, 2 years to make a fighter pilot, and 3 or 4 years to make a really good fighter pilot. So it's going to take some time. And True, listen, I agree with you. This should have been started a year ago. Unfortunately, it started now, and we're going to have to, we're going to have to deal with it. But it's coming.
George, welcome up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hey guys and gals, good evening. I guess it is evening, probably midnight somewhere across the pond, as they say. But yeah, so yeah, with the training, now remember, there is different, and Chuck, you know this better than most, all of us here. PsyOps is part of the war, right? So obviously, you don't want to let the Russians know exactly when these crews or when this stuff is gonna be ready to go. It could be 2 weeks. The training might have already started, but they're not going to let us know. Obviously, Chuck, right? They didn't call you and tell you when the training started, right?
No,
Yeah.
they didn't.
So exactly. So they're not going to tell any of us here. They're not going to tell any reporters. The people that know are on a need-to-know basis, and most of us don't need to know. So the bottom line is, the Ukrainians might launch an offensive, a large-scale offensive 2 weeks from now, maybe 2 months from now. It's anybody's guess. They're not going to let us know. They're not going to telegraph it. They didn't telegraph it when it was when the Kharkiv offensive took off, right? And that's probably going to be the same thing here. So I think everybody needs just to trust in the process and move forward.
Right. And we don't have to like it, folks. We just got to do it. So, but wise words were just spoken.
All right, here. Let's shift gears for a little second whilst Chuck and everybody is around, because it will come up anyway shortly. About an hour ago, there was an exchange after a press statement President Biden gave, and he was asked a few questions, and one question was in regard to the F-16s. Zagorman, shall we have a little chit chat about what was being asked?
Yeah, I think this is one of those shout outs by a reporter on the lawn of the White House, where apparently the reporter, and it's funny, you get Joe Biden's quote, but you can't really find a quote of what the reporter actually asked. But from all sources, their question was, will Ukraine either the word used was either send or provide F-16s to Ukraine. That's as close as I can get to finding anything that resembles a quote of what was actually asked in the shout out. But Biden had a one-word answer, which was no. And that's actually not inconsistent with what we in the kind of the Doolittle air wing and the folks that kind of track this stuff are thinking on F-16s. We're thinking the more probable sources of F-16s are Poland and Netherlands and Norway and any of the folks that are standing down F-16s and replacing them with F-35s are kind of a natural to be providing F-16s to Ukraine, and we've seen a lot of dots that, if we connect them, would indicate that is the case. That those countries that are standing up F-35s or at least looking like they may be providing to Ukraine. So I guess what Axel wanted to do is make sure we focus on the word pattern and what was said and what allegedly the question that was asked, and that if it is what I am seeing, it is totally consistent with what we in the Doolittle Air Wing have concluded is the plan, is that they won't be sourced from the United States. Lockheed Martin says they're increasing production to backfill for countries that give aircraft to Ukraine. So all those dots that are connecting, that no answer to that shout out question is not inconsistent with what we're thinking on F-16s. I guess we just wanted to make sure we kind of get our MriyaReport position out there on that.
Yeah, I think this is and thank you for highlighting this. It's very important that people understand what actually happens at this point in time, because this is about third-party transfers and the combination of what is being discussed at the moment. Because earlier during the evening, French President Macron, His Holy Frenchness, President Macron highlighted that he had a couple of conditions if and when France were to provide, and now it comes not Mirage but Rafale fighters, and that they would that France would seek assurance, and Ukraine would have to provide such assurance that it would not use them as means of attack onto Russian airspace or into Russian airspace. That which is a difficult one. Russian ground is fine, but Russian airspace is something where if there's a plane, and our friends will be able to assess this. If there's a plane flying in between and in and out of Russian airspace into Ukrainian airspace, and it can shoot a missile, do you shoot back, yes or no? Of course, if it's in the air and shooting at you, you shoot. So what? But there is a fine line in that regard, which NATO is in NATO. Pilots flying AirCab across the Eastern Front since many decades do know quite well as to what the rules of engagement are. Obviously, in a war zone, rules of engagement are a little bit different. But France did set out a number of terms and conditions as to how this could be done. And that's interesting because it's not a question of if, but how. The same thing was that Mark Rutte of the Netherlands highlighted the very same thing. And so it was not this time his defense minister or some, say, assistant to his Ministry of Foreign Affairs. No, it was Mark Rutte himself. Therefore, the leader of the Dutch government, highlighting that the Netherlands, if and when a request were made, and just like Macron, he stressed that no formal request has been made by Ukraine quite yet. There will be reasons for it. We know how this process went in regard to the tanks just as well, because everybody wants to make sure that there's a sufficient general agreement between the coalition allies, and that makes sense. But he stressed that again, that he agrees with the terms and conditions set out by our French colleagues, and that the Netherlands will be welcoming such a request if it were to come, and would gladly honor it. Now, this is interesting because it's a completely different statement from what people will perceive President Biden's statement to be. But the question is yet again the same as always. Did somebody ask the right question? And is that something which works for the, shall we say, sound bites, which evidently the shout outs on either the White House lawn or whenever President Biden departs from the podium trigger? So, but Bill, please.
Yeah, that's you said it. I mean, that's just the best I can come up with on actually what was said. It's funny that the reporters don't quote each other, but they write headlines.
Axel, a clip of the question and answer if he wants
do
to
you?
quote.
Do you have it?
I just so you can see it all in the context.
Okay. Okay. Great. I couldn't find it. I'm glad somebody's better at Google than I am.
Stephen, can you send it to me, or where would you put it?
Already sent him.
Okay, 1 sec.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, Chuck, while Axel's bringing it up, I agree. I'm the helicopter guy in the Doodle Air Wing, and I agree that they could use Apaches or Cobras right
Yeah.
now.
I am glad you're aboard. While Axel is doing that, let's talk about the training pipeline for that as well.
Well, I mean, you know, I have a data point on training. A lot of people have opinions. We now have a data point. The announcement of the Sea Kings going to Ukraine and them actually showing up in theater was 2 months. So that's a data point. Now there's no offensive systems on that, so there's probably at least another month for offensive systems training and some live fire stuff. So, you know, I'm thinking 3 to 4 months that you could field a Cobra or a Blackhawk by the time you decide.
Did we see? Sorry, Bill. Did we see a Chinook earlier today on one photo?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, and I think my supposition on this is they're doing aerosol training. Excuse me. They're doing they're doing either troop insertion, aerosol, troop movement type of training, and I suspect that it's probably in Germany because there's snow, and I suspect that they can't give up any of their Mi-8s or Mi-17, so they're using kind of the closest thing they can to do that type of training. And I would, you wouldn't use a Blackhawk, you wouldn't use a smaller helicopter, but you'd use something that's more that's at least as big, if not bigger, to kind of do the infantry type of training for that type of thing. So I did see that, and we were kind of talking amongst ourselves on that too.
That's when we're not talking about football.
Yeah, that's right. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to Arizona.
You know, I could tell by that accent that you were a Philly fan.
Yeah, I was there last night. Let me tell you, I was there. I'm a season ticket holder, so it's been a good year.
Oh, that's great. I've been to a couple of Eagles games, and I tell you what, folks, you better be cheering for the Eagles if you're sitting in that crowd.
Yeah, it can be. There's lots of words, but it was nothing but a party last night. The second half was, it wasn't very contested, so the second half was just a party, to be honest with you.
You better be cheering for the Eagles, or the Eagles, as I like to say, and you'd better be wearing green.
Yep, green is the only time I've ever seen. Let me just say, the only time that it was ever allowed to significantly, I've seen a significant different color than green was the day that Brian Dawkins came back wearing Denver orange. Right, so Brian Dawkins is obviously the greatest Eagle ever in my mind. And when he came back as a Bronco, wearing his jersey was allowed. But other than that, that's about the only time.
At least you can now show Andy Reid how to win a title.
Yep. So so Chuck, I'm thinking 3 to 4 months to field a combat, real gunship. I mean, all these people that say, the man-pad threats and all this other stuff. I'm like, if we can't give the Ukrainians a helicopter that can replace a transport helicopter Mi-8 with rocket pods on the side to just at least do that mission, then I want my money back as a taxpayer. Like, you know what I mean? It's just so obvious that we have a better aircraft to do just that. If we just do nothing but that simple close air support mission that they're doing with a transport helicopter with rocket pods hanging on it. Like,
You're right. And I would, I'm not a helo guy, although I would say I was a professional passenger for a while. But
I built Chinooks my whole life, so I'm sure you.
Oh yeah, I've driven a lot of boats into the back of a Chinook, which always amazes me, folks. They actually land the helicopter in the water, flood the back compartment, and we roar up with our raiding craft and drive it right into the helicopter. And then amazingly, they pull up with this waterfall going out of the back. It's pretty amazing if you haven't seen it. You know what? I haven't seen a lot of films of that. Have you? I mean, I'm talking about it, but not many pictures. Yeah, it's out there.
The water comes right up to the back of the water comes right up to the back, and there's a closet behind the pilot, and it comes right up to the back, and the altitude of the back end of the airplane's at -3 feet, so, or something like that, right? So if you had an altimeter down there, you'd be reading negative. But yep.
Yeah, and it is always amazing to me, Plus, the other thing is driving the boat in with the tail of the helicopter in the water, and all I'm thinking about is that rotor arc.
Yeah, that one. The back one tilts a little bit, or is flat. The one in the front forward tilts forward, so that's the one you got to watch. But yeah.
Yeah, we talk about it now, but it's like I don't know. It was a lot of fun when we were, wasn't it?
There's some good Googles out there. If you put it, Chinook, special ops guys, and there's a couple good ones where they have cameras inside the helicopter where you can see the thing drive right on in.
Just before Chuck has to retire, and I know Chuck's going to be back here tomorrow with bullet points. I'd like to go to True. And True, you may get the final question of the night. I'm not sure. It depends on how long Chuck has with us. So True, go ahead.
I'll be very short. So if we fred the leopards, will we be forcing the meme free the falcons?
It exists. True. If you go to the pages of MriyaReport as well as my own, you will find this already. There's some nose art. If you like, I can send you those.
We added eagles to that too, right?
Absolutely.
I'm an Eagles fan because I'm an F-15 Eagle fan.
I'd like to see that too, Axel. Send that to me, brother. I'll
Give me
make
a sec.
I'll make a
I'll put it up in the
desk
nest.
shot out of it. Excellent.
Chuck, have we used up all of your availability tonight?
I am. I think I am at minus 3 feet altitude, so I am going to have to go. I think shortly. But thank you, Alan, for hosting here. I sent you a little something in your DM. I will dig it. Go open that Christmas present. So I want to hear your opinion.
I saw that. It's a green. It means I'm betting on the Eagles in the Super Bowl.
That does. That's exactly what it means. So
well, you would be with a lot of people if you did that. The line moved. The line opened at the Eagles down 2 and moved to the Eagles +2, or the reverse. The Eagles favored by 2 within like an hour.
Well, they are pretty good. I'll tell you that. And as a Saints fan, all I can do is just shut up.
Well, Chuck, we can't help you there for a little while, maybe for a few years. In the meantime, in the nest, you can find those 2 tweets. One which was about Colonel Yuri Ignat, who had actually highlighted that F-16s are inbound. He did not say from where. So, and on the image, you can also see that this is actually an F-16 with 2 flanking F-15s, which is actually quite sweet. And then you have the nose art, which we created for the campaign. And if you want to spread it, you can, of course, spread it liberally, please.
Well, Chuck, we'll expect you back tomorrow night at 7 o'clock Eastern time with the official Tuesday evening edition of Bullet Points. There's a good chance that a lot will have happened between now and then. And we'll wait and see. I look forward to being back here with you tomorrow night. And thank you so much for your time.
I'll see you then, Ellen, and Axel, and everybody. Good night. See you tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Chuck. Much appreciated. And for our Eagles fans, just very clearly on the nose art, you can, of course, see that there is the classic, good old World War II type nose art for the Vipers and a balding white eagle in the background. So you have it all.
Yes, that's just a bald eagle, Axel. It's not balding. The eagle cannot regrow feathers with Rogaine.
I know. I'm the only eagle in this club who has actually lost all his hair. Yep.
Oh, wait a minute now. I take offense to that.
So, Daryl, this is why you wear hats?
Of course. Why not? I get on here and I hear Chuck doing AAV operations out the back of a helicopter. What's up with that? Amphib operations in a helicopter. Whoa, wait a minute now.
They were dropping boats.
It's still amphib ops. If it rolls up into the back, it's like a boat, and then gets on a ship, whether it be aircraft or the back of a ship, floating in. That's stuff I know.
Well, I can't help with amphibious operations. It seems to me all you need is a body of water and a nearby coastline you need to assault. We have a couple of more hands.
Well, you got to remember,
Alan. Let me explain. Let me explain something, Alan. When they fill up the back of the ship and we start floating inside the ship, and then they open the gate and we come out to go ashore, he did the opposite. Like when we do LSTs, the LST drops down in the back of its tail end, drops in the water, and we just ride up the ramp to get back on board the ship. That's what he was doing with a helicopter.
Okay, this is sounding like a James Bond movie to me now.
Well, that's what the special ops guys do. James
Yep,
Bond stuff.
that's what they do.
They drop them off on a boat, and then they go do the dirty deed that they're tasked to do, and then helicopter shows up and picks them up, and nobody knows they were there. That's the goal. They're not assaulting anybody. They're trying to get in and out, never without anybody knowing.
Yeah, Chuck has talked about that, and wow, the way he talks about uh, getting in, doing the job, getting picked up or extracted, I guess as they call it, absolutely amazing. I mean, he is talking about operations that last 10 minutes, but the preparation is months long, and the training is weeks long, and there is never ever room for one misstep. Well, Chuck's with us always here at MriyaReport, so he trained well, he operated well, and now he's here to help us understand what's happening on the battlefield in Ukraine. Boy, we are lucky to have Chuck with us. So we do have a couple of hands, and I'm not, if these are hands for Chuck, Chuck has stepped down, but I'll go to Don C and then to John G. Don, go ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm a hockey fan, so I'll stay out of the Eagles business. I'm just amazed the idea of sticking a helicopter in the water and then it having the power to be able to lift back out of it. That's incredible. Um, but I wanted to talk about the supply lines for the Russians. They're using the rail networks, and Chuck pointed out that, how vulnerable they are. This is the kind of mission that screams for partisans or going on a long range patrol. And he's right. You want to do this strategically. There was a video yesterday, I want to say, of a HIMARS. I think it was a HIMARS hit on a bridge. And yes, it destroyed the rail line, but the bridge is still there. Now, bridges are very, very, very hard to destroy. So you gotta be strategic about it. You can't just say, "Well, we're going to take that bridge out." You could use the momentum of the train to severely damage the bridge. You know, a lot of different things you can do to put a bridge out of action, but you're never gonna. Well, I won't say never. There was a famous bridge in Vietnam where they bombed the thing for like 10 days straight with B-52s, and they couldn't knock the spans down. So you got three axes for the supply. You've got way up north near Svatova. You've got the rail line coming from Rostov on Don, and then you've got the one from Crimea. So this really does scream for a long range patrol or partisans. I mean, look at Lawrence did the same thing in World War One. He tied up the enemy for a very long time. Just
And I know by Lawrence, Don, you were talking about Lawrence of Arabia and his irregular army fighting Turkey.
Yes.
Yeah, and yeah, those are definitely famous campaigns, and what he accomplished there with his irregular forces.
But that's the same kind of thing
Was
here.
amazing. Well, I think one thing what Chuck might point out is that there are a few things partisan fighters behind the lines can do. They can play the active role and mine bridges and mine roads, railways, and take out trains in transit. The other thing they can do is alert Ukrainian forces about when important convoys are going to roll across a bridge or roll down a road, roll across a railway. And with that information, Ukraine can then use precision weapons to strike at exactly the right time. And the bridge you're referring to that was struck yesterday or the day before in the direction of Melitopol probably comes under that category. Partisan information, well-timed Ukrainian strike, a bridge hit, a convoy taken out. It all makes a difference. So I'm not Chuck Farrer, never will be. I'm just happy he calls me his swim buddy, but he doesn't want to see how I swim. Uh, so
He meant
I do
floating
get
device.
yes, I'm not even sometimes a floating device, Axel. Uh, but I get your point, Don. I think it's well taken.
Yeah, this is something that we can do. The French did it in World War II. They tied up rail lines. They tied up communication lines. They made the Germans' lives a living hell. And they had very good communications discipline.
Oh, that might have been my fault there. Apologize. Can everyone hear me? Everyone should be unmuted now. Sorry about that. Was it good? Very good.
You know,
Don,
just say you just want us to shut up, Alan. Just tell us shut
Yeah,
up.
I
I've never,
took that personally.
I've never done that before.
I'm usually the fat fingered one here. And
yeah.
I'm usually the one with the fat fingers when Alan's driving.
So Don, if you want, if you can conclude, I have a couple more hands, John G. and then Thanos. But Don, go right ahead.
Okay, thanks. Look, I won't take up much more time, but I'm just saying a well-trained partisan force could really do some severe damage and tie up the Russians long enough for an offensive to be launched. I'll let it go at that.
Those are good comments, Don. Thank you very much for coming up. John G., your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Hey, as we were talking about the possibility of different aircraft being given to Ukraine, from the F-16s to the different helicopters, the question just kept coming up in my mind is, do we actually understand if Ukraine has truly denigrated Russia's air defense in theater, not overall and not in the large cities, but as it relates to the battle space? Have they taken out a lot of their mobile systems? Does Russia have enough stockpiles to replace the ones that have been lost so far? And if we do send these modern pieces of equipment over, do they have a lot that they can then just flood the theater with and just make it too dangerous to operate for either an F-16 and absolutely for helicopters?
That's a question that our military experts would have to answer. I can't answer it. The only thing I can tell you, John, is that through 340 days of this current invasion, the Ukrainians have destroyed 221 air defense systems. I think most of these are on the battlefield deployed by Russia. How many more?
I know that Chuck was on, and he's more of a ground guy and just special ops. But
Well,
wasn't
you
there
got
an
Goldman.
air
You
guy
got
just
Gold.
answering a second
Yeah, you
ago?
got Goldman here. You got Goldman there, Alan.
Yeah, the Goldman, go ahead. You probably have the answer.
Yeah, so the answer is you will never degrade it completely, right? So the balance is, is moving towards Ukraine every day a little more as they attrit their primarily the radars. That's the thing you got to get out of the field is the radar, because a launcher without a radar is kind of blind. So it's there is air parity right now. Neither side owns the air. Now, over time, as they continue to attrit those systems with the HARM missiles, which is the primary means by which Ukraine's attritting the air defense. And if you listen to Chuck, that's why Latin had a great question to him: is if we're seeing less air lately, does that mean? Does that mean that, what does that mean? They just don't have air defenses to attrit with the HARM missile. But at the end of the day, the manpad threat will always exist. So the IR manpad threat at low altitude will always exist. The mid and high altitude threat, which is predominantly the S-300s, is slowly, moving. It's still parity there, but as as Ukraine and potentially with Western aircraft, the key isn't the aircraft as much as it is the missiles, the longer range missiles that have longer reach, so that they could potentially fire on targets at a longer distance from a more safe position and be more effective because of the guidance. So as I keep describing it, they're flying missions today. The helicopters are flying close air support missions. U.S. helicopters, a purpose designed gunship like an Apache or a Cobra will be better than flying a Mi-8 transport helicopter with rocket pods on it. It will be more combat effective and more and be more safe, more survivable than what they're doing today. So if nothing else, we should be able to replace those aircraft that are doing missions today and make them more survivable and more mission effective. And that it doesn't take any change in the airspace parity to replace the missions that they're already doing. And as a U.S. taxpayer, if we can't provide a gunship that's more capable than an Mi-8 with rocket pods,
Yeah,
for that
I
mission,
heard you saying
yeah,
that before.
yeah,
Is
yeah.
it are they predominantly flying? Are their fixed wing aircraft predominantly flying seed or dead missions? Is that what they're doing? And the helicopters are essentially close air support for the troops.
I think the fixed wing are doing close air support also, but they're doing it at low altitude. So everything's being done at low altitude, which makes them vulnerable to the manpads, but keeps them out of the S-300. So I think they're flying seed missions, and they're flying close air support, and some maybe combat patrol stuff, but that's predominantly what they're doing now. So to me, the focus needs to be getting them more effective at doing the missions they're already doing as the airspace potentially becomes more open. Then you'll also have the ability to do more more interdictive type missions.
Gotcha.
When and
If
if the
they can
airspace,
clear it out, they can get more offensive with it.
yeah. And that's why a lot of people are talking. This is the question that we have on training. So an F-18 or excuse me, an F-16 and F-18 for that matter, they're multi-mission aircraft, right? So there's nothing to say that the first deployment of F-16 that the only training that they get is close air support, and you keep back another set of folks that are doing some of the other missions, that then become available as the airspace opens up. You don't need to train them on the complete capability of the aircraft day one. You could start with just the missions they're already flying. The Ukrainians have already done the calculus that says that the juice is worth the squeeze on those missions, go and flying them, and we can make them safer and more effective. Right? That's the minimum.
Worth the squeeze question was kind of what I wanted to ask in another way. When the war broke out, roughly how big was their fixed wing air force?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know specifically.
The reason I'm asking is you see people asking on Twitter for 180 F-16s, but exactly how many pilots do they have left that are capable of flying? I'm sure that they've had several shot down.
I am told they have a shortage of airframes, not a shortage of pilots right now.
So they can put a man in the plane.
Yeah, I don't know whether they can put 160 or whatever number you said, but there are what we are, at least the intelligence that open intelligence is that there are, as opposed to the Russians who are in a pilot deficit, the Ukrainians appear to be have more drivers than they do cars to drive. Like what I mean. So
well, then hopefully we can fix that.
And that's why I think the training. That's why I think the training's already been going on. I think.
Yeah, I've seen something about they've been training some guys on F-16s in simulators.
Yeah, that's my guess is that with Poland and Romania, and there's lots of people flying F-16s that are good buddies, and I can't imagine they're not at least doing simulator type stuff.
Hey, Goldman.
I'll move down. Thanks.
Hey, Goldman. When you talk about the drivers, is that saying that they have enough fixed wing or rotary wing, or is it just a combination of both? Because we know that one can't drive the other.
Yeah, the specifics that I've been told, by the folks is that it's really the fixed wing area, and I don't know about rotary wing, to be honest with you. I just don't know. But I've been told, again, we talk about this in the Doodle Air Wing, that pilots, aren't the issue as much as there are airworthy airframes because of attrition and that they're old and can't find spare parts.
Yeah, I think a lot of them were down before the war started. A lot of them were down for parts.
And they've done a good job of protecting their system by dispersing their fleet. Right, they are working, they're working more remotely, and they're not aggregating their aircraft so that they can't be taken out in like one missile strike. So they're working. The smartest thing they did was to work in a dispersed fashion to protect their assets, which includes the pilots. So
that and maybe being able to put them on the highway and launch and take off. Then they have more places they can take them and tow them off and keep them out of satellite view as well too.
Yep, and that's why they're flying low. They stay below the the radar so that they can't see where they're going when they leave when they're egressing from their mission. They're flying low both in and out to keep how they're distributed kind of
I'm surprised that Ukraine did not have any of those underground underground hangars. I believe Russia has quite a few of those. The hangars where they can actually take the aircraft underground and not be seen per se.
Yeah, I mean that would have been ideal. I don't know that they don't have something like that, but yeah, that's the best thing is just to make sure that you don't have one place where because what Russia can do, they can hit a spot, or at least they can throw enough stuff at a spot if they know where you are. If they could hit a building in Kyiv, they could certainly hit a underground hangar if they knew where it was, or they could hit a hangar if they knew where it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many of those reinforced hangars Ukraine has. I do know that in the very early days of the war, so this is almost a year ago, and actually before the invasion started by Russia, Ukraine did disperse its aircraft to airfields in western Ukraine. Uh, Regardless of that action, they did lose aircraft on the ground.
Oh, they
But
did. They lost a lot. Yes, they
yeah,
did. They lost.
they
Yeah.
did they did lose a lot, but they could have lost more had they not
Yep.
dispersed those aircraft. And
Yep.
one thing Ukraine is doing right now, which I think raises hope for delivery of F-16s, F-15s, is that they are improving airfields around the country so that these fighter jets can land there, be maintained there, and fly out onto sorties from airfields, primarily in western Ukraine. So they are undertaking this improvement work right now. That tells you something about what we might expect in terms of these jet fighters being delivered to Ukraine.
Yeah, I guess I mean the goal was to create more places to land aircraft, and the Russians have missiles to take them out. That's the you know at the end of the day, if you keep your dispersed force and you improve more runways, then you can even disperse them even further, right? I mean that's the if you can't defend the airfield, if you can't defend an airfield adequately, then you can't put all your assets there, right? That just says one strike takes out many aircraft, like is happening in angles in some of the places where the Ukrainians have hit because the Russians are aggregating their aircraft. So that's the
Hey, Goldman, just out of curiosity, how familiar are you with the Harrier?
I'm familiar, pretty familiar, yeah.
Is how short? I mean, that thing can land on a short runway because it doesn't need one, right? It's
Yep.
but that's our only. That's the shortest runway aircraft we have, though, right?
Yeah, it's straight up. Yeah, it's vertical.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as if it needed to do, I mean, on a regular takeoff, though, it does
Yeah,
it need
yeah,
a
sure.
long runway on the? Does
No,
it need a
no, no.
very
It
long
can
runway?
no, it's a short runway aircraft.
Oh,
Obviously, dispersed from on a carrier, it's doing its own thing. Yeah, the problem. Harrier's a great aircraft. Don't get me wrong, and it's a kind of a close air support. Like the Marines.
but it's a pain.
Yeah, it's a pain, and frankly, it doesn't have a lot of range. I think it's because it does burn a lot of fuel with that propulsion system that it has. It's great
Right.
for what it does, but you kind of have to have it near
A tanker.
near the flight, closer to the flight than you would other types of fixed wing assets.
All right, thanks. I was just wondering, when we talk about the Sukhoi, I mean the Su-24s and whatnot, they're short range aircraft. I mean, they can land on just about any surface. I was just wondering what aircraft is in the Western arsenal they could take off and land on rough surface.
Yeah, I mean the Grippen's the one that's ideal, but that doesn't mean it. As I believe people have come on and said that F-16 isn't quite as finicky about airfields as others have said. Now I've never done either, and I believe the person that came over and said that they would know. So I think the when you talk about designing an aircraft that takes off of short runways. You know what I mean? That's there's really two things that you need to worry about: the quality of the surface and then the length of the surface. Obviously, aircraft that's designed for short takeoff and landing, is different than an aircraft that's not. Obviously, it's a there's some design compromises in those aircraft that allow it to do that. Because usually a short takeoff and short runway aircraft, is it's designed to be able to fly going slower. To take off at a slower speed, and that's primarily what you're doing is you're giving it enough lift at a lower speed to take off. Right.
That's a
So
lot more airfoil surface, though, right?
yes, that's the weight. You carry that weight around all the time. That's the issue. When you provide extra wing to allow you to take a short runway takeoff, that's less fuel you're carrying. That's less bombs you're carrying. You know what I mean? So that's the trade. The way to empty the aircraft, you're trading fuel and ammo. Right? That's you'd rather have the variability in ammo and fuel than carrying around extra weight all the time, whether you need it or not.
Right. All right. Appreciate it. We got some hands here. We got Thanos. He's been waiting a little bit.
Hey guys, good evening. So a couple things. Challenges of partisan warfare. So French resistance was a bit of the family profession back in the day. What made that a little bit easier, probably a lot of it easier than what the Ukrainians are facing right now, is that by the time the resistance got started, the Germans had transitioned to an occupation army. They were not under direct fire in France at the time that the resistance started up. So the French had the French resistance had the benefit of a garrison force that did not expect to receive the level of resistance that it actually did. And by then, they were able to establish spies all throughout the country before their real kinetic operations started. They had also established communications, backlinks with the Allies in both England and the United States. They established relationships with the OSS for resupply, as well as some improved tactics, techniques, and procedures. And to a limited extent, they also formed very loose affiliations amongst the different cells, which is basically how the Maquis organized. So it's going to be a very different model when we're looking at supporting partisan fighters within Ukraine, because military-aged males of Ukrainian heritage are already being hunted down, killed, tortured, and or deported. So these guys are already on the run. And so being able to concentrate them in sufficient mass to or to be able to mobilize them, train them, and equip them in order to conduct significant operations, it's going to be damn hard. It's definitely a job for U.S. Special Forces, or since we're probably not sending them behind enemy lines right now, a contractor force thereof, someone who's willing to take the check and do some stuff, maybe as part of Special Activities Division or Special Operations Group in a completely deniable capacity. But that's the kind of people that you would be sending in for those kinds of operations. Moving on to integrated air defense. I appreciated the conversation that I was hearing earlier, but I want to make a couple things clear. First, there is no parity between Ukrainian and Russian air defense capabilities. Russian air defense capabilities still significantly outstick our Ukrainian friends, both in terms of number of systems in theater, as well as the range of the systems. We haven't been able to get that many good hits on S-300, S-400 batteries. Most of the batteries that have been taken out are tactical air system batteries. That doesn't mean that they weren't good kills. It doesn't mean that it's good to take them off the chessboard. It means that we have to be realistic about what the current capabilities are and the operational constraints that are being put onto Ukrainian TAC air. They're being used for good things. One of the things they're not being used for is danger close fire support. That requires a lot more training, a lot more coordination, both for the infantry that would be calling in those fires, as well as the Air Force pilots who would actually be flying them. This is not nominally a mission set that they were trained for back during the time of the Soviet Union, nor in the years since, through the whatever followed on with the Warsaw Pact. And then some of the training that they've gotten from the United States. This is something that they're definitely going to receive training on from the United States when they get their F-16s. I personally like the idea of delivering full up round Ukrainian pilots because they're most likely to encounter some kind of air-to-air, air-to-ground capability. And if we can deliver these guys full up round, building on the knowledge and competencies that they've already achieved during their time as, MiG-29 pilots, Su-35 pilots, Su-34 pilots, this is a significant capability that we would be delivering to Ukraine, dare I say, a force multiplier. For looking at what the Ukrainians need to do with air defense, really what they're doing right now is exactly the right thing. You're looking at a general conservation of forces right now. You're looking at delaying action in the east, as Yehuda and I were discussing earlier this morning. The tactics, the strategy, it's all right on. It's hard to stomach because we're taking some not insignificant losses right now in the east, especially around Bakhmut and Donetsk Oblast. They are sending wave after wave against the Ukrainians. And yes, we are killing quite a few of their bad guys, but they are still taking a bunch of our guys with them too. And our guys are not getting enough resupply. This is an issue. They need small arms ammo. They need persons. They need artillery shells. I beat that drum every day. I'm going to keep beating it. We don't have a good NATO plan yet for resupplying all of the 155 millimeter artillery shells for the 777s. We need to get that in gear. Not enough ordnance, and it's not getting there fast enough. President Zelensky has recently said so himself, and he's damn right. There is no plan, and that plan needs to be put together. It needs to be centrally managed from NATO, because right now we have a lot of old factories that we could recommission, and if we made it an international priority, get those guys in service and get them pushing out 155 shells by the bushel. But we're not doing it, and we're taking our sweet time, and this has got to stop. And when we entertain Olaf Scholz making statements about how he's going to reopen negotiations with the Russians literally less than a week after he okays the delivery of the Leopard tanks, this is not helpful. This is one step forward, two steps backwards. So happy to answer any questions anyone might have about integrated air defense or capabilities. But
Thanos,
yeah,
I got one question for you.
Sure.
Okay, if we're looking at F-16s going in, what armaments would you like them to have for that close air support?
Absolutely. So there's a couple. First, I'd like to have small diameter bombs for extremely close air support. This is something that originally was designed for utilizing Reaper drones, F-18s, F-16s to take out small targets like cars, where we were interested in going after these terrorists in Afghanistan and Iraq. And we wanted to minimize collateral damage. A small diameter bomb, we later found out, is really cool, really clutch to have. If you want to do a danger close mission and you're worried about dropping a 500-pound JDAM or 2,000-pound JDAM. Since I've mentioned them, obviously we'd like to increase the number of JDAMs that we're going to be putting on these. Runway busters, Durandals, another great platform. Need Hellfires by the bushel. Great anti-tank system, anti-infantry fighting vehicle system. Some things I might also like to see down the road. Dare I say the JASM? The JASM is a missile that I don't believe was ever integrated into the F-16, but it is a Air Force variant of what's called the LRASM, or the Long Range Anti-Ship Missile. This is a weapon system that is very effective. It's just wrapped up development, so it is being fielded. It would be great at putting the Black Sea Fleet in the bottom of the ocean. This is something that we really, really, really want to do, because when you do this, you eliminate one of the vectors of cruise missiles flying at Ukraine. And so when you eliminate a vector, that means you can concentrate not only your air defense missiles, but as was mentioned earlier, your own radars. The sky is big. It's hard to do a fence search of the entire sky. If you have a good idea of where your missiles are coming from and where they can't come from, it makes things a lot easier. So you start taking out some of those vectors, you have the the opportunity then to start concentrating your fields of fire or your integrated air defense zones, you stand a much better chance of increasing your metric, which we call probability of rate annihilation.
Is that drone capable?
Is what?
Is it drone capable?
No, this missile is way too big. This is a missile that is kind of the size of a harpoon.
And it has been integrated with the F-16. The Poles got the Block 52 ones, and they integrated JASM.
There we go.
All right. What about mass? Okay. What about creating a mass, something that can produce mass casualties?
Yeah,
some
great question.
Anti-personnel type.
So when you're doing anti-personnel, really, what you're talking about is a 2,000-pound bomb, right? A fragmentary device. You're also talking about dropping potentially cluster munitions. These are things. Cluster munitions can be delivered from many different sources. The United States, to my knowledge, does not produce napalm anymore. I think we might have a couple "don't call me napalm" solutions, but that is another thing to consider.
Thanos, that's where I was going.
Yeah,
I hate to say it, but that's where I was going.
Yeah, there are napalm alternatives. There are fuel air weapons, FAO weapons, really nasty ones. Fuel air weapons are fantastic to drop in cities, on buildings where you believe you may have clusters of Wagner or whatever. Fuel air weapons are basically what you want to be thinking about shooting when it comes time to take Bakhmut. And this is something even that we could be arming the Ukrainians right now. We could be giving these guys Carl Gustavs. We could be giving them, launchers with FAO weapons. We have plenty of them in inventory right now. You can collapse a building around a group of dudes pretty easy. I mean, it literally, a fuel air bomb, for those who aren't familiar about it, sucks all the oxygen in and it implodes. And basically, everyone inside that building turns into Jerry's kids. I mean, it's a horrible thing to say, but that's basically what happens. And it busts up, all your bones. You're a bag of water at that point. If someone tries to move you, you fall all apart. To that extent, the AC-130 Spectre gunship is not out of the question in terms of a good weapons platform to use. The limitation would be
that's the C10 C-130 or the C5
C-130. So there is no jet powered at this point attack craft that I'm aware of, unless they've done some kind of changes to that. But the AC-130 has a 155 howitzer on it. I believe it's a 155 that's got 40 millimeter autocannons. It's got Gal Vulcan miniguns on it. It's got all sorts of fun little weapon systems to do as much or as little damage as you want to do. It's the ultimate close air support platform. I'd love to see the A-10s, right? We're getting rid of our A-10s. The question was asked earlier, what is a good platform that was literally designed to take off on roads in Eastern Europe? Answer, A-10. Easily distributed. It's got tough fan blades. That's one thing that it has over the AV-8B Harriers. So I had a lot of integration engineering experience dealing with how you integrate the AV-8B into an ARG-MU, and I can tell you that those platforms, their engines, their turbofan blades are very finicky when it comes to what we call foreign object damage, FOD. And just the smallest bit of FOD into those fan blades pits them, and it causes dents and holes and misforms, and you need to strip out those engines, and you might find yourself needing to do intermediate maintenance, which far exceeds what you're going to be able to do in a field or in a fob. So this is this.
When you talk about that, I remember being on the aircraft carrier and they were doing fob. You do fob patrols on the deck, and then also thinking about what happened with the M1 engines, just with the sand, with the that powdery sand. it did a lot of damage to those impellers on those.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we had to upgrade the filters. Fortunately, operating Ukraine is not going to be operating in the Middle East with that fine, really fine powdery nast that gets everywhere and makes you have to clean your M16 3 times a day. Fortunately, we're not there. And so we should have better operating conditions for all those things. But still, if you have the opportunity, if you are looking at an airframe that is a little bit easier to maintain, even though they're a bit older, that would be the A-10s. And it's an airframe that should not require a significant amount of training, at least conceptually, based off of what some of the those Su-24 Frogfoot pilots are already used to. That's basically just introducing them to a new airframe and new weapons capabilities. The mission is the same. To one of the earlier commenters, you can put one of those Frogfoot pilots inside of an A-10 and they should be okay. How do we know? Because we've done it before with Poland. We've done it with other countries. So we know that it's not a massive paradigm shift. This is taking someone who was used to driving a straight, Mustang and then putting them in a GT500. Yes, it's a lot better, but it's still a Mustang, and you have a pretty good idea of what you're doing inside of it.
Well, thanks for that, Thanos. Yeah, I think you're gonna get some questions out of this. Aaron, do you have a question for Thanos or Goldman?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Beauty. Yeah, one idea I had earlier, which was like you're seeing these Ukrainian helicopters shooting from a long way away with their sort of tube missiles or whatever. If you've got an Apache, is it true that you can you don't have to go right to the front lines? You can sort of sit a little bit behind, maybe even behind a hill, top up, shoot some, I don't know what the missiles are, a Hellfire missile, whatever it is, and you've got some Ukrainians at the front there with some laser guider pointers or whatever. So if in this big attack phase you had some Apaches that were supporting a big attack, you'd think that a lot of the support missions are all low flying, therefore taking out the risk of the air defense, but you've got a risk of man pads. But if you're not at the front line, directly in the front line, and it seems like with Ukraine, because they're everywhere, they can be anywhere, the man pads are a lot more useful against the Russians, because they can probably put special forces with man pads in lines where they know where the Russians are coming from or whatever, but the Russians are pretty much stuck to their lines. So I was thinking the Apache could be a really useful tool in the attack phase if they could get some up and running in a month or two.
So a couple questions there to unpack. The first thing you were discussing right now is the radar sensor on top of the Apache Longbow. Longbow combat system is probably going to be a bit of a reach in terms of what we're ready to share right now, just given certain security concerns. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. The method which you're describing, beam riders, that's a little bit different. So there's multiple ways to control your missiles. There's doing your own control using the sensor on top, using the longbow, and then firing a missile off of that where you enjoy some kind of terrain masking against detection, either thermal or radar. Then there's a third-party targeting. So for someone else to be illuminating it, such as, for example, an OH-58 Kiowa Warrior. Usually when you see a troop or special forces doing a third-party targeting or a laser illumination, the launch platform has a direct line of sight on that and is launching from an elevated position. You're not going to want to do that launch from a position within your enemy's weapons engagement zone, so your enemy's tactical or strategic air defense, unless you have some kind of active countermeasures underway in terms of either your own self-protection, electronic attack, or if you have a designated airborne electronic attack platform such as a EA-6B, a Growler, something else, providing you those cover techniques for your electronic protection. Your electronic attack.
Do we know if the Kiowa is the Kiowa still in use,
So the Kiowa's
have they been done away with because of the longbow?
Yeah, well, the Kiowas are being phased out for I believe it's a platform that is made by Airbus, the Lakota. The Lakota has phased out the Kiowa Warrior.
No, let me just So I can tell you what that is. So there's a originally the OH-58s were going to be replaced by Comanche, and then Comanche got it canceled, and then there was another program that they launched to do that, and that got canceled. So the Army's tried 3 times to replace the OH-58s, and the Apache did take a lot of that mission. And actually, what they're going to be replaced with is there's a new program out there called FLRA, FARA, FARA, which is essentially the replacement for the OH-58 for that armed reconnaissance mission. And right now there are 2 prototypes aircraft being developed by Bell, and then a separate one by Sikorsky that will eventually is intended to take that armed reconnaissance mission that the OH-58 is used to employ or used to conduct.
To answer your question, though, these aircraft, the combination of the OH-58 and the H-64, were envisioned to fight in this exact terrain against this exact enemy. There are highly refined tactics, techniques, and procedures to operate both in contested, and I'm not going to say denied, but definitely contested airspace, or even airspace where we might enjoy some kind of not dominance, but some kind of air supremacy. I'll say that.
Yeah, and then Comanche was a stealth, so it could do, so it could sit out there without the threat of the air defense. Right, that was the goal.
Goldman, can you describe to folks what the OH-58 is? The Kiowa.
Yeah, I mean it's a 2-seater. It's a smaller helicopter, armed reconnaissance. It's out there in front. It's actually, I believe they had a target designator. It would actually do targeting for Apaches. That's where Dennis was saying, that they work together. So the reconnaissance aircraft's out there deciding what needs to die, and the Apache's doing the deed with its longer range fire. It's an armed reconnaissance helicopter. That's what its role was. And
it looked a lot like a TV helicopter. I mean, one of the news helicopters, right?
Yeah. It's
the Bell 208, right? It's a Bell 208 Jet Ranger. Yeah, if you look up Jet Ranger, it's that same platform.
Yeah, Bell tends to do a very good job of, bridging the commercial and military helicopter. They kind of use the same guts, and wrap different, different stuff around it, whether it be military or, civilian. I think if you looked at the FARA program, the one I talked about, it's a commercial helicopter, that's militarized. That's their offer into that replacement for the OH-58. The prototype that's going to be out there flying soon. It's supposed to fly, I think, in the next year or so.
Can I just ask one more question?
Sure.
Yeah,
there's been
one of the good the one
there's been
the
talk
prior.
about the
Yeah, sure, guys. You are talking about the sophisticated helicopters like Apaches. The thing is that Ukraine is now fighting with the Soviet era helicopters like Me something like numbers, and to shoot the target, the pilot should uh, lift the helicopter, lift the cockpit to shoot somewhere, and the missiles are not laser guided, not heat seeking. This is just the very stupid missiles that fly just somewhere there. Uh, to,
Yeah, true. What they're talking about are the platforms that they are training Ukrainians with. These are things that they're looking for them to get to replace those dumb rocket launch type
So I can
platforms.
tell you, I can say that um, those close air support missions are really. I would bet that they're very ineffective at actually doing anything more than causing the Russians to duck, because the probability of actually it hitting where you want it to hit because of the dispersion and where the rockets might land forces them to
Yeah, so we had an interesting conversation about this
further out.
over a week ago. Can you guys hear me all right? I might have gone through a dead zone.
Yeah, hold up, Thanos. Let Goldman go, and then you can go ahead. Hold on.
So because they're very inaccurate, and you don't want to hit your own troops, you're really limited in how effective that technique can be. So what we're talking about, what I've been talking about, is forget about all the other missions that aren't being flown right now. Let's just give Ukraine the means of conducting the same missions they're already conducting, but do it in a more survivable and a more lethal fashion. And that pitch the aircraft up and throw some rockets. As Thanos said, the A-10 could do that exact thing, and it would be more lethal and more survivable. An Apache could do that and be more lethal and more survivable. Cobra could do that exact thing and be more lethal and more survivable. So those are three options that you have a win-win on lethality and survivability, that we could transition the Ukraine in just to do missions they're already doing, but they'll do them better and safer. That's, to me, that's like the first threshold of things we should be giving the Ukrainians the ability to do. Just do the missions they're already doing, but do them better.
And that way, when you do it the first time, you don't have to come back and do it a second time. You may be taking out that threat, and they can move on to the next threat.
You move on to the next. You want to be more lethal and more survivable in the missions that they're already doing today, because frankly, I don't believe that a lofting and rocket is not probably very lethal, and then the survivability is, it is what it is, because you have the man pads out there. So I think those are three options that could enhance survivability, enhance mission effectiveness for the missions they're already doing. And then when you take those aircraft, there are other missions that then could be built on that. Like, you know what I mean? Because of the capability of those aircraft, because of the advancements. They could, if they had Apaches, they could be flying at night. Apache's designed to be able to fly at night. Right. So you got to do some night training. You got to do the training on the night vision and night piloted systems. So, maybe they don't do that at first, but they have a second group of people that are getting, trained up on night vision. Because when you talk about the real problem there is man pads. Somebody said, yeah, you can have special operators behind the lines in Russian held territory to launch man pads. Well, I would be willing to bet that the Russians have the same thing. That there are partisans on both sides of this battle that are, dug in somewhere, waiting for their opportunity to wreak havoc. And So but when you're flying at night, that significantly reduces the manpad threat. So that threat that is always going to be there, if we can get night ops going for air, you really have helped mitigate that problem. But the first thing, let's focus on doing the missions they're doing today, but doing them better and safer.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thanos. Thanos, you want to jump in back in there for a second?
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
There was talk about the Ukrainian airframes being stressed a lot due to flying at low altitude when they're made maybe to fly higher altitude and, I don't know, thinner air, not pulling it. I don't know what it is. But so what part of the airframe gets stressed? Is that replaceable? And I'd say that would be one reason why they'd be wanting the F-16s is a lot of the planes are just getting worn out by flying at low altitude. And then hypothetically, they replace in the future the frames with F-16. How do the F-16 handle flying low altitude? Are they on par, better? And what part of the airframe gets stressed?
Yeah, it's always the wing joint, like the wing to body joint are always the high stressed area, and it's not low altitude as much as it's contour flying. Or think of it as contour flying. If you're flying straight and level over the desert, at 20 feet versus 100 feet versus 500 feet, there isn't a lot more stress on the airframe because you're not changing. You're not maneuvering the aircraft to the contour of the of the ground. So what is stressing the aircraft at low altitude is the contour flying, where you have a bluff you have to go over, but you don't want to gain out too much altitude going over that bluff. You don't want to blossom up over it because that's when you're exposed. So you're always manipulating the aircraft so that you maintain as low altitude as you can over contoured ground, if you know what I'm saying. So that maneuvering to kind of maintain that altitude, and you're slowing down again so you don't overshoot when you have to go over a peak or something like that, and you can turn the aircraft nose down to go get back down low again on the other side. That's what stresses the aircraft, is that contour, what I call contour flying.
It's the G forces, right?
Yes, yeah, because if the ground's straight and level, there's no big deal, low versus high. But where there's contour and you're trying to maintain an altitude, that's where additional stresses come. And that's it just becomes more work to maintain the aircraft because when you accumulate more hours, you have to have more inspections, and more inspections means more repairs. It just becomes a very maintenance heavy task when you get older airframes to keep them flying and flying safely.
All right,
So how would you
Aaron,
fix a stressed wing joint?
Aaron.
Okay,
hold
sorry.
on.
Yep.
We got more folks. I want to spread the wealth a little bit here. I'm gonna go to John because we'll get back to you, but I just want to spread the wealth. John, go ahead.
Hey, no problem. Did you sure you didn't want Thanos to try and jump back in? All right. Hey, so as you guys were talking about the helicopters and the Kiowa, Ukraine has been really good and innovative in their use of drones. And so, as you were talking about it, I was wondering, is it possible to put a target designator into some form of drone and allow them to have something like a forward air controller and do the target designation that way?
Yeah, sure. I don't know if Thanos is here. You could do that, but the problem is the launch platform, because that's usually done at a mid to high altitude from the launch platform. So the designating isn't really the problem. It's getting an aircraft at the right altitude. to do the launch. That's where the S-300 problem kind of gets you, right? So yeah, it certainly is.
Well,
an
if
option
we
for
were
designated.
giving them, excuse me, I think you were talking about if we gave them something like a Cobra or Apache, they'd have some standoff, and then you would have something. That's when you got it. You guys got into the discussion of the Kiowa.
Yeah, so the Apache has a fire and forget missile, so it doesn't need a designator. Right, that's the beauty of the Apache. Also, that's why it's less what I would say less exposure from a survivability perspective because it has fire and forget missile capability. It doesn't need to stay on the target like a beam rider does in order to hit it. Right.
Well,
So
then
fire and
disregard
forget.
my question.
Yeah, fire and forget is what you want to be. That's where you want to be.
Gotcha.
I think it's really important that when we're talking about this and we're talking about the helicopters and the missions that they're performing, we really need to talk about these missions. Have we really talked about the missions that they are performing when they are trying to basically lob the missiles and whatnot? Have we actually talked about these type of missions, what they are actually doing yet? Goldman.
Yeah, I think we have, but we can go through it again because there's always new people. It's close air support. It's you're supporting the guys on the front line. Everyone's, no matter what they're doing, frankly, are supporting that infantry guy that's out there at the tip of the spear trying to move forward to gain ground. Or sometimes you're doing it so that he can retreat without taking fire. Right. So that close air support is allowing that ground troop to maneuver by at least making the guy on the other side, the Russian, at least making him duck if you're not killing him. Like he's got to take cover, and when he's taking cover, he's not shooting at you. So that close air support, threat suppression, we call it threat suppression, is really targeted at allowing the guys on the front to do what they need to do when they're being confronted by the opposition. And sometimes that's to facilitate their advance.
Right.
Sometimes that's to
That was my
facilitate
next
their.
question for you. What
Sometimes
in
it's
the
to
event of an
facilitate a
advance?
retreat. Yep.
Let's talk about the advance. Let's talk about the advance for a second. We're on the ground. You are advancing. You run into a position you can't get tanks in. This is where the offensive part of that air asset comes in. He can actually take out an asset that you can't reliably see or get a bead on from your ground position, but he can do it from the air. Correct, Goldman?
Yeah, that's kind of the next order of capability. That's where the Apache would help with the fire and forget capability, where you could say, hey, here's the coordinates, here's where that nest is, or whatever, that fortification that's keeping us down, and that's where that fire and forget capability could come in. When you're doing it the way the Ukrainians are doing, it's very I would say the effectiveness of that at breaking a nest, is marginal at best, right? That they're just facilitating somebody else trying to get in there and maybe with an RPG or something. You know what I mean? They're probably not going to, the way they're doing it today. They're probably not going to be able to. The helicopter's not going to be able to probably take out that fortification, but they're facilitating someone else taking out that fortification. If you know what I mean. Now, if you had Apaches in there with a Hellfire, you could take out that fortification if you get them close enough. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me, Zagolman. True, do you want to come back in here, please?
Yeah, I'd like to add something about drones. We have a parallel space. It's called Pulse of Ukraine, and we had a request from one of the guys from the territorial defense from the Azov team, and they requested a drone which might flight in minus Celsius degrees, and at night it has a thermal vision. And we gathered kind of like $2,000 for it. So it's DJI Mavic something, the one of the toppest model, and uh, we've calculated that the donations was $50 an hour, and that was super great. And this drone is already operating, and this particular war is the war of drones, because the aerial reconnaissance and um, I don't know, artillery precision depends on drones very much.
Yeah. This is a good point, True. Just about every artillery company and advanced recon companies in Ukraine, that is the Ukrainian companies, have a drone squad with them. These drones fly ahead, they look down, they identify positions of Russian troops, they identify targets of possibility. The drone you're talking about, True, this is a drone that is designed for reconnaissance or for carrying loitering munitions, and how large an armament can it carry?
I guess it's just a reconnaissance drone, because as far as I know, it doesn't carry munitions. It's just for seeking targets and then targeting the artillery there.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for jumping back in. Folks, retweet this space. This is MriyaReport.org. We're here 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. We have been through almost 1 year of this full-scale invasion Russia has launched on Ukraine. Bring friends here, family, work associates, anyone with questions about what is happening in Ukraine today. Take the next step, go to MriyaAid.org. That's MriyaAid.org, and make a contribution so you can help humanitarian supplies reach Ukrainians. So, Daryl, tonight we were talking a little bit about ammunition, especially 155 millimeter ammunition, which is in a dire need by the Ukrainians. I believe the South Koreans have committed to delivering 155 millimeter shells to Ukraine and increasing their production of 155. 155 is a pretty significant artillery piece on the front lines. Uh, Maybe you and I can talk a little bit about artillery and then come back to close air support and air.
Well, you also have France and Australia. They are have a joint venture to produce ammunition as well. That came out. That was on January 30th. Today, that was announced. So that's another source that is going to come online if it's not already online as well.
You know, I don't think these topics, whether we're talking about ammunition like 155 millimeter, or whether we're talking about F-16s or rotary wing attack aircraft for Ukraine, these topics are not too granular that they wouldn't be on the agenda at the upcoming Ramstein conference in Germany. This is occurring on February 14. I am assuming that these 50 nations have subgroups where they examine as Zagolman and Thanos were talking about, the specific missions that Ukraine is undertaking on the battlefield. In other words, these subgroups might be saying, well, here are the missions Ukraine needs to undertake. What do they have, and what can we supply them? I especially liked what the Goldman and Thanos were talking about, so we can make these missions more lethal and more survivable. I don't think that's too granular for Ramstein, is it, Daryl?
No, but the thing about ammo, and just like when the harms were sent, um, when they're talking ammunition, it is all in support of the bigger items that everybody, is when they're announced, everybody gets giddy off of. Ammunition is a um, ongoing thing. Everyone has production lines and whatnot, but there is not the mass production wartime economy that is in effect at this point. And I think that's what Thanos' comment is that everybody needs to be in wartime production so that one, we can supply Ukraine. Two, we can actually upgrade and resupply our own stocks, which are probably getting aged, and we did not know how much we would need them in a war like this. This war has proven that the artillery and things like it are are still needed in this battle space, where we have been turned into a lot of the GLMR, MLRSs and things of that nature. There is still a need in this case until there's a mass um, inventory of those that we need the shells. And in this case, we need to be producing enough shells for both Ukraine and ourselves, and that's for all the countries involved. And they need to get their percentage of the GDPs in order so that they can do this.
Yeah, ammunition manufacture is being accelerated. Really, in not only in the United States but in European countries. Rheinmetall in Germany announced today that it was increasing its manufacture of ammunition, specifically the kind of ammunition being used by Ukraine in this war. And significantly, you're talking about manufacture that's going to increase by 4 or 5 or 6 times as much as in the past year, so that their annual production can keep up with the use that we are seeing on the battlefield.
One of the things here, Alan, is that with all of the nations that are supporting Ukraine should not be getting near the end of their stocks for any reason, for any ammo, other than Soviet-made ones that may no longer be available in mass like they, as in the time of the Soviets. However, as far as the Western munitions, we should not be starving for this. They should not be a ebb and flow of these type of ammunition. This should be a constant and a known supply line for it. And I think that and I don't know what's going on, why there seems to be such the case. But like I said, with this many allies behind them, they should not be having this problem.
No, they shouldn't be having this problem. I get the feeling actually that Ukraine at the moment is conserving, especially artillery shells, in expectation of of this major offensive that Russia may be launching from Kremlin, from Bakhmut, etc. So, Daryl, we do have some hands up. Aaron, I think, has a follow up. Then I'd like to go to True and then to Mark. Aaron, go ahead, please.
I've just got one question. It's regarding counter battery radar. And have we got counter battery radar, enough counter battery radar? Is that something that we need more of? Because it seems, I'm probably way off here somehow, but it seems that the Russians have more artillery, but it seems that the Ukrainians have better artillery and they have longer range and more accurate artillery. So hypothetically, there must be a reason that I'm just not seeing. If you had enough counter battery radar, and every time the Russians shot something, you stand off, only has to be 5K further back, and hit their artillery, you should be able to just, over time, knock them all out.
Here's
I don't
the
know.
key to that. Aaron, here's the key to that. The Russians can have 50 to your 5. So although you may get off a shot or two, get some shots off, you still can't overcome the number that you would actually be trying to shoot at. And so, that's the thing. You have to look at the imbalance in the ability to fire. So it's not a 1-for-1. It's not that they have one and Ukraine has one and they can they fire, and then Ukraine fires. They fire 50. Ukraine can only fire 5 back. That's not an even swap in or trade, because there is the danger of both of you getting hit because they're using drones to help target theirs as well.
So you can't just sit back a bit further, like with an archer or with a.
Well, a lot of these things are not all of these things are in theater yet. Remember.
Okay, so if they come in, maybe.
Right.
Can I add something?
And some of them are there, but they're not everywhere. Yeah, go ahead, Grover.
I was going to say, so what the Russians are doing is specifically in places like Bakhmut and Soledar, if I understand it correctly, they're sending out their Mobics just to kind of identify the Ukrainian artillery positions, because the Ukrainians are firing their artillery in response to the rush, which then enables the Russian counter battery activity, right? So they're doing actually just the reverse is what's happening, because, as Daryl said, there's a deficit in artillery on the Ukrainian side, and they're exposing their positions to help eliminate the onslaught of Mobics, which then enables the Russians to identify the Ukrainian artillery positions for counter battery fire, right? So it is really what's going on right now is just the reverse, and essentially what the Mobics are doing right now is they're using them as surveillance drones, and just to expose where Ukrainian artillery positions are. That's what's happening.
That's an interesting way to look at Mobics, Zagolman, as drones, and that in effect is the way Russia is using so many of its men on the battlefield. These Mobics, these newly mobilized soldiers without training, they are simply sending them into battle on the ground to identify and pinpoint Ukrainian positions, especially Ukrainian artillery positions. Well, these Mobics are not drones in the air; they're drones on the ground. It's a truly brutal way to use a soldier.
And if Ukraine had more artillery, then they wouldn't have to use it all to stop the bomb rush that's happening.
Well, yes, but this is one of the asymmetries of this war that has been true since the very first day. The Russians have a superiority in artillery. They use it. They use it to shell Ukrainian cities like Kharkiv, Kherson. They are constantly shelling across the Dnipro River into Kherson and Mykolaiv, where President Zelensky and a Danish delegation, the Danish Prime Minister, were visiting Mykolaiv today. You know, how can Ukraine achieve parity in artillery? One is by knocking out Russian artillery, and two is by increasing the flow of Western artillery being supplied to Ukraine.
Hey, you know what? We do have Dr. Paul down there. He can give us some numbers. Dr. Paul, you willing to come up and give us a couple of numbers on this ratio of artillery? Let's see. Let's
You
see
want
if
to
he
send them
request.
send them an invite, Daryl? Okay. And
Yeah.
meanwhile, we can go to True and then to Mark.
Well, I raised the hand because I wanted to add that Ukrainian arms production called Ukroboronprom have started producing 155 shells for our artillery. So production is ongoing. I don't know uh, the numbers, but they have started, and that's cool. Uh, yes, Russia has artillery superiority, uh, but we have the better reconnaissance and much more precision shells and much more precision in firepower. So sometime we will gain the upper hand.
Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt in that. True. It's just that the number that you would need to fire at a given time um, would not count. Would not take care of the situation that you're currently in. You need more tubes, or you need a lot more longer range tubes to really turn it to your favor on the artillery side. But like we're talking about here, you have been promised quite a few items, and they need to make it there for it to happen. And as soon as and the quicker they can increase the number of tubes you have, and the distance and the range distance, then your ability to be able to use those 155s more effectively gets better and better. And that's what we want. We want you guys to be better and better at being able to launch fires at the rate that the Russians are, at least with the number of tubes anyway.
Yeah, that's why the whole discussion of cluster munitions is important, because if you didn't have to commit all your artillery to stopping the Mobic rush, and have it on reserve, for the counter, and you're not exposing all your positions, then Ukraine would be much better off, because they don't have to commit all their artillery to stop that Mobic assault, which right now is what they're doing, and exposing their positions. Right, so cluster munitions would be a force multiplier in artillery.
By the way, in our news, they say that it's not mostly Mobics, it's the Wagner ex-cons, ex-prisoners that are
Yeah,
used.
that's true.
Yeah.
I use those
Well, it's a
interchangeably, and that's
combination.
probably a mistake on my part. That's a mistake on my part. I use them interchangeably. You're right.
But there's a
And I just
combination
want
of them out there. There's a
I just want to
combination of them out there on the battlefield. That's all.
I just want to point out when True says our news, True is speaking to us from a suburb of Kyiv. and so his news is Ukrainian news. Um, True. Just a question about that. Do you feel you are getting all the news you need in Ukraine from Ukrainian media?
Of course not. I understand that we have our own propaganda because our losses are hidden from us, not to demoralize the society. Maybe our winnings are a bit raised because, uh, well, yesterday we were told that we destroyed 910 Russians and about 10 tanks and about 15 armored infantry carriers. How do you call that? So it could be split by two, and but still, if they are offending and we are defending, the losses are like 1, 2, 3. So 900 dead Russians is 300 dead our men. Um, our news are not clear. I understand that because and that's why I'm in this room, in this space, and I read news in English, and I'm trying um, to see the situation from different angles. You know.
You're trying to educate yourself on the situation, and that's good. I mean, if you can read multiple, if you go into multiple sources, that makes you a better informed citizen. And that's the hope that any nation wants. They want better educated citizens. I think the fact that your government is not reporting the losses, um, and I don't think it's to demoralize. I think it's more or less to not give the Russians the talking point that they would be looking at this. Yes, we use their losses as a talking point, but in not stating the losses by the Ukrainians, it does not give the Russians that same talking point. Um, and at the same token, yes, you don't want to. The loss of life is precious, but the loss of life is irrelevant for what the country faces, and then that's extinction of the population. And so you got to keep that in mind. Although you're losing a lot, what's the cost of those lives not being lost? It's the nation being lost.
Well, we are always told about the civilian casualties, uh, but not the military casualties.
Well, yes, yes, because they happen in a civilian environment. What battlefields are not necessarily known, uh, on their own. There are movements of troops that they don't want to be known, and that way you don't know the strength of that unit. What's the strength? They had 500 men. How many did we take out? And then then they can calculate the force structure of that particular area, and you don't want the enemy to exploit that. You follow me? So you don't let out what your casualty rates are, just so that the enemy doesn't get that idea of what your troop strengths are. You follow me there?
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, it's no way to hide public your the civilian death tolls. There's no way to hide it. They are what they are. There are people that are in those buildings that they're looking for. There are families that are looking for their children. There are husbands that are looking for their wives, and wives looking for their husbands. And if they're missing, if they were in that building, somebody's looking for them, and those numbers will be known, regardless of if the government wants to get them out. The news organizations will be looking at it, and helping families, find the loved ones, and so those numbers, come out for that very reason.
And of course, no war from the battlefield has been reported day by day with accuracy for many reasons. I mean, news from the battlefield is restricted, as it should be. It can be frustrating. It can be frustrating to citizens in Ukraine, as it is frustrating to our listeners here. Daryl, we have Mark up with a hand. Let's go to him and then see where we go. Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all well. This whole question of numbers is obviously difficult. It has security implications, etc. But perhaps a bit of reassurance or comfort, perhaps, is it Oryx? I can't remember the name of the guys, the Dutch guys who are counting the Russian vehicles that have been destroyed and their other aircraft and helicopters. And they are counting actual specific vehicles, identifiable individual units. And the numbers they're coming up with are pretty phenomenal. So whatever else is happening, some of the numbers that are being talked about are much more solid, I think, than previous conflicts. Sure, like going back to the Second World War, UK RAF was stating certain numbers. The Luftwaffe was stating different numbers, totally different. But I think in this war, I think some of the numbers we're seeing is much more accurate than perhaps we've seen previously. I'd also think, coming back to the basic issues and the challenges at the moment on the around Bakhmut, etc. At the outset of the conflict around the Donbass side in the past year, the Russians were outgunning the Ukrainians dramatically with that massive disproportionate number of artillery pieces compared to the Ukrainians. That changed a bit when they had the HIMARS and the more accurate precision-guided munitions. Things changed. Now, I think the basic point is that tactics will always change and continue to change. The Russians have got new tactics involving sending bodies to try and smoke out where the Ukrainians are. I'm sure the Ukrainians will change their tactics again. I hope they do so shortly. We shall see. But I also just wanted to come up because the conversation about the 155mm shells. I was really interested to see that it's a deal involving Australia and France. Australia upset, or the Australian government upset the French government with the cancellation of the submarine deal. Perhaps it's just showing that they're getting back to a more normal relationship, which is only good news. And I think in these difficult times, countries are sort of evaluating what's really important. And maybe what we're seeing there is a recognition that we have to focus on the bigger picture. And that's what's happening with that deal between Australia and France. So I'm really pleased by that. Thank you.
I think that's a good point, Mark. I think in a way what you're saying is let bygones be bygones. That broken submarine deal it occurred a few years ago, but right now at the big table in Ramstein, you have France, you have Australia, you have almost 50 nations sitting together, not just NATO nations, but nations from all around the world who are focused on how to support Ukraine and help them win this war against Russia. And so as long as that focus can be maintained and strengthened and maintained over weeks and months to come, because that is going to be necessary. This war is not going to end in 2023. There's very little expectation of that. But what is required is continued unity of the Western allies to support Ukraine. And this means continued unity through domestic political events and possibly political upheaval. 2024 will be an election year in the United States, but the aid to Ukraine, the military aid to Ukraine through 2023 has already been funded. It's not going to be up for debate in Congress. It's already been funded, and that is an important part of the foundation. Daryl, and then back to True. Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that it's the funding that we're looking at from other nations. Um, how you know what's the process of keeping their funding going? We know that there'll be nations that have not spent a lot of money on their defense, and they may get a little pushback because of it. And it's going to be up to those legislators to make sure that they uh, inform their public of why the need to increase their budgets is going to be important going forward. Um, much of that went down. Much of the costs went down. Expenditures went down after the quote unquote Cold War ended, and they were happy to take that extra money and do things with. But it comes at the cost of now, and it's getting those populations back into the saddle of understanding that yes, we need to do this. We need to spend money to keep ourselves safe. Uh, then there will be the issue of if Russia loses this war, we will go into a period where we don't need it. No, you will definitely still need it because you will have bad actors that come up to replace, to close the void. When you have a void, somebody tends to want to take it. And you need to make sure that you are well protected against that inevitability. And I think that that's something that we need to make sure that we keep in front of the public. You will always need it, but although you may not need to do the high spending to get yourself back up, you will need to get yourself up, and then from there just do maintenance to make sure it stays that way.
And when Putin says that he wants to recreate the Russian Empire, if he stopped in Ukraine, we don't know where else he will look. We don't know when he might relaunch an invasion on Ukraine. And so we not only need to look to current needs and fulfill them, those current needs coming from Ukraine, give them the tools so they can finish the job. But when this Russian invasion is defeated decisively in Ukraine, that's not the end. We have to be prepared for what else Russia is looking to do and how it will try to reorganize its military, reconstitute its weapons, its strength, and look elsewhere. I don't think that Russia will be eager ever again to invade Ukraine, because I think that Ukraine will defeat Russia decisively. But that does not mean Russia won't look elsewhere. It could very easily look elsewhere. True, your hand is back up. Please continue.
Yeah, a funny story. Ukrainian military headquarters had posted every day the statistics of Russian losses, like how many um, um, how many men, how many vehicles, how many aircrafts, helicopters, etc. And some days before the new year, they stopped, and it forces a wave of um, um, I don't know, a wave of negative reaction. So why did you stop? Because this statistics, this was what were people going. It was the only good news, what they had in their feeds. And the other thing I'd like to mention that maybe Europe is providing arms with kind of little quantities because they are afraid to have such a militarized, such a strong neighbor. What do you think about that?
I think that uh, the NATO nations in particular, I think that the United States leading these nations, but I think that all the nations in this coalition fighting with Ukraine against Russia, uh, they've discounted this idea of what is escalatory. It's a word without meaning. It is a word only used now by Russia. Uh, any red line that Russia suggested existed has already been crossed, and they've done nothing in response to the Western nations crossing this red line. It's a red line of armament, and so you might think about a red line that if you cross this red line, it's a line in the sand. If you cross it, we're going to respond. Well, they haven't responded in terms of Western nations deciding to deliver main battle tanks. When the United States delivered HIMARS, the Russia did not respond. Uh, um, in in any situation where NATO nations have supplied additional weapons to Ukraine, Russia has done nothing to escalate. And the other thing I would point out, and I agree with this fully, General Ben Hodges has said, and I think this is the clearest possible comment about this question you're raising, True. Uh, when you are fighting to defend yourself from an invader, any weapon you are delivered is a defensive weapon. Well, this is absolutely true. When you are fighting for survival, any weapon that you are given by your allies is a defensive weapon. I don't know how Ukrainians feel about this sentiment. I'd be interested to hear a little bit more from you and then go to Mark. So, True, please go ahead.
I agree with you totally because um, we're not offending, we're defending, and uh, we even don't have um, a will to step on the Russian grounds and to invade Russia and capture some of its territories. Our goal in this war is to recapture our own territory, which were proclaimed in the 1991.
Yes, when Ukraine began its journey to becoming an independent nation, a sovereign nation. Mark, your hand is up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, just to come back on True's comments, I can understand why people want to see those numbers to get the comfort from that, and that's totally reasonable. What I find, there is a funny joke, just to pick up on your point, True. The Russian numbers about how many Abrams. Hey, Daryl, I said it right. How many Abrams have been destroyed? How many Challengers have been destroyed? How many Bradleys have been destroyed? How many Leopards have been destroyed already in Ukraine? I mean, that is ridiculous. So, you know, their grasp on reality is zero. But I also just want to come back to your point about, I don't think anyone around any of the allies are worried about Ukraine being a stronger country after the end of this conflict. You look at what's happening in the Baltic countries, you look at Poland, you look at Czech Republic, Slovakia. They're all supporting Ukraine. They're doing what they can. Even countries with less resources, Moldova, Romania, they're all supporting Ukraine. There's no, I don't think anyone has got anyone who's sensible has any worries about where Ukraine is going.
As you said, Mark, anyone who is sensible, and so you have automatically left Hungary out of your statement.
Yeah, you know, I didn't mention them, but but it's not Hungary; it's the Hungarian government, and one particular person. And I might even mention. Am I allowed to mention another country?
Oh,
I won't.
Sure.
Which one?
Well, Mr. Schultz. Again, it's not the country. It's at the end of the day, it's often one or two individuals who set the scene and control the direction. So I'm not saying Germany, I'm saying Mr. Schultz.
Very good. Daryl, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I think that's everybody with him. Nobody's blaming the people because we've seen the polls. It's all him.
So we have another hand up to join the conversation. DB, please join in.
Hello there. It's actually a question. And I apologize if my question's a little bit out of sync because I jump in and out of the MriyaReport in between my other daily activities, which today was shoveling the snow in the driveway. I've noticed in the news that, I think I read the report properly, the Bradleys are getting loaded up on a boat. And also I'm hearing that it could be several months before the main battle tanks find themselves in theater. Now, I don't know if it was yesterday, the day before yesterday, there was this great report from members of your team on the whole tank side, which I listened in. It was wonderful to listen to. I think it was on Saturday or Sunday. But my question is there something significant that the Ukrainians could probably do just with the Bradleys and some good thinking as they're waiting these next few months for the MBTs to arrive? So,
Absolutely.
okay.
There are things that they can do, but if it isn't what they want to do, and that's the two. They could use them immediately, but if they're looking to if they're looking at their battle plan and they have a set reason and set place they want to use them, then you want to hold them back for a main offensive in this case. So they're already there. They've been seen. There's no secret. They've been seen. They're there. It's just a matter of where they want to put them and how they want to use them. And that's going to be key, which kind of leads me to believe that it won't be too long for the tanks to follow. Just know that the news came out yesterday, but they're there.
Okay.
And in terms of delivery, DB, of the main battle tanks, especially the Leopards and the Challenger 2s, we're looking at 6 to 8 weeks at most. And the Abrams will be right on the heels of Leopards and Challengers. So you're not looking at months. You are looking at these main battle tanks arriving in Ukraine no later than March. And go ahead.
Just put DB. Just look at it this way.
Yeah.
Friday, in the cover of night, Germany released the numbers of how many heavy haulers that they are sending to Ukraine.
Okay.
So if they have the heavy haulers, they're not looking very long. You know, why have these trucks sitting up doing nothing, and you announcing that you're sending them, and you're right there on the border?
Yeah, and I guess it would be fair to assume that by the time these things are in Ukrainian territory, the Ukrainians already know how to use them to the satisfaction of their trainers.
I've often said when they were at Grafenwöhr training, what were they training on? Because there are no tanks. There were no Soviet tanks there, unless the Polish just happened to send some to Grafenwöhr for them to train on.
Mm-hmm.
What were they training with?
Makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, the Americans can't train them on Soviet tanks. The Germans can't train them on Soviet tanks.
Mm-hmm.
The only tanks that they could have learned on were the tanks that were in NATO.
And just out of curiosity, even leaving aside the fact that it may make sense to hold back the Bradleys, given how unbelievably effective the Bradleys have been in the past against Russian tanks, they were even more effective than the Abrams during the Gulf War. What could they be using?
No, wait a minute.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
That's yeah. It's not that they're more effective against.
Okay.
It's the engagement.
Yeah, I
Bradleys
apologize. You know this better than me. Yeah, they killed better. They had a higher numbers, but you're right. I apologize for that. I'm not an expert.
They had a higher engagement number.
Okay. I'm not at all an expert. I am a Twitter expert, and that doesn't mean anything. You're a real expert. But but what would they, if they decided to go into the field with them very quickly for whatever reason? What would be the logical place they would use them? Because it doesn't seem like the Russians are very effective at anything. They could probably use them almost immediately if they wanted to. What would your guess be?
Just to be honest with you, I'm not a tactician.
Okay.
I'm not sure what their goals, what goal they would like to reach first.
Yeah.
Which goals that they have in plan and how they want to move. And I don't want to put my name on something that, no.
I completely respect that. I understand. We're all itching for the Russians to get out of there as fast as possible, and as painlessly as possible. So of course we're waiting to see what happens. So, anyways, but I appreciate the input. Thank you.
And DB, one thing I would say is that that Bradley fighting vehicles, these are IFVs, infantry fighting vehicles. Yep. They're part of combined maneuver warfare. It's not that you send them in on their own. I guess there are instances where they could be used in that way. But when you look at the engagement of Bradleys with Russian tanks in other wars, remember, these Bradley vehicles have anti-tank missiles, tow missiles. That will make a difference primarily in combined arms maneuver. And I think that is what Ukraine is waiting to assemble. We listened to Chuck Ferrer tonight talk very insightfully about the possibility of a Russian offensive being launched from Crimea, where they apparently have a large concentration of troops and armament. He also spoke fairly confidently about the Ukrainian preparation for such an assault. So while we all wish that main battle tanks were in Ukraine right now, in formations with Bradley fighting vehicles and Martyrs and other infantry fighting vehicles, we have to wait. But the Ukrainians know what they're doing. So let the Russians launch their assault. We will watch over the coming days and see what the result is. The Russians have not made significant advances. They have not claimed tactical or strategic positions on the battlefield, it remains true that Ukraine has liberated almost half of what the original Russian invasion, this is almost a year ago now, seized. So let's wait and see. This is a moment when we just have to wait and see, I think. Daryl?
Hey, you want to hear some numbers real quick, Alan?
Yes.
The Russians have lost in Ukraine 10 generals, 52 colonels, 116 lieutenant colonels, 229 majors, 331 captains, 548 senior lieutenants, 2,284 lieutenants. And this is was Ukraine War Now sent those numbers out. But that's a lot of brass to be melted down.
And a lot of brass is commanding brass. You know, these numbers, there are several organizations looking at Russian losses and how to verify them. And this is everything from looking at obituaries published inside Russia, looking at losses of specific units that come from specific oblasts inside Russia. I'm not saying it's easy to assemble these numbers, but there are so many organizations working on it and looking at it and verifying it, both with visual evidence that's published from the battlefield in Ukraine and with visual evidence that's published inside Russia itself. It's possible to do. And so the numbers that Daryl just recited about loss of commanding officers in the in the Russian army, commanding officers in the Russian army, these can be regarded as accurate and telling. So Daryl, we have another hand up. Ivan, please go ahead.
Oh, hi, good evening. Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment, which is that I think there might be a bandwagon effect here. So once Russia really starts to be seen as losing, some of the opposition, you know, in North America and elsewhere around the world, like in other countries like India and so on, the opposition to supporting Ukraine may collapse because, unfortunately, some people aren't moved by, you know, horrible atrocities and things like that. They see Russia as being strong, and once Putin really starts to look like a loser, you know, those people will quiet down, and they just don't want to be, you know, backing a loser. So I'll drop down. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, the only thing I'll say, Ivan, is that there were many people. I think most significant, Thomas Tyner, who 8 months ago made the statement: Russia has lost this war. They've lost it decisively. Now it's just a waiting game. Wars go on and on and on. And so that is the key question that will come up at the Ramstein conference on February 14 in Germany. How do we prevent this war from going on and on and on? Because it costs Ukrainian lives. Ukrainians are paying in lost life every single day. And I know that this will be a key topic in Ramstein, the ninth Ramstein conference held in the course of this war. Bloke, welcome up. Your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to expand on what you and Daryl were saying about the officer corps being decimated. I think this is really significant because of what an officer is in the Russian military and what NCOs are. And this is really important. So, the difference in the way the Russian army works is that they don't have necessarily a professional NCO corps. And Daryl, you'll know this, right? No second lieutenant is going to tell a warrant how to do his job. Like they can give a legal order, but they're going to let the warrant figure out how to do it because
That
these are
one
often
officer is gold.
yeah these are people with 20 years in, right? They know their stuff, they know exactly what to do. Now in the Russian army that's not true necessarily, right? First of all, they're rare, and but the majority are contract for, like, they're in for a couple of years until their contract is done, and let alone the mobliks, right? So the difference is that the officer corps in the Russian army is far more important to the cohesion of the Russian army than it would necessarily be in a Western army, right? Like um, because of the lack of that professional NCO corps. Um, the, you know, and I think that's really significant. And there was a graph I put up a month or two ago, and it showed the attrition in the officer corps and contrasted that to the overall casualties going up, right? Because that institutional knowledge is being decimated, right? And when you have a bunch of mobliks, they don't have a sergeant like with 15 years in to lead them. They've got some sort of second lieutenant or lieutenant, right? That's I don't know, probably not even in school at this point. They've just been thrown in, and they all they can do is yell and browbeat and treat their people like shit, and say that the beatings will continue until morale improves, but they're not providing the leadership that you would find in other armies, right? And I
Well,
think that
you remember when Constantine, he was mentioning how their system works. The guys that are there, the first year guys, they get beat up. They get basically uh, um, uh, um, they are put under all kinds of extreme condition, living conditions, et cetera, by they're being hazed by the second year guys. And the second year guys, they become the big shots. And all of these guys, if you can live through the first year, well, then you get to do it to the next group, and that's how they work.
oh my this was documented even before this war started. Vice did a documentary, not a documentary, but some journalism on the atrocities, the hazing, the like criminality happening in the ranks, and it's like absolutely despicable. So yeah, these are and why do you think all this stuff is being stolen, right? Like half of the tanks had the batteries ripped off and some of the optics ripped off and stuff like that, because they're not well paid, they're not well led, they're not well treated, so everyone's trying to make a buck one way or the other. And then we're not even talking about the corruption in the officer corps, because by the time you get up into the senior ranks, I mean, they're all looking to make a buck, and they even pad their numbers, and skim off the top. So getting back to the point, losing that officer corps is really losing a lot of the institutional knowledge that they had. Um, and you can see that because they're not even following their own doctrine, right? Um, so and and Daryl, like I don't have to tell you this. Like it's the having a professional NCO corps is the backbone of the army, right? Everything that has to get done is, I mean, there's leadership.
That butter bar comes in there. He looks at that sergeant. He says, "Sergeant, I need this." Understand, Lieutenant? And that lieutenant just sits there and he minds his sergeant, because the sergeant is going to show both the lieutenant who's just out of school and the men what he wants done.
Exactly, and if the lieutenant says something, if we pronounce it differently, but if the 2LT does something stupid, there's usually a discussion behind the generator somewhere to get it right. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, he's learning. He's there to learn.
Yeah.
And what happens is, if that sergeant, if they, yeah, he can correct the sergeant if he dares to, in public. But if the sergeant if he thinks the sergeant is wrong, but that sergeant is going to have a sit down with him and say, "Lieutenant, I'm talking to the men. If you need to tell me something, we can do this in private."
Exactly. Like, put it this way, no second, like I said from the beginning, no second lieutenant is going to tell a warrant how to do the job. They might give the order, but they're not going to say how to do it, right? Or maybe,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You think a lieutenant is actually going to tell a warrant officer something?
Well, you know what I'm talking about, right? and we're talking about people with 15 to 20 years in, right? Like,
yeah, he's going to need to have a general. He's probably going to need a star on his collar, or at least a full bird colonel, to be able to tell that warrant officer anything.
Yeah, and let alone the chief. Like, there's nothing scarier than the chief, right? And so getting back to the point, the numbers that you just cited, that you just listed off, that is a lot more devastating to the Russian army than it would be necessarily to another army. That's what I'm trying to say, especially a Western army. And I think one of the probably the best things that we did, probably one of the best things we got right, is over 8 years ago, helping Ukraine build up that professional NCO corps that is able to take initiative, and they know what they're about and they know what they're doing. And that's all I have to say. And I'll step down now.
Hey, thanks, Will. Yeah. When you have to put your brass in the field, you're exposing them to a lot of danger.
Oh, yes, that's another point.
Yeah, and the only reason you do this is because there's no trust.
Exactly. That's the other point. You make an exceptionally good point again. The reason they're losing so many officers is because they got to push those officers up. Because usually, again, we come back to this, the senior NCOs are in charge of discipline. They handle the discipline, right? The fact that and also the communications. Don't get me started on signals. But the point being that the fact that they're moving these officers up so close where they're being exposed to this danger is a sign of the dysfunction that's already present, right? I don't know if you agree with
Go
that
ahead.
or not.
No, keep preaching. Keep preaching. I'm listening.
Yeah. Yeah, like I mean, a bunch of colonels got blown up because they had to get together to have a meeting, and they helicoptered them all in, around this one table. I forget where it was. It was earlier in the war, and of course they got HIMARSed, right? But think about that for a second. Why did they need to get everyone together in one place to look over maps together? It's because their signals suck, right? And or why do they have to send captains and majors up to the front? It's because they're the people that are enforcing the discipline, whereas in with a professional NCO corps, it's actually the senior NCOs that are enforcing the discipline, not the officers, right?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it is Putin directly ordering his generals to be in the field? You need to be
Who
overseeing
knows?
this operation?
Who knows? But keep them coming. Like let's because, like I said, they've got Mobilix now. They've got contract soldiers with a couple of years in. I don't know how much institutional knowledge they have in the field, and how many um, uh, how many people know how to handle signals, right? Um, how many people and earlier in the war, like setting up, I don't know, setting up some sort of fob or something like that. Uh, I wonder how much institutional knowledge is to handle things like that, how to deal with the crypto and all that stuff. And that's why I think they're moving these officers forward to get killed, because they just don't have the the SOPs. You know what I mean?
Think about this. We have seen their Cosmos guys in field units, the guys that work on their space program in field units, the guys that work on their rockets in field units being killed.
Yeah, well, Constantine brought up, he showed a patch a week or two ago, and I think you mentioned it, and it was a patch from a signals unit, right? Okay, think about that. Usually, those guys are back at wherever the command center is, right? So if they're getting killed, that means that probably either that they've been overrun, in which case you're supposed to drop thermite grenades everywhere and destroy all your equipment, or there's something exceptionally wrong with the way they're doing things. Do you see where I'm going with that?
Or they're pulling bodies from any unit that they can, uh, that has quote unquote spare bodies.
Yeah, that's another possibility too, but it just speaks to the fact that that's where their institutional knowledge is. It's not in a professional NCO corps, and that's what I think we were talking about this months and months ago, where we saw this, and it's just playing out in front of our eyes. So we shall see. But I think that those numbers you listed off, um, you know, other armies might be able to handle that, but the Russian army definitely can't, because the institutional knowledge goes with those officers, and that's my theory.
Sorry,
And
guys.
I would.
What does the
At,
NCO mean?
NCO means non-commissioned officer, true, and that is in the U.S. service or in Western services. That's a sergeant. That is a career military guy who has years of experience, and he's called a non-commissioned officer because of his experience on the battlefield, and because of his experience commanding troops. Is that accurate, Daryl? Have I given a fair definition there?
That's fair. That's fair. True. Just out of curiosity, did you ever serve in the service?
No, I didn't. There was a time when Yanukovych was the president, and our army was literally destroyed, and there was no sense in serving at all. It's just well, 1.5 just wasted years.
But what about the defense forces? Um,
or were you not too old to be joined up with those?
I was volunteering at the kitchen when the war started. I was cooking meals for the hospital and kindergarten and a few schools and bomb shelters. So I did what I could because I work in a food tech startup as a designer, and I felt that I would be useful, more useful with a spoon than with a Kalashnikov.
True. I want to break in here because I'm being laughed at by people in the background for my definition of an NCO, a non-commissioned officer. Now there are people who want to know about a junior non-commissioned officer and a senior non-commissioned officer. And for this, I'm going to need Daryl and Bloke to break in here. But to me, just the overall idea is that a sergeant or a petty officer, because of experience and career experience, is an officer. They're an
No.
officer.
Okay, so
Oh,
not
go ahead,
exactly.
Blue.
So
Go
there's a
ahead.
commission, right? Like okay. So think about officers sort of being the managers and not and looking over the strategy, and the NCMs and NCOs are the people who get it done.
Well, I get what you said. It's called офицер запаса in Russian or in Ukrainian. Офицер запасу. So it's the soldiers that are not serving their terms in the army, but they are still like military men, and uh, they would be called to arms when their time comes.
Yeah, but everyone does their thing, and everything is valuable. And what I was trying to explain earlier, okay, is that in the Russian military, the institutional knowledge is concentrated more with the officers than it is with the ranks and the NCMs and NCOs, right? And the second thing is that in a Western army, um, there is a career path. It is a professional NCM and NCO course. Like, these are professionals. The senior ranks who don't hold a commission, but they've got like 15 years or 20 years of experience. They know how everything works, and they know what has to happen to achieve an objective. So in a Western military, typically the officer will have some sort of intent based on the strategy that's been communicated, and then the NCOs will know how to do it and the intricacies of how to do it, and they also handle discipline. That's what I'm trying to explain. Daryl, maybe you can help me with that definition.
Well, I'm sorry, Bloke. Say that again.
Never mind.
I was sitting there laughing.
I come back to the point that no second lieutenant will tell a warrant what to do. Not what to do, but how to do it. That's the subtle. That's the subtlety.
Yes, yes.
Can I have a go at answering?
Let's just say this: a warrant officer is a specialist. In other words, he's like your cardiologist in the hospital. He's not a general surgeon. He is the cardiologist. Uh, when we're talking about somebody that's an armor, we're talking about a guy that knows every inch of that piece of equipment or several pieces of equipment. He can tell you more things about it. He probably has forgotten more things about that piece of equipment or that area of expertise than anybody in that's working on it. They are brought in as um, leader. They're brought in to lead.
and make everything more efficient because they are pros at what they are there to do. Um, they they will have been enlisted and at the rank of in our services somewhere between an E6 or an E7. Typically, they have to make the decision somewhere around E6, and they go into what they call a warrant officers program, where they actually become a officer, but they're not a flag. They're not uh, um, a actual commissioned officer. What is it? A commissioned officer. It's a special type. It's a special um, class of officers. They're outside of your lieutenant flag officer ranks and everything. They're outside of that whole commissioned officer rank. They are in a separate ranking by themselves. And when they walk around, they're not called a warrant officer per se. They're called chiefs. Um, and I'm not sure how that. Don't ask me how that all came about. Them being called chiefs, but that's what they are typically known as. The hey chief, you know, they understand the enlisted while at the same time having the ear of the very high ranking officers in their command.
Hey, Daryl, bloke. Let's just imagine
I've
for
got to drop soon, but I've got another 5 minutes. Yeah.
okay. This is a question you can help me with, bloke. Let's just say I graduate from the Naval Academy in Annapolis or the or West Point. At what do I graduate as, and what rank do I have? Who am I, and how do I begin to serve in the armed forces?
So I can't speak to the American system, but in our system, it's officer, cadet, second lieutenant, lieutenant, you know, captain, and so forth. Right? You hold a commission.
Same thing.
Yeah, and you can give legal orders, right? So technically, you would outrank, you know, a warrant, right? But that's not the way it works exactly, right? You can give a legal order, but like I said before, you don't tell them how to do it, right? That's the subtle difference when you have a professional NCO Corps. I hope that helps. Daryl, I'm thrashing here. Is that making sense?
Yeah. When you graduate the academy, or say from college, you get a commission, and that's where the idea of a commission. You basically you have a contract with uh, the services to serve a particular, a time period as an officer, but at the same token, you never really are out in most cases. You can always be called back up. Um, Non-commissioned officers, which are your E5s and above, your rank is conferred to you via means of Congress. I mean, by the Congress and president. Okay, that's where your rank comes from. You have to meet certain criteria. Once if you meet that criteria, you are advanced to a board. That board approves your rank increase.
So let me explain
So it's
why
a
this is
body of
important.
peers, somewhat.
Yeah.